Farms League?
Bom dia, o sol já nasceu lá na nossa liga. Acorda o pipoqueiro e o Betinha, e aquele bagre que não dá balinha.
Levanta, que o ninja tirou todo o seu pijama, que o panterinha agora come grama, e o nosso nome já caiu na lama.
Lá na Farmers League amanhã, deixa o metro e vem pra cá, que o sol raiou e agora é hora de pinar. Que drama, só mete hate, mas sei que me ama. Parece que apagou a nossa chama. O Invi desse ano não valeu a fama.
Perdoa, tem gente que se queima à toa. Na internet qualquer gata é leoa. Se a nossa liga é ruim,
Imagine a boa. Lá na Farmers League amanhã,
deixa o metro e vem pra cá,
que o sol raiou.
e agora só vai começar.
Alô, rapaziada, cheguei, mas quer dizer que essa roça vai aqui é a melhor liga do mundo?
Howdy there, partners. Bom dia and welcome to the Farmers League, aka SAL. It's good to have you back here with us after a tumultuous Salt Lake City, but that's okay. It doesn't matter what people say. We're to have some fun regardless and talk about the future. And with me, as always, it's the one and only Leo Alfama _R6 to make sure that you know where he's really from. That's where the heart is. Leo, you and I are going to have some fun today. How you been?
I'm good. I'm still, I'm still kind of dancing to the vibes of the fabulous Farmers League music. Honestly, I just love that we had the subtitles
So
translated because I first discovered it on Twitter, like everyone else, I think, and it had Portuguese just subtitles. I just wanted to know what it was saying, and I'm not disappointed. That's such a good way to come back to a trash talk.
Yeah, I mean, Alamo can talk a lot, and that's definitely something we've heard a lot from him over the years, but there's been some shifts, right? We have to talk about the fallout of kickoff and into Salt Lake City and what happened there with Brazil, really, where only FaZe kind of showed up. You were expecting them to even take the whole thing, but the whole story got flipped on its head. Let's talk about that from, I guess, seeing what happened in SLC with the three teams that made it there.
Yeah, honestly, like looking at Salt Lake City, I think it's a testament as to what happened in kickoff. As soon as kickoff ended with the SAL, we were thinking, is Brazil really sending their best representatives? And I think the answer was no. I think in the short term, if you had the glimpses of incredible level, you could have that spark that allowed you to go to Salt Lake City. I'm just thinking of one example, Loss, that one moment where in the BO3 they managed to take down Fluxo W7M. From the lower bucket, they make it to the Salt Lake City Major. That means that Fluxo W7M misses the Major. In reality, do I think that Fluxo W7M could have won more games at an international event than Loss? Yes. And so I think of the same thing with Team Liquid Alien, where, for example, compared to NIP, who struggled hard there, they only beat one Brazilian team. Other than that, they lost to Europe, they lost to Oceania, they lost to Enterprise, they lost to NA as well. So looking at the results, I think NIP was disappointing. I think that Loss was especially disappointing as well, having only, won one game, which was against CAG, which was a BO1, very, very close one as well. Furia literally lost to everyone, including CNL. They were the first culprit to the first CNL upset on an international stage, losing to all gamers. So I think the overall testament from SAL at the Salt Lake City Major was, thank God there was FaZe. And honestly, if it wasn't for FaZe that they got really close to the major winners, if it wasn't for them, honestly, that would have been a really, really poor performance from the league.
And that's kind of owing to, in some ways, to the kickoff format. But before we talk about that and kind of how it links into stage one, we have to talk about the transfers, or almost non-existence of transfers in SAL between kickoff in Salt Lake City and here in stage one. So there's the one team that had changes. That's Black Dragons. Let's see what they have to say about that before we discuss all of the fallout of it.
Well, my friends, it's true that the Brazilian teams didn't exactly land the best results at the last major. But hey, there's an explanation for that.
Então você pega uma Luz que tinha bastante estreante, da Case, da AFO, eles não tinham jogado, era um time totalmente novo. A Fúria também, apesar de terem jogadores ali mais experientes, é um grupo totalmente novo, o Boxeira estava estreando e tudo mais, então e aí você pega a própria NiP, que é uma base já mais formada e tal, mas foi o primeiro Major do Baceto como IGL, então acho que isso acabou trazendo um peso um pouco maior, isso óbvio somado com a melhora das outras regiões. E sobre não haver muitas mudanças pós-janela, é porque foi um campeonato muito curto, é o que a gente passou para a própria torcida da Liquid de 2 semanas, sabe? 2 semanas não pode definir um futuro de um time, então já tem que remover um jogador e tudo mais.
And when results like these happen, changes usually follow. At least that's how it's supposed to work. Because out of all 10 SAL teams, only Black Dragons decided to shake things up. So, whether we plan it or not, this video has basically turned into a full-blown Black Dragons roster move special. To put things into perspective, since 2024 and counting the current lineup, no fewer than 17 players have worn the BD jersey. Doing some quick math, that's roughly one roster change every 2 months. Yeah, that's a lot.
Acredito que as mudanças foram necessárias. Acho que a gente viu que a gente atingiu um teto ali como equipe, mesmo que muito cedo, né? E acho que mudança, quando é necessária, você tem que fazer. Você não pode ficar demorando tanto assim, porque a própria Team Secret fez mais de 20 mudanças na equipe até ganhar o EWC. Não é que a gente gosta, mas às vezes é necessário.
As for this latest round of moves, Miracle and Lenda are out, while Guto and Romeu are in. And Gustavo Vieira is no stranger to the Dragons. He previously played for the team between 24 and 25, and even represented the organization at the Montreal Major. After that, he took a little trip through Tier 2, absolutely farming the competition with Still Eye Gaming, and now he's back. Hopefully to help push Black Dragons toward their first ever eSports World Cup appearance.
A volta do Guto pra BD é muito da hora, sim, porque eu acho que desde o MBR eu queria jogar com ele, queria trabalhar com ele. Ele optou por vir pra BD. Pô, tô bem animado, assim, cara. Eu queria trabalhar com ele desde aquela época lá e ele é um moleque muito bom. Acho que vai ser, mano, uma grande adição aí.
The other new addition is practically a Tier 1 rookie. After spending time with Elevate Academy, Romeu got his biggest shot on the main Elevate roster during Reload, where he played alongside the veterans, Ian and Psycho. Oh, and fun fact, you could say Romeo already knows one of his new teammates pretty well. That's because the two of them shared the stage in last year's Tier 2 Grand Final, just on opposite sides of the server.
Cara, o Romeuzão também é um moleque muito bom, é um cara muito esquilado, assim. Teve experiência também, né, de jogar com jogadores muito grandes, como o Psycho, que também ensinou muitas coisas pra ele. O próprio Nusga também, que ajudou ele na Elevate Academy. Então, mas é um moleque novo, tem que pegar cada vez mais experiência, mais ensinamentos, mas isso é só com o tempo.
Alright. That's interesting. It just hit me that we're talking to the most experienced player on Black Dragons right now. And also the guy who's been with the organization the longest. So, before we wrap things up, I want to know exactly what role our man Hari has been playing in this new look Black Dragons roster.
Cara, minha função dentro de jogo é in-game leader e sup 1. Abusa mesmo dos bonecões ali, né? Como a gente chama, bonecos que são mais roubados assim nas comps. Então, pô, jogar bastante de shield, jogar com uma Ing de 12, jogar com Glass. E como IGL, você sendo sup 1 fica muito mais fácil de você guiar o time. Como você tem uma visão mais de trás, você consegue coordenar muito bem, conseguir as triangulações ali durante o round e tal.
Well then, all eyes on the Black Dragons team. Who knows? Maybe this fresh blood is exactly what the team needs to make some noise during the first stage of SAL. Best of luck to the boys, and thanks for watching, everybody. We'll catch you in the next one. Bye!
Vaidara BD, this is the only team with roster changes, Leo, in the entirety of SAL, even when we're counting the failures at kickoff in Salt Lake City. Why BD? Why those changes?
I think there's a couple of things. I think focusing on BD itself, it's a team that has always relied a lot on roster changes. I mean, I think we said it best in the video. Rare is the longest standing player on that team, and he's been there for 1 year. So I think it's a good, it's a good testament to how they've been doing things. And honestly, I get it. Like, if you look at Black Dragon's Liquipedia page, you'll see the amount of players that have played for that team is actually insane. It's because they've always been a great organization with great players and always kind of like grasping like the throws of the middle of the table, but sometimes the top 4. So that's why we've seen them at numerous international events, but they're never quite the top team in Brazil, but also they're always competitive. And so to remain competitive, they make a lot of changes. And to look at them, Lenda, Miracle, Rare, 3 support players, I think in today's meta, it was not going to work. And so it makes sense to keep Rare, who was the best performing player in my opinion, and also has always been an amazing support player. Get rid of Lenda, get rid of Miracle, get some young blood in, someone that's hungry. 2 players that have already played international tournaments, but who are still a little bit unseasoned and inexperienced and can be molded to their playstyle, and bring them a lot more firepower in a meta that relies a lot more on that. So I think overall it makes a sense. I think the biggest surprise here, Milosh, is that no one else has made a change.
That really is it. There's only 2 player changes in the entirety of SAL. I wonder maybe if we knew how many transfers happened in any other regions. Do we have any of that?
Yeah, so SAL made 2 roster changes, all right? 2 players. I counted at least 4 in NAL and 9 in EML. Cool. So you can understand, coming from EML, obviously I was surprised when I looked at the numbers of SAL. I was like, they only made only one team made a roster change. That's really weird. But at the same time, you gotta praise them. I think the main reason for this, Milosh, is I don't think a lot of people should blame the performance at kickoff of their teams based on the fact that it was a 3 weeks long circuit. It was, for many of them, coming after such a short amount of time together, and big surprises like Liquid missing a major, for example, Flux W7 missing another one as well. You know, these things, they should not count so hard that you have to make a roster change. Realistically, it's also because that format had a double-edged sword, and if there is one region where the level is so good that can happen to everyone, especially a big team, then it is Brazil. So you should not, that's my main take on why we haven't seen a lot of changes, is that I think a lot of teams didn't want to make them based on such a short format.
And we talked about that at the tail end of kickoff. This is one thing we also referenced at the start of the show of, are they sending their best to Salt Lake City? Well, it didn't really matter at that point, just whatever for them, I guess. You're sending teams and players to Salt Lake City. If they do well, great. If not, no problem. Stage 1 is where we're focused. Qualifying to EWC is where we're focused at. The rest, I don't know. It didn't really matter much to these big teams and players. They're focused in, and speaking of focusing in, it's our first matchup of the day. INTZ versus Team Liquid Alienware. You see it continues. We got 5 matches, as always, 5 best of 1s to get through. And there's a lot, story-wise, to tell here, and a lot of questions that we're looking to resolve, because whilst you can discount to some extent kickoff and the performance at SLC, now we'll have a much more critical eye going into the first couple weeks of competition, seeing how teams actually have spent their time preparing for Stage 1 without no roster changes. I guess everybody's had plenty of time to prepare, because oh, they were back home pretty darn quickly outside of FaZe themselves. But INTZ is up first on the ball here. And this is a team that we talked about in kickoff as there's a squad that they can absolutely surprise. They can play a punch above their own weight, but have to have the time to develop going into stage 1.
Yeah, I don't think they surprised a lot into kickoff in the sense that, you know, we expected them to not play towards the. They were trying to fight hard to get to the playoffs. I guess that's my point. And so, you know, it was all a matter of trying to scrape their way out of group stage, and it's exactly what happened. They barely made it out of group stage. They were 4th out of their group, and it's only because Loud had a terrible performance. And if you remember, we were all checking the points and all of the different scenarios because they were crossing their fingers on the last play day of group stage to try and make it to the playoff. Eventually, barely made their way there, ended up in the lower bracket instantly, obviously because they were the 4th team, and they got battered by loss 2-0. Was not even close. However, some glimpses of hope. I think some things that I noted for them. Legacy, first and foremost, who was coming from the core of the team that built this, the previous LOS roster, in my opinion, was the staple player on that roster, and I think he proved that. He proved that during group stage, despite INTZ having struggled collectively. This player especially was going crazy. I think he dropped, almost 100 kills. He was at 96 kills. He had 116 EPS. He was by far the best player of the team, the only one with a positive EPS as well. He was the solo carry here. My main question is on STK. STK has a lot of experience on his roster. All the way back at the first stage of 2025 with Loud, he was the best performing player on that roster. I think he dropped significantly in the second stage, and that's why he ended up with the INTZ roster. It was supposed to be the redemption for this player. However, he arrived at kickoff, and within a span of 4 games, and then the 2 maps on the playoffs, he was minus 29 in KD, minus 8 in entries. The fragger that was supposed to help Legacy was not there. And so if there is one guy that I'm looking at right now to step up and help INTZ overall or overcome the expectation, exceed the expectation, it has to be STK.
That's the man of the hour, the one we're looking at to really show up in the game. But against INTZ, well, they're up in a tough game, theoretically, at least on the other side, is Team Liquid Alienware that we'll see. And it is a team that we expected a lot from because they built those expectations over years of competition when they were previously known as Furia or W7M way back in the day. Reminder, most of these guys here are world champions. Maya is one that has exploded really in kickoff. We expected a lot from him, but we were not really sure how he would fit with the roster. And from Igor, their coach, he told us through interviews that, hey, we kind of rebuilt this entire roster. JV, who is an excellent player in his own right, is not playing in the same position as he used to do back in the day on the Furia roster. Things are rebuilt where Maya has more of a central role in it instead of, oh, he's just a remnant of TL Alienware back in the day, so he's just kind of there. There's a rhyme and reason behind why this roster was built. That was Igor's explanation, but we did not get to see that lead into a Salt Lake City qualification, and that's really the biggest question mark that we have for this team going into stage 1 is, can they actually meet those expectations kind of finally?
Yeah, I think, I just spoke of STK and of his redemption story. I think for this whole roster, the redemption is there as well for their fans. Liquid fans have waited for years and years to have a roster that's capable of finally winning an international tournament. And then you have 4 players coming from the, incredible legacy roster of Furia. And then you add your best player, Maya, and you think, surely this time we will make it to the major. And honestly, I cannot blame Team Liquid. If you take a look at their bracket run towards kickoff, it is one big mistake of losing a very, very close game, a BO3 against NIP when they were in the upper bracket. Because as a reminder, Team Liquid topped their group at kickoff. They were doing amazing. They were more consistent in BO1s. And for the fans out there that used to follow Furia before, that was not always a given. They struggled in BO1s before. That roster, they managed to do that. And yet, they lost to NIP in the BO3, were sent in the lower bracket, and because they were on the opposite side of the bracket with FaZe, they had to be matched with FaZe in the lower bracket. And it was a battle to death between the two, and even then, against FaZe, against the 2-time SI winners, they still made it close. And as a reminder, FaZe was the best performer the best performing team at Salt Lake City. You know, should have Team Liquid Alienware went there. You know, we can assume that SAL overall would have had a better result. And so I'm looking at Team Liquid Alienware. Yes, they're looking for redemption, but I think we should not judge them too much. Yes, it must have been a worry for Liquid fans to not have made it to a major, but now this is a long format, a long stage. They will play everyone 9 play days. Surely this is enough for them to make it to EWC.
It should, right? It doesn't even need stars lining up, which is why we had such high expectations, because they, again, set themselves through years of performance. And even with Maya was incredible overall in kickoff. He's always been a top performer, really, and I hate to say this, really carrying the Liquid roster in the time before the big retirements happened on it. And today, Liquid are going to have to play as a full squad again against INTZ on Bank. And Liquid are starting off on the attack, Leo. That's if they get that momentum rolling.
Yeah, it's not a surprise to see Bank. To be honest, it was the crutch map for this team at kickoff. They played it so much, played it 3 times. Were quite convincing on it, right? 2 wins over loss and Imperial, including a 7-0. And then that pivotal, that critical Bank game against NIP that sent them to the racket, the one they lost, which was also very close. If you're looking to play a team like INTZ, you want to go to a comfort map where you feel like you have the advantage in the sense that it's a huge map and it is quite complex. You have many different strategies on it. If you're the better team, it's a good one to take INTZ on. From their side, INTZ, they didn't show it at kickoff. However, I remember this map being a really good one for them in Challenger Series. They abused it quite a lot. They played it 3 times and won it every single time when they played it during Challenger Series. First time, they show it at Tier 1 level.
Well, my friend, it seems like our game is setting for this. We have to go through to our casters, Mr. Dezichu and Ace of Pyrite. My friends, get into it. We're not loading directly into it. I thought we were going to jump.
We got baited by the sound.
Yeah, I did. I'm thinking, whoa, finally we're going to get into it. But we got to say hi. Gentlemen, how have you been? This first week has been full of action all over the world.
It has been, hasn't it? Yeah, we've had EML, we've had SAL, and AL's been busy as well, been playing Fantasy and that. I feel like I've not stopped watching or playing Siege all week long. Brilliant.
Yeah, I've definitely been locked in and committed to the game this week and looking forward to some more.
Well, there's a lot more. 5 games today that kick off with INTZ versus Team Liquid Alienware on Bank. Who can cash it in? It's all with Ace and Des.
Thank you very much, Milos. Indeed, it's good to be back, Tim. SAL, we get to see what they're up to because a lot of conversations have been going on about NA right now. Are they the best region? They're on top. You know, they win one event, Tim, and you can't keep them down, can you? Let's just remember, this is where the world champs are from. While we haven't got 2 world champs in this game, of course, we've got FaZe coming up a little bit later on, and that doesn't mean there isn't another major or event winner waiting in the wings between one of these 2.
Well, we'll get straight into it. We're on Bank. It's Team Liquid Alienware versus INTZ, and we're going to be going down to the basement. No big surprises there. Just looking across that lineup, and my eyes are drawn immediately to that clash on the defense. Going to be a job for Team Liquid Alienware to deal with that. Just looking at what they've brought along, the Lion could potentially have some nades that might help them. Snake as well, of course. But yeah, they're definitely going to need a plan to deal with that shield.
There's a lot kind of coming into this game story-wise that I was thinking about as well when I was reading into things earlier on, looking kind of back through history. Of course, many remember from kickoff that INTZ are a team that have come up through Challenger Series. Magnetica, they were called back then. And so you look at this game and think, okay, they're kind of the David. They're coming up against the Goliath. I think everyone recognizes every player on this Team Liquid Alienware team. They know just how good they can be. Obviously, that team missed out on going to Salt Lake City, which was unheard of. Could you imagine an event where we don't have JV92 popping off, for example, where there's not, you know, KZ going nuts for Leapox being a solid, very much calm voice, I'd say, in interviews is the best way I can describe him. But that was the reality. I think you're going to see a team with a vengeance coming out in this game. I think Team Liquid Alienware have got a point to prove.
Ooh, just a little bit of a missed opportunity there. KZ managing to pick apart. That's the clash gone off the board. I wondered out loud how they were going to deal with that. They've done it fantastically well. 5 versus 3 now. INTZ seriously on the back for STK. Low health as well. As soon as he gets caught out in a fight, they are going to be in very real trouble. We're going to see the Lion scan will pick up the smoke as well. And that's going to reveal If they weren't aware of his location, they're going to know that he's now playing in staff. How aware are they of the Thorns position? How about that from STK? Gets flashed out, decides to get aggressive, takes the peek, gets the kill. But he's going to need to find 4 more as he finds himself all alone. JV92 picking up Angels. Leaves us now 4 versus 1. They know where he is. It's a matter of time. JV92 picks up that final kill. Team Liquid Alienware, round 1.
Yeah, I've told this story a few times over now. Back when I first saw this roster play many moons ago, back in the W7M, I remember saying back then, wow, like it feels like you're playing against 10 players. And it was on Bank Attack was the first time I actually got to watch that roster. And I thought, Jesus, it does feel like you're against 10 players here, not 5. That round started to feel that way. The pressure that they were building up, JV getting his 3 kills inside a square as well. Wonderful stuff. The pressure from Maya coming in from through main hallway and towards site itself. I was like, whoa, these guys don't want to slow down. It was really good stuff. And I say in towards site, it wasn't really in towards site. It was in towards open area and staff. But you could have been forgiven for thinking we were defending there because of how much pressure was building around that part of the map. That was a downstairs defense there that hasn't gone the way of INTZ. They wanted to fight them around the map and they have paid the price for it. They're now going to find themselves in the second round going up to the top floor. And I think in hope of slowing things down just a little bit, we've got the Clash on side, we've got the Bandit coming out here, even the Tubarao, and no doubt a good little bit of Plant Denial coming out from STK in the late round here on this Solus. So that's them setting out their stall. We want to slow things down a little bit here, get control of the game again. Something tells me that once more we're not going to see Team Liquid Alienware giving them any chance, though, of getting a foothold in this game.
Yeah, look, they're not going to mess about, Team Liquid Alienware. You know, it's already been spoken about. Not a great kickoff for them. They actually had a great group stage of kickoff. They finished top of the table, but it was then the playoffs that it cost them. They didn't get to Salt Lake. That loses them a lot of points, a lot of potential for getting to 6 Invitational, which is what it's all going to be about for this roster. So a strong stage 1 and a strong EWC and a strong rest of the year is going to be essential for them. So coming in here, they need to make a statement. They need to really lay it down here. And it's not sending a message. It's not sending a message to INTZ, is it? It's sending a message to people like FaZe, people like Furia.
They ain't got to worry about the points from kickoff, mate, because they're going to win EWC. They'll get the auto qualification to SI. We'll have a conversation. It'll be fine. There you go. Entry kill comes out too easy there for the Dockerby of KZ. Walking up main, getting rid of STK. That's a lot of that Plant Denial I was speaking about with the Solus now removed. At least the trade is there, but there is still some work to do. Another one comes through. Now things finally starting to look good, but here comes Maya Tim doing Maya things as he so often does. Has already found himself too, but now faces off against the Clash. This shouldn't be easy for him.
No, but when we get into this kind of 2v2 situation, we've got Shield versus Shield. Maya manages to pick up a double, and that's exactly what I was saying. You've almost got one of your players in a 2v1. If the Clash has Shield in hand, they can do nothing aggressively. For me, a Clash is always much stronger with more of a team around them. Once you get down to that 2v2, the Clash has got a very clear choice, and if you're playing Clash in ranked, this is something you need to think about. When you're in that 2v2, you've got a choice. Do you leave your other player in the 1v2 gunfight because you can't react because you have your shield in front of you, in which case you have to play really close with them. You have to be in front of them, you have to be protecting them, you have to be offering them a window to play from behind. If not, you're putting the shield down, you go into your secondary. It's not obviously the best gun in the game, so you're at a bit of a disadvantage, especially against a player like Maya, who's coming in there looking for the fight. So yeah, very, very tough situation for INTZ there, and Maya took full advantage of it. 2-0 Liquid Alienware, and they are looking good.
Absolutely. This is what I was a bit worried about coming into this game. And then that David versus Goliath storyline that was going to build. Team Liquid Alienware with a point to prove. It is definitely starting to head that way. But let's see how things actually go now. We're going into staff and open. That side that looked like we were defending back in round 1, but it's actually going to be round 3 where we're first going to see it come to the fore. We've got a couple of players on the side of INTZ up on this top floor. So nothing out of the ordinary here, Tim. Very, very common for this site that you'll see some kind of resistance upstairs to begin with, just to try and slow the attackers down, to force them to have to commit resource upstairs, whether that's time, whether it's players potentially losing their lives, whether it's utility that has to get sent upstairs. Once that has been invested, of course, it's then not available for actually hitting into the site itself. So that is going to be the first port of call for Team Liquid Alienware. Then they can start worrying about the site itself.
I love a good bank roam. I love to watch a good bank roam and see how it's cleared or how successful it is. At the minute, we've got STK just inside of the window on the shotgun, ready for any kind of direct aggression in towards that top floor. But I'm not sure they're going to give him the opportunity. They've got the upside down rappel there with the ace, but He's going to dip away from that. No, goes to another window, has a little look, nearly gets some damage onto Felipox, but won't quite manage. Actually doing a good job here. A minute so far, holding them at bay. Not been able to get inside of the map yet, Team Liquid Alienware, but he is punished. STK, life taken, and that's smoke off the board.
We've all been there. You want to vault over something, the prompt doesn't show up quite in time, you're a little bit late towards doing it, and you get caught just on that final step over. SDK, unfortunate there, because I thought he did an all right job to begin with holding down a bit of this room, but I'm looking now at the spread coming out from Team Liquid Alienware. They're all in pretty good spots here, to be fair. They've got one on the rappel out towards the west, they've got 2 on the windows, and they're ready to march on forward. And this could be a bit of a bruising end for INTZ.
I think it's going to be JV92 manages to pick up one. KZ another. JV makes it a double for the round, and before you know it, Legacy finds himself in a 1v2. It's flawless as KZ farms him. He had his hat on, and he's bringing the skills out. Going to be Team Liquid Alienware 3-0.
Yeah, look, I came into this saying the whole David versus Goliath thing was likely. I didn't quite mean Goliath, takes a rock and just starts caving David's head in here, because that's what it's starting to feel like. It has been bruising. Across those 3 rounds, they've collected, 4 kills in total, INTZ? It's not really been close. It's been a flawless round with just in then. The first couple of rounds, we had a JV92 3K. The second round was a Maya 4K. They are just not letting up on them at this point. At least we get an INTZ timeout because they need a bit of room to breathe here, Tim. The plan is not being played out the way that it needs to be. They are very much well and truly on the back foot. They need a little bit of help here, and hopefully 45 seconds give them a chance to jump back up.
Gonna be, I tell you what, we often talk about tactical timeouts and what coaches are going to talk about, and how they're going to change things. This is going to have to be one hell of a tactical timeout. I will say that. 4 kills in 3 rounds is not looking pretty so far for INTZ. I don't know. What do you say to them? Go and get some kills. Go and click some heads. Go and stop Maya and JV92 getting 10 kills in 3 rounds. I don't know. But what they're going to have, have their work cut out, I would suggest. It's not been pretty so far, and Team Liquid Alienware really are putting down a marker at this point. So INTZ are going to start their defensive rotation over again. There was actually, last time around, round 1, when we saw basement, there was no pressure on site pretty much whatsoever throughout the entire round. Team Liquid Alienware just killed them everywhere else in the map. So I would like to see... The thing is, the answer isn't necessarily right to up inside, because Team Liquid Alienware will just come and kill you inside instead. But I would like to see them at least get more of a round out of this. So, let's force Team Liquid Alienware to play through that utility you've got. You've got Goyo, you've got your Vulcan canisters out there inside, you've got your smoke, you've got, you've got your Arunish, you've got your laser gates, you've got all these things to be able to play behind. You keep your barricades. Let's see some really good use of that utility. Everything screams denial. You've got laser gates, you've got Vulcan canisters, you've got smoke canisters, you've got razor blooms. So much denial to slow them down and prevent them access to certain areas. Let's see you take advantage of that, rather than Team Liquid Alienware just going wherever they want in the map and finding the kills.
Yeah, hopefully we can see things get a little bit better for them here. They have got a good chunky utility to play behind, also have good roam capability with things like the Thorn on side, the Goya on side. You might hear me say that and go, there's how the hell is a 1-speed Aroma. He's going to be slow, he's going to be heavy, they're going to hit everything he does. Yes, but once those Vulcan canisters are deployed, and of course the Bulletproof 2, he is a free gun. So Legacy has that option. For now, I think he'll be one, because he's got the TCSG, sit and play at range instead inside of Garage. Otherwise, I'm really looking here at SDK, who's currently inside of open area. So it's a very gentle roam, but at least they are trying to extend their sight hold a little bit here, Tim. Not enough that it's going to truly slow Team Liquid Alienware down, I think, but it will give them something to think about.
Honestly, I really feel the pain of the Snake there. I hate going up and down stairs with Snake. I love playing Snake. Such a great operator. You can clear areas of the map so fast, but I just think you end up with a bit of a reliance on the gadget, so I do at least. And I hate going up and down stairs, because obviously you can't pick up people until you get down to the next level, or at least far enough. And it's where I always end up dying, because I go down and it's like, oh, surprise, there's a player on the stairs. I'm like, all right, great. You know, you've got to combine it with a bit of drawn intel, a bit of something else, but it can be a rough one in solo queue. Pressure is going to be coming across to Arthur on blue pretty soon. He will be playing his life. Look, this is much better from INTZ already. If you remember, beginning of the round, I said I wanted to see them play behind their utility, slow things down, and give some problems for Team Liquid Alienware to solve. And they are doing that. They've still got the smoke active on blue stairs. The rest of them are alive back in sight. This is way better from them.
At least managing to clear out some key utility here as well with the Thatcher. Of course, the temporary disabling coming on through. We've seen some really cool bait and switches between teams, tossing out a gadget, thinking it's a C4, and instead it's like a prox line, and the real C4 follows in. We've seen some really cool uses of it as well, and JV showing a little bit of that here in this round. They've got themselves in at the bottom, but look at this. He's well and truly tucked in, but it's a matter of time before he is done and out. Angels very much left to die out there by his team, as you're kind of forced to do. You try and commit towards helping him out, you're dead to the hatch. They have very little choice on that one. Another one comes on through, a third, a fourth. Oh my God, Tim. They've managed to get it down at least, but they aren't even going to be able to finish that one off. It is another flawless round in a row, even off the back of attack timeout. This is not looking pretty.
It was a better round from INTZ. If I'm trying to find the positives, it was definitely a better round than last time we saw them defend basement. They forced Team Liquid Alienware to at least play the game, to go in there and to solve those problems. Unfortunately for them, Team Liquid Alienware are really good at solving those problems. You're not going to get away with Dia's army hidden under the desk, by the way. If there's a snake on the board, which there was, Maya can just hit the scan, and he sees the little red dot. He knows you're under the desk. There's no getting away from it. So, yeah, that didn't quite work out. Look, it was worth a go, but Angels paid the price for that one. So it is 4-0 on the board. Very comfortable for Team Liquid Alienware so far. Starting us off with an absolute speed run here on Bank. I don't think, if I'm honest, it's going to get any easier for INTZ when they get into the second half of this, because they're going to be in a situation whereby they're having to attack. And I think Team Liquid Alienware are going to lock it down, pretty easily. Pretty much all of the entries so far, all four of them, have gone in Team Liquid Alienware's favour. I'm looking through the stats. I'm trying to find something for INTZ, but I'm really sorry, guys. You've just got nothing.
Yeah. There really isn't much to offer. In fact, I remember watching back on the NAL the other day, we were speaking about, there was a 7-0, and the question was, is that the fastest 7-0 we've had? One thing I've been tracking, actually, is how fast these rounds have gone. The first one took about 1 minute and 38 seconds to be over. The next one took 1 minute and 16 to be over. The next one, 1 minute and 42. Like, this isn't a speed run, Tim. We're breaking the sound barrier here. We're going pretty damn fast as Team Liquid Alienware. So I'm very curious to see if we do get to that point of it being a 7-0, if that probably does then define us as the fastest 7-0 of all time. I'd like to have a bit of belief in INTZ here. I want to believe they can get around in themselves somewhere. But as you've alluded to, that kind of starts with having a few things going your way, and maybe the entry would be a good start.
It's a shame that Team Liquid Alienware couldn't get themselves out to Salt Lake City at this rate. They could have set a new land speed record out there, Des. I'm pretty sure out on the Salt Flats is where those land speed records have been broken in the past. But yeah, Team Liquid Alienware, but I mean, having a good do at it. How about that little Raps? Gets away with one. That's the oldest trick in the book. Gets himself in and away.
That's kill number 5. We're in round 5, by the way.
I know, but it's the oldest trick. That's a mistake. I'm going to call it as I see it. Team Liquid Alienware, not spotting him, hiding in loan office. Oldest trick in the book. You're waiting there. Somebody goes on the rappel. It's an easy kill. So, Team Liquid Alienware, yes, they are cruising, but they need to make sure that they don't take their eye off the ball, Des, and let the simple bits slide. 5 versus 3. INTZ, could this be your round?
Come on, just break open all that I spoke about this fastest 7-0, but the last 3 players standing, they know where a couple of them are as well, which is the crucial part. Arthur's very much stuck in this corner here. Made us have to run for it, but no, into the waiting arms of KZU. Anticipates a swing, and he's got the right idea. There is a player off towards that side, moving in towards him. I think it's Legacy, but as of yet, hasn't had the chance to swing and catch his man out.
Be just having a little battle inside of Archives here. Legacy finds his man, takes down KZ. 4 versus 2. This is a round you got to win. If you want any chance against a team like FaZe, like Team Liquid Alienware, like Furia, the best W7M, the best that we've got in South America, you're going to have to win when you're 4 versus 2 up. Simple as that. Maya fights back though, manages to take down Raps. Always aware that there's somebody down there lurking at the bottom of blue. 3 versus 2. Team Liquid Alienware fighting back. 20 seconds, Des.
No way. I mean, the problem is they've lost their chance of a flank now, unless they commit another player to go on that long rotate to try and make it happen. And here we go. They're getting one on the back of it. Surely, Tim, no way did they get away with this. It was 4 versus 2, Tim, but they brought it down off the back of a Maya 3K into a 2 versus 1. He hits 9 kills in the game. Angel yet to find his first, and it looks like, Tim, he could be waiting that little bit longer for Leapox, calling out the information on where he is. All they've got to do is play patient until he oversteps, and here we go. Stepping on forward for Leapox, though, dropping the shield behind the bomb. Jassy gets his man for free. That's a 2v4 being won out by Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff. Maya 9-0 at this point, by the way. Not only 9 kills, 0 deaths. He's having an absolute field day right now. Brilliant stuff from Team Liquid Alienware. I think dominant probably doesn't quite cover what we are seeing at the minute. So they will be looking to wrap this one up 6-0. INTZ at this point, what do? Your back's to the wall. They've just got to get one. And I've always said this, if you're going to lose a half 5-1, then get the last round of the half. So you at least carry some momentum forward. Much better than getting the first and then getting beaten up going into that second half. So INTZ, now is your time. Dig your heels in, turn things around. It's about the only chance you've got. But they're going to be defending top floor. We saw this back in round 2. It was, as all the other sites have been, unsuccessful for INTZ. It was Maya 4K who unlocked it. Can they shut Maya down? That's got to be the big question at the minute.
Yeah. One does not simply shut down Maya, because if you do, there's KZ behind him, there's JV behind him, and then in case they're really called upon, I suppose Nade and Philippox can also go big. But as much as that last round was on the back of a Maya 3K, Philippox was really the one that made it all sing in that closing 2v4. They knew that a player was pushing them from blue, dispatched of him comfortably. Philippox then makes use of nades and, of course, the Blackbeard shield to get himself across the gap, gets the plant down, and then it's all about baiting in the attention from the remaining players on the side of INTZ that lets Maya shine. It's a classic thing with shields. You can't, especially a Blackbeard, you can't ignore him for any more than half a second. Otherwise, that shield's getting dropped. You've got a gun in your face, and, well, guess what? It's bang, bang, good night. So let's see if this carries on down that trend of being the fastest 7-0 of all time, Tim, because I'm pretty confident we're on the way there. That last round, it did come down to the dying few seconds, so that certainly helped move things out a little bit in terms of average round length. You also see a freebie there through the soft touch. They know a player is inside of Janitor. It could be a free kill waiting for the players of Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, just going to take the opportunity on the Deimos there. KZ doesn't quite find his man, but will continue trying. They've not spotted out the drone. Look, I think for INTZ, if they're going to win around, it's going to take something heroic. I think that's the point. It's going to take something really big from them to be able to get one over the line. Because as we've seen, even with, a solid round as it was in round 5, 4 versus 2, man advantage, they're still losing rounds. So you've got these players on the side of Alienware who are just happy to go in and take those fights. And I think INTZ, they're going to need to find something special in the locker if they want to get it done. KZ still trying to make a nuisance of himself underneath. But interesting news, we don't often see the keeper barricades used on the floor. A lot of players, I think, forget that they can be used like that to just give you that security from below. KZ does find the opener, though, and the pressure continues. You got to feel for STK.
Yeah, you can screenshot that one. There's just a triangle of players around him. Everything he does, except stand still, leads to his death. And even then when he runs out of keybers, he has got no more choice. A 4 versus 3 then as we get towards this last 60. Still potential here for INTZ. Looking at the C4. Why they've still got a bulletproof in back pocket, I'm not entirely sure. But hey, it's okay. They've also got a C4 in back pocket, Tim, that maybe can do a little bit of work. JV's got tons of utility to work with here, though. Team Liquid Alienware surely feel they have this one in the bag.
Don't worry about Intel, Des. Don't worry about them bulletproof cameras. They're just being brought along for decoration, I think, by INTZ. 3 versus 4, 25 seconds left to go. Team Liquid Alienware leaving things a little bit late here. If things go wrong, that's going to be a problem because you don't have time for plan B, plan C. They're going to have to make sure plan A works. Legacy picks one up, taking down Maya with a headshot. 3 versus 1 as 2 quick kills come in. Could it be a 6-0 half? It's certainly looking like it. Legacy manages to find the feet of the Blackbeard. Blackbeard then takes down the Hibana. 2 more. Legacy holds on. It's a 1v3. I said they needed a hero play, and Legacy just delivered.
Right in a legacy of his own, I think, Tim. It at least gives them a bit of breathing room, but there is so much more to do. Let's have a listen to what Leo and Milos have got to say about that half.
Well, you might have shifted the needle just a tiny little bit in that end of half on Legacy, but overall, it is strictly a Team Liquid Alienware advance. Full on in control, Leo. What's been going on in the first half? How do INTZ even recover from this?
Well, so far, it seems the perfect metaphor of the pregame. We mentioned that the only bright star coming from INTZ was Legacy, and it ends on a 1v3 from that player to get in the first round. And honestly, if you just look at the first 5 rounds, maybe round 5 was the only one where really they should have had a shot. It was a 5v3. But if we look at the rest of the rounds, it is utter domination from Team Liquid. It feels like they've had 2 months to cook in the shadows. That one single mistake that they made by losing to NIP and then losing to FaZe has now been paid off in the sense that, yes, they didn't go to Salt Lake City, but they had 2 more months to adjust to A, a new player, B, new roles. And so JV now as a flex support, much more is on the back line, gets a great number of kills. Maya as bright as always, Felipox, such great calls, abusing the shields as much as possible. Everything clicks in together, and even when it doesn't on round 5, Maya is there, gets a triple kill, and they still win the round. Realistically, the only thing that can happen is a huge moment from one of the guys on the other side, which usually is going to be Legacy, and that 1v3. It's beautiful to see, and you may ask the question, I think Tim said it best, what would have happened should Team Liquid have made it to Salt Lake City? Maybe we would have seen something amazing, but at least right now, I want to see more of these guys.
Absolutely. It's good to see the entire squad back into it just in this first half, and seeing everybody smiling in between rounds, especially the ones where they couldn't believe that they got it over the line. We'll see what happens in our second half as we swap sides and continue on with Bank, and of course, with Ace and Des.
Thank you very much, Milos. Indeed, it was a tale of one half, really, it feels so far, Tim. Like, outside of that final round clutch by Legacy, it has been outright domination for Team Liquid Alienware so far. And I almost feel bad saying this in these circumstances, but there are 2 halves to a game of Siege. Team Liquid Alienware could be absolute dog at defending for all we know. We just don't know. You'd assume not, but crazier things have happened, like not making it to Salt Lake City. So we'll see if INTZ can show us a little bit of bite here, if they really can get that stone in the sling and yeet it at Liquid Alienware and get some rounds on the board in this second half.
It's still going to take a mammoth effort, but like I said, if you're only going to win 1 round in that first half, round 6 has got to be the prime round to win. Get yourself at least that little bit of momentum, that little bit of mentality to think, right, here we go. We've got something to build with. Let's see if INTZ can double down on that. I think also not just about winning round 6 being important, but I think following it up with a win in round 7 particularly important as well, so that you start building on it and maybe just give yourself that feeling, send that message that attack is going to be the half for you. So we kick things off down in the basement. It's going to be Team Liquid Alienware on the defense. Nothing too wild in the setup. We've still got a persistence of Thorn there, which I think is a good thing. I've been playing a lot of Thorn myself recently. So powerful at the minute. Really good after those Razor Bloom changes. I think she's in a really good spot at the minute. Does a really good job of area denial, time denial, keep one in pocket like KZ has. You can even do plant denial. You know, if you know where the diffuser's going down, send that Razor Bloom in. We've seen that quite a few times. Late round throw, toss it in. It stops the plant, and they've got to come back to it. Really great stuff from Thorn.
Yeah, she's brilliant. And many, I think, mistakenly assume that the gadget is no longer lethal. Like, oh, it slows them down, it makes them bleed, they make a lot of noise, yada, yada, yada. It is still lethal inside a very, very small range. Admittedly, not to every operator. I think the damage was like 110 now, so it will not kill a 1 speed, but still pretty damn lethal, all things considered. And as we were talking about with Fresh Testing, we were playing ranked, it's the fact that you get 4 of the gadgets of the Razor Blooms and you get double barbed wire. Those are 6 spots of the map that you can cover off, which is really, really important in the current meta where you have very little choice but to roam around the map and be aggressive and look to extend, because otherwise you sit back on site, you just get slammed by all these extremely powerful attackers. And if you leave all 5 up, fair chance you're going to lose out on the execute. So Thorn really helps you cover a bunch of those gaps that you can't fully cover with just 2 or 3 operators. First challenge coming on through, though, as Angel stepping up on towards main stairs here. Looking for a challenge on the downstairs, but Tina Anywhere player will back away at least for a moment. But it doesn't mean that Angel will stop being persistent with that push.
After Thatcher going out as well, just disabling some of that gadgetry, likely aimed at the electricals, try and get those hatches open, a bit of vertical pressure going on. See that the lights were out there in CCTV rooms. I think they've been affected by the EMP there, which tells us that's going to be the hatch that they were working towards. And now it's going to be blue stairs. It's going to be getting down into server. I think, not sure if they're aware or not. The way they were looking at blue stairs, I think there's a number of things going on. Let's, number one, make sure that there's no Razor Blooms on there that are going to cause us a problem. But also, are we picking anything else up? Is there an operator there that's on the camps? Is there, anything else that we can find if we don't have that bit of drone intel? The lights are back on in CCTV now, so Team Liquid Alienware will be able to see what's going on. But INTZ have got nice clean access into server here, Des. They get the first kill as well, taking down KZ. That's the Thorn off the board. A good gun is gone, and there's a real chance for INTZ here.
I'm worried about the time or anything. We're in the last 30 seconds and they've still got quite a bit to do. JV gets Angel back, which certainly isn't ideal, but look at the range we've got here as well. JV, Aruni, as we all know, on defense right now, an absolute demon with that DMR. So all the gadgets keep on raining on through. Another smoke coming out, but is it deep enough? No, it's not. Arthur's going to be able to try and stick this one out here, as no one's going to be able to stop him. You can see all the gadgetry inside the site, no one around to deny. And now suddenly, Team Liquid Alienware have got to spring into action. They're a man down. They're in a post plan. This is not looking pretty.
No, not at all. Just roaming around there, taking damage from their own Vulcan canister and trying to get an angle, but JV, they're not... Oh, I was going to say they're not going to offer you anything. They don't need to. Arthur does strafe across the door, manages to pick up one, wraps with another. Maya fighting back, but Arthur is in there, in the mix, right inside a sight to take him down with the melee kill. INTZ, they get a second on the board. It's 5-2.
Tim? How much do we dare to dream?
Not yet. I'll tell you what they need. They need, before I will start believing in this comeback, Des, they need at least another 5 rounds.
Yeah, you aren't really counting Alienware out, it feels. You spoke earlier on about their exit from kickoff that saw them not going to Salt Lake. They were, dare I say, kind of unfortunate, because you lose NIP in the upper bracket and you think, oh, okay, NIP are performing above expectations. They're playing really well in kickoff. Fair enough. Let's go and see who we're going to face in the lower bracket. Maybe like a Loud or a Loss. Oh, no, it's FaZe. And you come up against a team like FaZe, who are the standing world champions, arguably the best team in the world right now. And it's a little bit like, well, we're screwed. That's unfortunate. Because at the time we were saying, can you imagine a major where we don't have one of Team Liquid Alienware, former world champions, major winners, you name it, or FaZe, back-to-back world champions? Like, you couldn't imagine a world where neither of them were at an event. Well, where one of them wasn't at an event, but that was the outcome that we had to come into. And fair to say, in those first 5 rounds, we saw the Team Liquid Alienware that should have been at that event. Maybe across the last couple, though, we're starting to see some of the wobbles. Might suggest there are reasons they didn't make it, Tim. Let's see how we go on this top floor defense.
Welcome to Brazil, though, isn't it? That's the whole problem. You've got to avoid these lower brackets. You've got to avoid those not disqualification, but the knockout games, because at the point where you can lose your position in the tournament, there's a good chance that you're going to, because you're in Brazil and you're going to be playing some phenomenal opponents. You've got to get yourself the stronger teams. Have got to get through that upper bracket. Got to get straight there, so they're not having to run that gauntlet. And it's a lesson that Team Liquid Alienware have learned harshly, missing out on that event. But for now, in goes the Rotero drone. INTZ will continue their attack. Going to open up the soft wall there, giving a little bit of access into sight. And right now, it's going to be about making sure the rest of the map is clear. They're going to be concerned about basement. We often see players down there, and so making sure that they've got that cleared out.
Of course, you'll note we don't have the Ace or the Habana available. They've both been banned away, so we can't get this wall opened up. Doesn't mean you can't place one of the windows, which is what Legacy is I want to say trying to do right now, but he's already been shot down to dangerously low HP. Of course, wants to make sure he gets a chance to make use of those breaching rounds, but see his head, and sure enough, trying to take it clean off, gets away with one. But Maya, it's just too easy, Tim. It is too easy.
I think Maya should have to up the difficulty. He's obviously playing on easy. He's obviously playing on recruit, isn't he? There's not a chance. Not a chance Maya's playing on the same difficulty I do. I'm on veteran.
Tim, I played ranked with you recently. Come on now.
It's not been a good week, It's not been a good week.
It's been a rough week.
Because of my PC issues and one thing and another, I've had a bit of time off, and it's always rough coming back to Siege. STK does manage to take down Maya. That's going to reduce the difficulty level for INTZ. You better believe it. 4 versus 3 now. Another round that they've got a real opportunity to win. 50 seconds. That's the bit I'm looking at, though. Not saying they're short of time yet, but they are not in a position to start putting this diffuser down, and they've got a clash to deal with. So a lot of work yet for them to do. KZ manages to pick up Raps 3 versus 2 as STK finds one onto Felipox. It's still doable. 35 seconds left to go. They've got to stop shedding bodies though, and 2 go down. Make it 3. Team Liquid Alienware get themselves onto 6. It's match point.
That's kind of more of what we expected coming out from Team Liquid Alienware. Really well played. Nade, especially on the clash, so aggressive with his positioning. But because they managed to get rid of Arthur on the windows, they were like, oh, that's not Arthur, sorry. The Ash upon the windows who was Legacy, they were like, oh, there's now the chance of putting a second player there, it's basically 0. We can afford to go and be more aggressive. We know that we've got main stairs covered by KZ. So what does he do? Rounds and goes really aggressive on Arthur on the Monty. And I tell you what, it's a torturous experience being a shield player when the clash is in front of you, because by the time your shield has reset itself, so you can maybe ADS again and try and make something happen, nope, your shield is being broken away again in a guard break, and you are basically pinned to the spot. There is nothing you can do. They'd even had the time to deploy the shield, keep on zapping Arthur, and then kill him with a gun afterwards as well. It was brutal, but it just goes to show if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. Very bruising from Team Liquid Alienware. Ints now have got 4 rounds to recover to take us not towards a win for them, but towards OT, Tim. It is a big ask. Let's see how they fare attacking into the basement.
Let's see. I mean, yeah, let's see. They've done they've already won around there, so that's something for them at least. With Team Liquid Alienware choosing not to go to staff and open, it does give INTZ an opportunity at least, you know, to build on what they've done previously, what worked previously. It was a pretty textbook attack. It was nice. They took blue stairs, took control of server, got control of the hatches, put a lot of pressure on, and got a plant down. It was good stuff. It was due to a missed smoke that they had opportunity to put the plant down, but still, it was good from them. Not so good is the entry in this round if you're an INTZ fan. Team Liquid Alienware coming out, kicking things off, taking STK down. The loss of the Grim, that's big for the round. Big operator, a lot of utility to lose.
Again, is a case of what I said earlier about give them an inch, they'll take a mile. I can think of players that have played in archives of the C4 and look to deny a sledge or a ram from getting up on the top floor. But look where KZ is. He's already got the freebie on towards the window on square. He's then rotated his way in towards long desk and impacted away one of the ram gadgets that was going down. Then he got himself tucked into the corner of CEO to stop Angel just rappelling in towards his top floor. This is so punishing. And now Maya's also getting involved. That's 2 players on the top floor for Team Liquid Alienware that have yet to be punished. At least they've got one back to him, but not before that reign of terror of KZ has wasted a good 60 seconds and got a kill.
Yeah, that's it. It's the time that's been wasted, isn't it? You look at a site like Server, there's a lot of work to be going on down there. You've got to be getting the hatches open. You've got to get control of blue, get control of server, put the pressure into CCTV, make sure that you've cleared out mid-floor as well. There's just so much to be doing, and time could become a factor for INTZ. Is Raps aware? Yes, it is. Nade goes in. That's going to clear out the Malsey. Well played. And that will give them at least control of everywhere but the site.
This should be the kind of time now where we're Team Liquid Alienware with 75 seconds to play. 4 versus 2. Back in towards site. Play behind the C4 you've got in back pocket in the 3 smokes that you've got, because you are going to force Legacy and Angel to have to do a lot of work to try and rescue this one. Sure enough, they're at least playing together here, mainly around this main stairs point, with one looking to potentially drop in through the hatch. And this is just Death Alley waiting to happen when the C4s and smokes on side. But sure enough, Angels is going to try it, Tim.
Yeah, he's just going to go creeping down the Difficulty, of course, is getting through this single door. Once he gets himself through there, if he's not looking like he's going to do. Oh, what a shot! Manages to find the angle, takes down JV92, and that just opens up this basement for him. If he can get through this funnel, through this choke point, another beauty onto Maya, it means he's got a real opportunity to win the round. 3K from Angels, 2 versus 1 now. Nade desperately trying to hold on.
That is mad that you've seen a team of this caliber drop away from a 4v2 and a basement defense to this, and then Legacy's there to collect the last. He's had a great recovery, Legacy, to be fair to him. Up at what, 8 and 6 now, I think he stands? That's the kind of thing that, again, it's a round you'll look at Alienware and say, got 2 entries, bullied them on the top floor, wasted loads of time, and then when it really mattered at the end of a round, things of just a small lapse of attention, a small falling apart, a small crumbling has opened the door for INTZ to get back in. There is still 3 rounds for them to find, but I'm starting to feel a little bit nervous already for Team Alienware, Tim.
Well, you know, the INTZ are certainly making a run at it. There's, joking aside, I think they need another 2 before we start, you know, talking about them being able to do this one. If we get to 6-5, then we can maybe start thinking about it, because I just think Team Liquid Alienware, there's such a good, you know, they need 1 round. They need 1 round. And they've had the run of things so far. So, you know, we'll see how we go. But Team Liquid Alienware, they're deciding not to go back down to the basement again. I think it's a very good choice. Played it twice, lost it twice. Especially the way that you've sold that last round effectively. You've really given that away. I think, yeah, move on somewhere else. Top floor's not available because they've won it, so get yourself to your 3rd choice. And the thing is, yes, it's a 3rd choice for defenders, but let's not forget that means that the attackers don't necessarily attack here as often as they do other sites as well, so it's not always as easy to do. So let's see how it plays out. Team Liquid Alienware looking through that defensive lineup. Malusi's the one that stands out the most to me. We don't see too much Malusi these days. I really like Malusi. I think she's a pretty flexible operator. Got the shotgun, got the impact nades, got the banshees. You know, a lot going for her. Little bit noisy on the roam sometimes, so you got to be aware of that if you're going to be playing a top floor like you are now. But other than that, yeah, I think very solid.
All right, well, the tools they've got are looking pretty punishing for those that might be out on the roam, and as you probably would expect, and as we spoke about back in the first half when INTZ were playing up here, even though you're defending the first floor, you chuck a couple of players upstairs and look to try and waste time. Get a Dockerby call in there, and there's potentially 2 shields bearing down on you, and a Lion scan. Ugh. Wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of that one. So hopefully they can find themselves with a couple of early entries here to really get momentum going into the round. But no, Legacy has been their star player today, falls. They get rid of a second as Arthur tries to capitalize, Tim. It's falling apart before our very eyes. A 5v2. It looked like a bit of a valiant fight back, Tim, but David versus Goliath was a bit of a fairy tale for one reason. It only worked the one time, and here I think Goliath is coming crushing on down on the little man.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. Until INTZ got themselves onto that round 5, I wasn't really willing to believe, because Team Liquid Alienware just always have this possibility. They always have this round up their sleeve where they're just going to run over you inside of 30 seconds a minute. That's exactly what's happened. INTZ now find themselves 1 versus 4. Angel managed to have a 3K in the last round. He's going to need get all of them here. 4 more remain in front of him. He's going to start taking damage. Not ideal. And you just feel that his days are numbered. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. So he does have time going for him at least. Does have those Dockerby calls as well. But they know he's coming. JB92 steps around the corner, and Team Liquid Alienware, they take their first win in stage 1.
Myers really enjoying just laying into him in the all chat there after the game as well. But I think an outcome we all expected, Tim. Maybe not quite in the fashion that we expected, admittedly. After those first 5 rounds, I thought we were on the way to the fastest 7-0 of all time. But you saw the outcome. We did get a few back from INTZ. And to be fair to them, I think they can build on that, and we can see a bit more out of them in future play days.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think there's something there. I always say this with Brazil. It's always the same. You're playing 4 teams. You got FaZe, Team Liquid Alienware, you got Furia, and you got Fluxo W7M. They're kind of write-offs. It's like, yeah, you go into them, you think, if I get anything brilliant, if I don't worry about it. And the real challenge comes across, you know, against the other teams around you, the Louds, the Losses. So INTZ, I don't think will be too bothered, but Team Liquid Alienware looking really good.
And as they should as well. They've got a lot to prove, like I say, after Salt Lake, or not making it to Salt Lake, and we'll see how they continue to develop over the next few play days. But I believe our desk are ready, so let's hand over to Milos and Leo now, who of course will have an interview for you in just a few minutes' time.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, we had our hopes up at some point. I said that we're going to punch back into this, but unfortunately, an opening game against the Team Liquid Alienware that was looking for revenge. No two ways around it. After the way that kickoff ended, it's good to see good smiles on their faces, taking it all in strides, and really Maya, JV, KZ, everybody putting in the numbers there that were needed to get Team Liquid across the line. I think they're going to be pretty happy with their opening day performance, Leo.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it was utter domination. As much as, yes, the defenses could have used a little bit of work because obviously it was a 2-2. I think overall they can be really proud of themselves. It was a testament of their strength right now. 80% of the entries won by Team Liquid, in most of the early rounds they were just dominating. It's just a little bit of discipline in some of the situations where they had a huge man advantage that they gave away, but I'm not worried at all. This is exactly the kind of things that you fix during a stage. So looking at this roster, I'm super impressed, and like I said in the halftime, I think they really benefited from, in the end, not going to Salt Lake City and spending all of this time prepping, working, adjusting to the new roles. So far it seems to work against ANTZ. We just need to see the consistency of that. If they can show the same level across the stage, they're going to be absolutely incredible. And I'm 100% convinced they will make it WC.
Honestly, there's something about this, even from personal experience. Sometimes it takes a moment of being knocked down for you to really get back into it and really find your flow once again. And it seems like in the opening day, that indeed did happen for TL Alienware. Let's have a chat, though, with the one and only Felipox joining us on the interview. Let's bring him up. Bom dia, Felipox. Welcome to the show. Thank you very much for joining us. I want to ask you, how are y'all doing now since kickoff didn't really work out the way that you wanted it to be? What did you change in the meantime? What were you mostly practicing on to get back in the swing of things in stage one?
Bom dia, Milosh. Bom dia, Alfama. Nice to see you guys. Nice to be back here playing and winning and be back here in the interview. Yeah, we didn't qualify and we changed a lot. We didn't change a lot of things. We stick with the roles, but we took the time to really see what went wrong and prep even more. So I think it was like, it wasn't good to be there in the major, but it was good for the moment for us to really have a time and see what was going wrong. And I think we really fixed a lot of things. And yeah, we did a good showing today.
You mentioned role changes. What specifically changed in the meantime? Who's on what now?
No, I said it wrong. We stick with the roles. We didn't change that. Yeah. We stick with the roles. I'm the support one and all of that. But now we had even more time to get along with that and to prepare, because kickoff was really fast. So we changed the roles. We had the entry of Maya, and we only had like, I don't know, 3 weeks to prepare, and then the tournament was 2 weeks already also. So it was really fast. So I think the time was really good for us.
I think we could see the results directly in the game. That's what I told Milosh at the beginning of the game. I felt like maybe not qualifying to the major was a blessing in disguise, in the sense that you guys made such huge, drastic rule changes. I'm thinking of JV, for example, that had like a poor kickoff statistically, but he had to adapt to a whole new role. You had to integrate Maya into it. You went more on the back line and were playing a lot of shields as well. I think we're starting to see the results in this very first game. What do you think is the reason where the defense were a little bit shakier than the rest of the match in the whole?
I think Bank is a map that it's hard to defend. And also INTZ was doing really good attacks. And we had a round like a 4v2, I think, that it was really good for us and we threw. So it could have been easier. So yeah, I think it was that.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not too worried about you. I think that the level you showed today is a great example of that. Would you agree that maybe the fact that you were kind of hiding or hidden in the last 2 months, when big teams like FaZe, for example, or Furia were showing a lot of stuff at Salt Lake City, do you think this is going to be an advantage going into this stage to surprise them and eventually go to EWC?
I think it's good in a way, not in the sense of like hiding things, because Rainbow Six changed a lot, like in really fast. So I don't think in that way, but I mean in the way that they are not thinking about us, like that we started to be like some kind of underdogs. We are never going to be the underdogs, but you know what I mean. Like we didn't qualify for the major, so now we aren't the favorites anymore. And I think in that sense, it's really good.
It gives you it kind of hides your full energy levels, to give a little bit of a Dragon Ball Z quote here. But Felipox, it is a great opening for Team Liquid Alienware. Is there anything you'd like to say to the TLAW fans out there that are looking forward to a victorious stage 1?
I'd like to thank, first of all, for the kind messages that we received after not qualifying for the major. It was really good to see that you guys are supporting us and you guys have our back. So thank you. And we are doing our best to do everything to qualify, to make you guys happy and proud of us. And hopefully we are going to qualify for the EWC, then for the major, and we are going to maybe win it. That's our goal. So thank you for the support. And don't forget to buy the Team Liquid skin on Rainbow Six Siege.
Very good. You get the extra 5 points at the end of it. Felipox, thank you again. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you tomorrow for more matches. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
And there it is. A great performance from Team Liquid Alienware to get themselves across the line on the opening day, really showing their skills against INTZ. That power level has been hidden for quite a while. I think, Leo, that they were eager to finally show things in an official matchup.
Yeah, and honestly, I've got to say it, you know, seeing Maya on Solid Snake, seeing KZ play a little bit of the new Dokaibi, the two of them together, Nade on the Lion, I mean, it was a perfect, like when Felipox said we are adjusting and you know, we're not necessarily hiding stuff because Siege changes so quickly. Look at the lineups that they're playing in attack. They're directly adapting to the current meta. They're bringing on operators that are crowd control operators because the meta is around this right now. But at the same time, they're still abusing the range hard breachers because for some reason INTZ did not ban them. Eventually banned the Dokaibi away from KZ. But it was a perfect mix of we're bringing shields because it's a shields meta. We're bringing range hard breach because it's dank, and then we can abuse everything that's strong. And all of that in coordination, looking like a real team, despite the role changes. So I think it's starting to pay off. We saw it today. Obviously, like you said, I think the defense side is not necessarily like a big alarm. I think the fact they lost the 4v2 is probably a bigger one, but that's just that's always going to happen when you play at the top level. You're always going to find every game is also strong. Every teammate is also strong. Every rival is also strong, and so if you just have one or a couple of mistakes in one round, you're going to get punished, even if it's against INTZ. They have the level, they have the players to beat you. So it's not a surprise as well. Just want to point out that we're still seeing the same trend for the players. Maya, KZ, still the big hitters on the side of Team Liquid. But the new thing that's cool is JV. Finally stepping up. And realistically, you only need 2 to 3 big fraggers in a team to make it advance. It's fine if Nade and Felipox are a bit more quiet because they play the support roles. But seeing JV up there, it brings me a smile.
Yeah, absolutely. We got used to over 2.5 years, 3 years almost, of JV being this big pompous man that speaks very loudly wherever he is. And it's good to see him back really on the board, showing up where it's needed. But one person that's continued to do it through the old Team Liquid Alienware roster, the new one, be it kickoff or in stage 1, it's Maya. He's our MVP for the matchup. And clearly he's been going to the gym, lifting all those mice all day, every day, because he's got the fit and he's got the numbers to prove it also on the server. It's very good to see from Maya, and very happy because a lot of times there's kind of the player left over from the old roster that you see just kind of slowly disappear into the background. That's not Maya. It never has been Maya, and I'm glad that the entire roster has been reformed, even if it took a bit of a loss in kickoff to not make it to SLC, to be here and to kick off stage 2 stage 1 in such a clean way. Though, Leo, that is only our first game of today. And as always, we come in with 5 best of ones for their 10 teams. FaZe Clan, the only team from SAL to make it deep into Salt Lake City, they're playing against Imperial. There's a bit of an offside here, but we'll tell you all about that after this break.
Pausão do Igão.
Pausão?
Do Igor, não.
Pera aí. Tomar 7x0.
Nunca tomou 7x0.
Nunca tomou. Outra coisa, perder da FaZe. Já começa o português errado. Que é perder para a FaZe.
É, tem isso também.
Pra perder da FaZe. É, perder da FaZe a gente nunca perdeu. Pra perder o quê da FaZe? Já perdeu. Pra perder o quê?
Cair na primeira fase. Nunca caiu na primeira fase.
Não.
Nunca caiu na primeira
Só
fase.
fúria. 0-3 agora no meio.
Banir fronteira? Já baniu fronteira?
Banir fronteira.
Ah, baniu contra ali, que o jogo não valia nada ali, que a gente queria jogar.
Queria
naquela
jogar,
época, né?
verdade. Falar gás antes da cal. Eu não falo gás.
Eu falo?
Tu fala gás?
Não sei.
Não sei também, não falo não.
Ah, vamos colocar que a gente não fez isso.
É,
aqui.
não fala não.
Gravar doc de bastidores. Sim.
Gravar doc de bastidores. O que é isso?
Como assim que é bastidor? Você sabe o que é bastidor?
Documentário, tipo, o cara vai lá com a câmera do time e grava.
É, o bastidor, tipo, nada relacionado ao campeonato.
Tá, a gente nunca
tá
usou-
no dia a dia do campeonato ali.
a gente nunca
fora
usou a
do
palavra
jogo.
bastidor.
Como não usou? Você não sabe o que é bastidor? Você nunca viu um vídeo de bastidor. Tipo ali o vestiário, tá no vestiário, tá ali antes do
Levar
jogo.
hate no Twitter. Ah, isso aqui é
Já,
claro,
né?
essa aí
você,
você é louco.
Você presenciou bastante esse último mês, né?
Pô, experiência própria.
Pausão do Igão.
Pausão?
Do Igor, não.
Pera aí. É o quê?
Não, isso aqui não.
Tu já?
Não.
Pausão?
Não.
Do Igão?
Não.
Rapaz.
Não. Já teve pause do Igor CTG. Agora esse aqui, não.
Pausão?
Isso aí, não. Tu já?
Tu nunca?
Não. Tu já?
Eu nunca.
Então não. Então a gente só teve
Mas talvez o quê?
2,
Pausão do Igão?
3, 4, 4.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Ah, vai, como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mas eu vou engolir. Vou mastigar, acho que é mais difícil. O bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de Snake. Fora de Snake.
Fora de Snake.
Stop. Isso que eu faço. Stop. Não tem como não.
Saints.
Oh. Hey.
Flores. Tá dando pra ouvir. Thunderbird. Thunderbird. Foi?
Eu não gosto de paçoca. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Por favor, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos marcar aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé.
Vamos jogar chalé.
O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo.
Exato.
O KDS vai sorrir.
Exato.
E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder do AW7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7x0, não vai
Aí
ter.
é sacanagem com a nossa cara.
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção.
Por favor, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
Welcome back, my friends. It's so difficult to keep your eyes away from the broadcast because the content that the Brazilians they make.
I love the music.
It's so good. It's so funny. And I'm glad this is difficult for us because usually when we're filming something with these players somewhere in the world, it has to be in English, but because they're doing it in Portuguese, it's always so relaxed and it's good. Yeah, man, it's just so good. honestly, on another level so far. And we're only in week number 1 here of SAL. But Leo, we went through our first matchup. Team Liquid Alienware, looking great, right? INTZ, some things to work on. We'll see. Maybe it was just a tough opponent in day 1. However, speaking of tough opponents, it's game 2. It's Imperial versus FaZe. And FaZe, well, let's just say they're kind of the gatekeepers of toughness, not just in Brazil, but in many ways all over the world.
Yeah, the best team in the world, to be honest. Let's just be honest. Like, who wins the side twice, like 2 times in a row with the exact same lineup?
KDS, and he doesn't even care about it.
Exactly. And honestly, like, if you look at Salt Lake City, I think, do you know when the major winner was decided? It was in quarterfinals. It was when Dark Zero defeated Team FaZe. That's it. Like, that's the reality. Like, I think Dark Zero knew they were going to win the event when they managed to take down FaZe. I think for any team to take down FaZe in a BO3, it's such a huge miracle that it just gives you an incredible confidence boost. And that's because we've never seen a team that good before. I think that they're better than the G2 Penta era. I think that they're, in the long term, have showed the more consistency. Because you have to take into account, we're in 2026, this roster has been together for years now. Years, the exact same one. And they've been dominating for years, qualifying to everything for years, winning SAL for years. And so, looking at this roster, I mean, you know, it's no match on paper with Imperial. Like, you're looking at Imperial and you compare it to FaZe and you're like, Imperial, they had a 20% attack win rate at kickoff, a 40% defense win rate. They went 0-4. You know, it's a lineup that came up from Challenger Series, but that struggled hard with Tier 1 level. And I think, you know, we're arriving on play day 1 and it's directly David versus Goliath in all of its ways.
Yeah, it's always difficult to try to square up matches like this because it's just statistically there's not much to work with, right? Because there's been so much time since kickoff. But in general, it is scary as all hell to go up against FaZe. Any team is scared to go up against FaZe. You talked about in Salt Lake City when Dark Zero realized, oh shit, we took them down, we can win this whole thing. That's the kind of levels, that's the gatekeeping that we talk about with FaZe. Even though they qualified in a lower bracket of kickoff, it was still off of, I guess, a very unexpected way. And once they actually got there, it was super close against Liquid Alienware, but at the end of the day, they proved that they were the better team. But in a game like this, maybe Imperial can find a bit of solace in our map Veto and what map we'll have for this. Leo, can you please carry us through this?
Yeah, let's take a look at the map Veto. And as we see the bans roll out, as a reminder, these two teams, Milosh, they played each other at kickoff. Yeah. And this is an interesting stuff. Do you remember what the score was?
7-1, well, 1-7, Imperial losing.
Exactly. Do you remember the map?
Oh. Night Haven Labs.
So we're going to Night Haven Labs, the map on which FaZe Clan 7-1 Imperial during kickoff. And just as you know, and just for consistency's sake, FaZe Clan on the map this season after SI are completely undefeated, a 100% win rate, 5 wins in a row against Imperial, Fluxo W7M, Black Dragons, Lost, and 5 Fears. And if we look at the head-to-head between the two, obviously since Imperial joined, a single victory for FaZe, which was that 7-1. It is a very, very surprising to see Imperial go back on the map. I assume they knew that by letting it open, FaZe Clan would obviously be willing to take that one. And you know what? Why not? In all of seriousness, like if you look at Imperial on paper, there is no world on which they can beat FaZe Clan. If they have a BO1 in their hands, if I was the IGL on my Imperial side, what would I do? For the first playday, I can cook for 1-2 weeks on counter strats. And what I want to do, I want to make sure that I know on which map we're going to end. And so if they knew they would let up on Night Haven Labs, they knew FaZe would 100% be ready to play them again on it. And so they can cook counter strats on the map. But realistically, even though FaZe has showed it a lot during Salt Lake City against 5 Fears, against Lost, even with this, there is only so much you can do on Night Haven Labs. It's quite a basic map. So I don't know, like I understand the point of making a counter strat. Is it the right map? I'm not sure. But at the same time, against such a big opponent with such a big gap between the two, it is the smart choice to go and come up with a counter strat, because otherwise you stand no chance in that BO1.
That's kind of the tough part of it for Imperial, because you're going to go into this thinking, oh, it's FaZe. It's going to be a tough game no matter how you cut it. Like you said, might as well just play on a map where we can prepare ahead of time. If we lose, sure, we lost against FaZe, right? You can't really hold it against yourself. But what you're trying to do is improve on what happened in kickoff. And if the goal is that, and to go beyond a 7-1 loss, then maybe there's a lot of improvement here for Imperial. More of a game where they can say, look, even if we lost, we made a statement. We've pushed FaZe to the edge. We put in more work than we did before, so we got 3, 4 rounds, maybe even 5 against FaZe. That would be impressive. And if you're a player on the Imperial roster, your energy and your momentum is going to start to build up from one play day to the next. And it might be a good start despite a loss, because honestly, we'll say it again, not many teams can say, we beat FaZe Clan. Best of 1, best of 3, best of 5s, whatever it may be. They're always the gatekeepers, so you might as well just go in and hope for the best, but also prepare as best as you can. Maybe this is a masterclass in planning and preparation and bait, Leo. We don't know. We're going to have to let the game speak for itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, not many people can say that they beat FaZe. I can say I did, but it was 6 years ago. And it was a very different lineup.
It's not even the same FaZe.
It's not even the same players.
Leo.
But
Mav is not here. He retired.
But realistically, you know, looking at this matchup, I do want to believe in Imperial. I want to believe that at least they can show something. They had zero pressure on themselves. Everyone expects this to be a stomp from the side of FaZe, and so that gives them an advantage to go into the SAL first play day and try new things. Try you know, some rushes, some counter strat that we've shown, and maybe, you know, get a footing for the rest, because realistically they're not supposed to walk away with a point, and that's cool, that's fine. What better way to start the stage than to actually go into it without any pressure, you know, that you're feeling.
I think it's a very, very healthy way of looking at it. And I know, Leo, there's a lot of region names that are going through your head. My man has been on EML, NAL, and SAL this week alone. I'm surprised you're still going through it, but that's just the job of a man who is as loving, as dedicated as he is to this game. However, before we get our game started, we're not going to be Mike Hogs for long. Let's bring in our casters, Dezichu and Ace of Pirates. Let's bring them up. Come on.
Yeah, and explain yourself. What does it mean, Mike Hogs?
Mike Hogs, because you guys have been talking for 3 minutes, and I was like, I wanted to rip into you for speaking about beating FaZe 6 years ago.
Ah, yeah. I knew as soon as I said a sentence.
Can't do it now. I've got to be good. Milos protected you.
All I'm thinking is there's some jealousy here, because none of you have beaten FaZe in your career.
Yeah, and that won't change anytime soon, I'm afraid.
Yeah, not for any one of us, and for rarer still, any other team. And Leo is on this path of learning a new thing in English every single play day.
Yeah.
Tim, Mike Hogs, why is it meant this way? You know, can you explain it for a good friend, Leo?
I don't know. I don't really know where it comes from. But it's about it. You'd say if somebody's like taking over something, you'd say they're hogging the mic. I don't know if that's to do with like maybe a perceived greed of hogs
pigs
as a creature. I think
like pigs in general, like they're like in a tray of food, that sort of thing. I think it's related to that. Like you're hogging
like
the
that,
food,
but with
you're
a
hogging
microphone.
something.
Yeah.
Can you do that again?
Yeah, you like that basically. Yeah. There you go. Welcome. Yeah.
It's a good SAL day. So yeah, there you go. I hope you learned something with us today, chat, and also Leo. Now looking into this matchup of FaZe versus Imperial. You're Imperial, Derry. Good for you. You're Imperial. You are now faced with the fact that you have to...
It's a good question to ask, Des, because this is like him loading into every single rank match. It's like he's, you know, Imperial against
silver.
FaZe, so...
Hey, ain't that bad. Come on now. It is
nobody does call-outs like that.
Yeah. I'm great at call-outs these days. I was IGN these boys. I've had Tim, I've had Ollie in there. Their first time on Calypso Casino. I've been like, boys, just follow me. We got this. And did we win, Tim?
We did. I am now, I will say, with or without you, I've also become somewhat of a king in Yellow Corridor down in the basement. Put me on the Clash and watch me go.
No, that's where the plebs play, man. Trust me, that's not the place to be. Idiots will attack into yellow, I'll tell you that now.
Well, that's it. I get loads of kills there. It's great.
On Clash? In a corridor? That's crazy. What next?
I guess everything happens in Copper.
Anyways, my friends, Imperial Esports versus FaZe Clan. The classic here as we go into Nighthaven Labs. David v. Goliath. Who pulls out the slingshot? We'll yet to see. Des Ace, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Yes. Dare I say, Tim, I'm getting deja vu. I feel like I'm walking into a repeat of our last game because this again is a recently promoted Challenger Series team. Imperial Esports did win that. Congratulations to them. Coming up against a bit of a titan of the region. But you're not coming up against Team Liquid, who failed to make it to Salt Lake City. You're coming up against FaZe, who finished 3rd, 4th there, who won SI, who are often regarded as the best team in the world. Dare I say, I feel like we're in for another pretty bruising David versus Goliath performance.
Look, everything points in that direction. It would be it would make us look silly to say otherwise. Is it possible for Imperial to turn over a result? Yeah, of course. Are they in the server? Have they got keyboards? Have they got mice? Then yeah, it's possible for them to do it. Is it unlikely? Equally so. But that is not to say that they won't. First couple of rounds are going to be important, I think. If it starts off 2-3-0 to FaZe, then you start looking at it as Imperial thinking, here we go again. And so, yeah, I think that makes things a lot more difficult. They're on the defense. It's Nighthaven Labs. It's a good defender map. You can take top floor. You don't have to worry about too much of the map. You're not having to worry about creating a big extension, everything else, which can be an advantage to the attackers as well, because FaZe don't need to worry about clearing that. But then you've got basement to go to as well. A lot of viable sites here on Nighthaven. So, yeah, I think there's a good opportunity with Imperial starting on defense for them, at least to be, they need to be competitive at the halfway mark. That's the key.
Tim, many teams have said they need to be competitive against FaZe by the halfway mark, and normally by then, FaZe are up 5-1, 6-0, and we're going into a very, very bruising second half. Don't want to quite write them off just yet. I do want to believe that there's a little bit of magic yet to come out of Imperial. Yeah. I first started taking the piss out of your accent over actually one of the players that's on this team in Sexy Cake, because you don't say it like everybody else. You say Sexy Cake. So fingers crossed, with all the experience they've got, players like Mitrix, Makinawi, and you've been fans of in the past as well. Hopefully we can see them deliver here, because they really have got the work cut out for them against FaZe. However, let's focus on what they are trying to do inside of the round. Cyber, first and foremost, is not being the player that we often know him to be, which can be a little bit of a terror at times, charging his way through the map. He is on the utility in this round and focused on helping do a wonderful piece of artwork on towards this IT breach to open that one up. All done inside 45 seconds. No real bother.
I often talk, as you know, about the Maverick, and I say if you're going to be the player that's bringing the Maverick, you better be able to do that Maverick trick nice and clean, nice and quick, and Cyber's just proved why he's an absolute quality player there. He's just done it so neatly and so precisely in a short space of time. Great work from him, and that is very, very quick from Cyber on the Maverick, so it just gives a good bit of access. As you say, I'm a big fan of Sexy Cake, have been throughout the years. One of my absolute OG players that I've backed and supported and watched since I very first got into watching CG Sports back in kind of late 2017, early 2018. So, yeah, great to see him still competing, and hopefully going to be seeing a little bit more success. But it might not be in this round, as they've lost their Tubarão straight away.
And look who too. It's a Cyber who, as I said, was kind of being gated by being on the utility here, but has already stepped up and found himself the entry. Now in a good spot to start applying pressure in towards Sai. I say that if they fully reinforced off that wall, it looked like they did for a second through our feed. If so, at least gated for now, because they'll have to worry about one, getting that wall open, or otherwise applying pressure in through IT itself. Souls ready and waiting for Makina for his step out, and sure enough gets away with it into a triple for Cyber. Elsewhere, a nade secures a kill onto Sexy Cake, and Yex no doubt is wondering, where the hell did my team go? I've just killed Handy and everybody else is dead. Diffuser goes down. Now challenge up front here, off towards the side of Aqua. This is going nowhere. Cyber makes it a 4K in round one. Tim, put him on hard breach and he'll still find a way to frag out.
It doesn't matter, does it? He just gets in there, does his breaching work in the first 35-40 seconds, absolutely precisely, might I add, and then just says, yeah, that's it, I'm done, I can just go and find some fights. He is unstoppable, as we know, and he's just proven that yet again in round one, and not the start that Imperial would have wanted. As I said, they need to be, remember that sentence, competitive at the half-time. And this is not a great start towards that. 1-0, losing their first choice site. Top floor is gone. Wasn't even really competitive in the round, let alone at half-time. You know, you got to feel for that last man. You get the kill onto Handy. You must think, yeah, that's it, right. I've got Handy. I'm holding my own. I'm keeping my zone locked down. And then you realise that you've got the other 4 face that you've got to kill yet, and you're the last alive. It's going to be a rough round. So here we go. Round 2 is going to be down to the basement for Imperial. I'd expect to see a full map presence. We've got them up on the top floor, which is what I want to see. And it's going to be Machina up there on the mute at the minute, supported by Yex on that Valkyrie. So they need to waste as much time throughout the map as they can. The problem that they're going to have is, quite simply, winning gunfights. Because FaZe are going to know this. They're going to go in for a top floor clearance. They're going to sweep across. They've got Handy on the Snake. He's going to be feeding tons of intel into them. So, Imperial, you've got to win a couple of gunfights up on that top floor to give yourself some breathing space.
What is quite funny, and people often speak about this at this tier 1 level, is the difference very rarely comes down to gun skill. It comes down to the team play, down to the communication, the game sense, that extra level above being a player that could go into ranks and absolutely fry everybody because you're so good at shooting. But looking back at our previous map as a great example, you know, Maya doesn't just drop 10 plus kills and barely any deaths in a map just because he's got all those extra little bits in there. It's also down to a bit of gun skill. And I think you've seen it from Cyber back there in the first round, running around on the Maverick, hardly your go-to entry, where he's feeding, you know, being fed loads and loads of information to get kills. He stepped up and got 4 big kills there of his own accord, and has done a wonderful job doing it. And it's not at all to say, oh, the guys at Imperial are just bad, but I just think it's worth remembering there will be still difference in gun skill, even at this tier 1 level.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, 100%. We're going to have Handy, as I suggested, going in quickly, using that Soliton radar to try and pick up the positions of these players. It's as easy as that. Oh, dear. Not only is it as easy as that for Handy, it's as easy as that for all of FaZe. 4 kills in a matter of heartbeats. Cyber's taken some damage along the way. They're not going to care. It is all up to the smoke. It is 1 versus 5. It is probably, almost certainly, 2-0.
And just to stress, Cyber's got 2 more kills in this round. Now, that one was a good example of team play because 4 kills to come through that fast. That's because they're all pushing in together at the same time. They're all capitalizing on shooting players in the back, on the overwhelming communication downfall that happens for the other team. Really well put together by FaZe. Very nice casual round for them, and a flawless one at that, Tim. 1 kill across 2 rounds for Imperial. This is looking a lot like our first matchup.
Yep, very, very similar. I mean, we kind of expected it, you know, looking at the schedule, but still opportunities here for Imperial. They need to get themselves back into it. Competitive at the half. That's where they need to be. It's not over yet. Don't get me wrong. It's not been pretty. So far, they've had 1 kill in 2 rounds, so not ideal. And they're going to have to improve on that. Like I said at the beginning of that round, they need to be winning some gunfights. That's the big thing. You know, when they're out on their own, when they're playing those extensions, they can't let FaZe run over them like that. And I'm well aware. Everybody sat at home going, but it's FaZe. I know it's easier said than done. But if you're going to play in the league, if you're going to play the big boys, you got to be able to face up to them. You got to get in the server and be competitive. And right now, Imperial are not managing to do that.
No, hopefully that could change going into round 3 as we go back up to that top floor, I think. No, okay, going back into kitchen and cafeteria. We spoke a lot about these rotations that you get. Okay, never mind, we are going back to top floor. You get these rotations that players tend to, or teams tend to stick to, where they'll do primary site, secondary site, tertiary, regardless of outcome, and just keep on rotating unless they deem the tertiary to be that indefensible, that air quotes bad to play, that they don't really have any choice. And in this case here, clearly they thought, you know what, kitchen, 8 for us. We'll go back and try that top floor. So looking back at the last time they attacked here, they lost control of Catwalk very quickly. IT was never really a point of challenge for them. They also only had a little bit of aqua control. Yex was the player that was left 1v4 in that spot a little bit later on. More to say that FaZe had control of a lot of the map there and just completely overwhelmed them on site itself. So I think they need to have ways to be a little more competitive here, in towards IT, on towards Catwalk, out towards Electric and Connector. They've got to be busy around the map and stop FaZe being able to surround them. Otherwise, they'll do their 3-2-1 count and they'll absolutely crush them. I'm seeing a pulse on side. I'm seeing the echo on side. That should be a lot of information. It should lead to a couple of kills at the back of things like C4s. We'll see how they fare.
Still on the setup, going to be looking to secure Aqua stairs. I think his other barbed wire is likely going to go down actually on the stairs, so he's protected from both sides. It does go down to 0, so I think he's just done that now. Vita King is going to be working in from that mid. Look at the speed again from Handy. We saw this last time around, 25 seconds inside of the building, and that's the thing that Soliton Radar really does give Snake, is that ability to just move so quickly through the map with confidence. There are a couple of counters to it, but none that you come across too often, in all honesty. Mute is probably going to be about the most frequent, but other than that, it's going to be a tough one for them to hold Handy up here.
Not forgetting again that most of the work so far has been done by Cyber. 7 kills here. The reverse James Bond coming out inside just 2 rounds. I feel if he's shut down, then it could be a different conversation we start having about how these rounds go forward. Although for all we know, there's in the 4K waiting in the wings for another player on the side of FaZe when it boils down to it. Managed to get him below here, Handy as. Of course, Tim, you spoke about the frustration of playing up and down stairs on the stakes sometimes. Of course, he can only see things that are going on his floor, so wouldn't have much information upstairs, but we're very, very good at watching his own flanks down here on the ground floor.
Yeah, that's it. It's just that little bit of caution that you've got to take when manoeuvring between. We're going to have that IT wall opened up by the Maverick again. So FaZe are proceeding reasonably, but I would say at a certainly slower speed than we have seen so far. Pulse is going to be feeding all that intel in, knows that he's got 2 on the IT wall. They've not really got themselves too established inside that top floor yet, haven't FaZe. They've got Souls looking to push in through Warehouse Catwalk, but other than that, they are being held up here. This is better from Imperial. 2 minutes wasted now.
I think FaZe expected to find the Pulse downstairs somewhere and therefore went hunting a little bit and then realized, okay, he's not there. He's actually playing up on top floor, which is exactly where he's sat. And of course, can use that Pulse scanner to feed information back and forth everywhere. Soul's got this kill last time around, so Makina's got away with one here, taking away the pressure that was coming in towards Aqua. Needs to be careful about a player coming in from lower Aqua, like we saw before. But for now, he can play this spot and quite happily challenge in towards Catwalk. In fact, he's got Yex behind him. So between them both, they've got quite a lot of control of this part of the map.
Yeah, this is it. There's not really any direct response coming from FaZe into that area. So I like that use of the smoke as well, just to keep himself safe. We obviously always think about smokers being that area denial, that plant denial, but sometimes it can just be about slowing down the round. Cyber does pick up Sexy Cake. 4 versus 4 time running out for FaZe, though they haven't been able to get as aggressive as they might like throughout this map. And now that they have to rush, Imperial take full advantage of it. Much better from them. They won gunfights. They weren't forced out of positions. They held on to key areas. Imperial ticking boxes in round 3, and it is 2-1 now to FaZe as Imperial fight back.
Yeah, much better. And really, the factor in that round was Makina. He got 3 kills for himself across that. The fact that he got the entry on towards Souls removed so much pressure on towards him and Yex and Aqua. That then largely became their base of operations for the majority of that round, being able to challenge out on towards Catwalk once he got opened up by the tin opener. Of course, being able to protect site. They could see IT door from there. And even being able to step a little bit further outside of Aqua itself, they could even see on towards electric door. So very, very well constructed. I think getting that first kill and then using that as a power position, being able to deal with the aggression coming up from below. Very well played by Makina and Yex especially. Got themselves on the board there in round 3. It does now mean that they also need to go back downstairs again or go towards an offsite. They're going to opt to go to that kitchen and cafe site that they avoided back in round 3.
Always an interesting site. Always an interesting site. Not one that we see too often. There's a lot of verticality into about 80% of the site, maybe 90% of the site, but a key area that I'm going to highlight is kitchen. It's in behind that kitchen counter. It's kitchen window, because there is no vertical angle that is going to see down behind that counter. So it is something that FaZe need to be aware of. As attackers, you've got to get somebody on that kitchen window, because otherwise you're just going to have, and Palu's usually the one for Fluxo W7M if we're thinking about Brazil. He always plays in that kitchen area by that window. And if he can stay in there securely, because there's no pressure, it's an absolute nightmare for the attackers to try and deal with then getting into site, because from that position, it's a real power spot. You can jump up on the counter, you can watch the breaching spot, you can watch both doors, you can watch everywhere inside a site. So let's see what FaZe do about that area.
It comes out with all the information they've got. You'd like to think that they won't have too much bother chewing their way through.
I always really love bringing along a Dokkaebi, by the way, when there's a clash on the other side. Fantastic, because you force the clash to drop down the shield and have to, of course, disable away the phone call, else enjoy the damage that comes through, enjoy the burden that comes off the back of it. Though, as we've seen repeatedly across NAL, across EML, and no doubt as we'll see it today, the done thing is you just take the damage. That's a great C4. And sure enough, Machina's going to get rid of Cyber. That is fantastic reading on his side. Manages to clear away one and gives them the entry yet again.
Yeah, second death in the game for Cyber. That's certainly going to slow him down a little bit. And it's a second entry for Imperial coming through. So they were run over in round 1 and 2. But 3 and 4, Machina's fought back. He's got the entry in both rounds. Let's see if they can manage to go on and take the 4th round on the back of it like they did in round 3. The problem for FaZe last round was most definitely time. They just didn't have enough time to get everything done and had to rush in those final moments. They have opened the kitchen window that I spoke about. It is going to force the player out from that position. He's not feeling too comfortable about being there. There's nobody there, but it's about that phantom pressure. It's about paying attention to it. So FaZe at least have got themselves something as a positive there. But the longer that there's no pressure actively from that window, the more confident Yex might feel in returning there later in the round.
This is the thing, right? They haven't even cleared out top floor fully yet. They're still got to worry about that. And Florio's got 2 kills for himself, I believe, down inside of sight. That's the sort of stuff that you're looking for. And now it's panic stations for the side of FaZe. They're about to lose 2 rounds in a row. And dare I say to him, in convincing fashion. Large off the back of Machina as well. Soul's going to try and do what he can, often described as the clutch king of Rainbow Six Siege. We'll find at least 1, but there's still 3 more to work through.
Fuse is down on the ground as well. They've got it there ready for collection, but there's still more work that needs to be done, and Souls needs to be careful given that he's now low health. The Amos track is going to go out, picks up the pulse. That's going to allow the challenge to come in here through the soft wall. Can they find the man? They're going up against the shotgun, but it doesn't matter because it's Yecht at range that manages to close that one out. And that is Imperial leveling it up 2-2. If you remember, I said at the beginning, I've said it a few times, competitive at the half. That's where Imperial need to find themselves. And right now, Des, it's looking like they could be. We thought this was going to be a stomp for FaZe, but Imperial showing that at the minute, it's anything but.
And it was for 2 rounds, right? Those first 2, bruising. Like Cyber on 7 kills, only 1 kill to the whole of Imperial. I thought we were in for a real dominant half coming out of FaZe. Maybe another 5-1, dare and even say a 6-0 on the attack of Labs. But the fact that Imperial have won 2 back, and dare I say in convincing fashion, like, it's not all me trying to put Imperial down when I say this, but knowing they're a Challenger Series team, yes, with a lot of pro experience, coming up against the world champions, I thought it'd be a real battle to find a round or 2, but they've managed to get 2 here, just 4 in. If this now goes 4-2 to FaZe, I don't think Imperial will be necessarily happy. They'll still feel like they should be getting more out of a defensive half of Labs, but you'll still feel, okay, we've got a couple of rounds. We've got breathing room to play with here. Maybe they can show us something on the attacking side that says, you know what? Maybe FaZe also can't particularly defend this map. You never really know until we see that second half. But from what I've seen so far, the way that they played has been really, really good. They've dealt with FaZe's pace of play, which typically is quite slow, unless they're going for their 3-2 and execute, like we've seen a couple of times throughout this game. And Machina, especially, as I say, for me, has been the shining star. The entries he's got across those 2 rounds, the read on that C4, the 3K back in round 3. He's made sure FaZe can't get the ball rolling early in the round.
See if he's able to do the same. Again, the entry, as you say, certainly being one of those pillars of positivity for Imperial Esports. Straight away, attention being paid towards that top floor from FaZe. They are attacking onto basement. They're going to look to have the full map clearance coming in. Make sure that they're getting top floor cleared out. And that is going to be job number 1. Ram opened up the IT wall. Buck is going to be looking to get inside from Aqua Stairs. And FaZe comfortably looking in control of that top floor. Nobody up there. Cyber picks up the man himself. Machina will not get the entry this time. FaZe 5 versus 4.
All right. Well, he's the star man that I was on about. There's done quite a bit of work to disrupt FaZe early on. So with him off the table, things probably start to feel at least a little more balanced for FaZe. You can breathe a sigh of relief, dare we say. He's often been the player around Aqua now that he's cleared away. They get control of that top floor far more comfortably and can start pushing the players of Imperial back in towards sight. And sure enough, you look at that bottom left corner of your screen, the vast majority of players are now down there, except for Yex, who gets a C4 onto Vidaking. Not bad, because the ram being on here now means they can't make use of the ram on the ground floor to open up into the basement. They've got Cyber on Buck, of course, so that's still an option, but there's a reason why ram is as powerful as she is these kind of sites, Tim. She opens up a hell of a lot more, a hell of a lot quicker.
Yeah, it certainly does, and with less risk generally, because you can kind of just throw it in there, activate the boogie drone, forget about it, get yourself out of dodge, get yourself back to safety, whereas Buck needs to be right in there actively on top of that stuff, using his gadget at that time. First nade comes in, followed by a second, just forcing them deeper down, but having absolutely none of it. The Warden steps around the corner with that shotgun, takes down Handy. 4 versus 3, 55 seconds left to go. FaZe need to think about the time again in this round. It's something that they've struggled to manage so far, and they don't want to find themselves in that position again with 45 seconds left to go.
The flash comes on through, full white screen, but holds his position for now. FaZe, I think, are aware that he's there. You've seen the yellow pings to suggest as much. They've got to be cautious of it. But, of course, no one nearby to stop them, Tim, outside of maybe a C4 from Mitrix coming their way, or smokes being dropped in by Florio. They can maybe make this happen. They can try and swing. It's a nice 2 versus 1, but no! Souls just guns down both who come in for the challenge. You come for the king, you best not miss. It's a 1v3 for Sexy Kate, yet to find a kill in the game. He's going to challenge it towards storage. Right idea, gets rid of Cyber. But now the plant's down. It's a bit too much to recover, I'm afraid.
It's going to be holding on to this in the 2v1 phase. Sexy Cake, you've no choice. You're going to have to drop back. Verticality is going to give you nothing here. You've got to take the fights, and it does not pay off. Souls managing to pick up that final kill, and FaZe find themselves 3-2 now.
And a 3k for Souls. That's kind of what I thought we might see in the prior round when he was in a clutch position. I thought, come on, Souls, you do this for fun all the time. But there, it's not so much the clutch, it's more the fact that he's covered off his teammates so well. Plant going down from KDS. He's got the 2 kills on the 2 attempted flankers, which, by the way, was a really good move from Imperial. In most of the cases, that works. You've got 1 player going low, 1 going high. You step out at the same time, and Souls can only afford to shoot one of you. Fair chance one of you will get the kill. But somehow he gets both, and that just completely shuts down any chance Imperial had of recovering that round. And to be clear, that's with them trying to make the right move. I say this often a lot at top level Siege. You can see teams do things sometimes and think, well, that's stupid, like why the hell have you lost 2 players swinging that? No, they've tried to do the right thing. It hasn't worked out. At least we'll give them credit for that one. FaZe up 3-2, potentially en route for a 4-2 half here. Imperial will feel they should be able to get a 3rd round out of this, I imagine, but I think FaZe want to see this one over and done with sooner rather than later.
I think, yes, with the way that Imperial have fought back at them, absolutely. You know, they've shown that they are going to be competitive. They are going to be here to contend. So FaZe, yep, they're not going to want to let them get their foot back into this any more than they have done. 4-2 really essential for FaZe at the minute. But, you know, going back off, it's defense on that, Evan, is a problem. Going back to what I said about Imperial, it being important to be competitive at the half. Would I say that 2-4 is competitive at the half, having been on defense? No. I was really hoping for 3-3 or 4-2 for them. So I still think that FaZe are coming out significantly on top if they can get this round done. We are 30 seconds in. FaZe not inside of the building yet, more than understandable, but I don't think it will be long until they are. Top floor is going to be the priority for them, given that they're attacking into storage. There are 3 players up there for Imperial at the minute, so plenty of work for FaZe to do. They actually struggled last time around getting themselves into the building, if you remember. Machina particularly holding on to those aqua stairs, making it a nightmare for FaZe to try and take control.
Last time we started out with Cyber opening up IT wall, he went on to get a 4K, and that was back in round 1. I don't want to say these things have a habit of repeating themselves, Tim, but they very well could if they're not too careful. Sexy Cake, as you can see, is trying to cause a bit of bother downstairs. He's supported by Mitrix off towards his left, looking to play off the back of those vault cams, off information for the rest of his team, to use those C4s to get kills on players working into IT. So Imperial at least have realized what FaZe's game plan is. Not that it's, you know, some mythical understanding on this map that IT is going to get open. Like, what? Teams open IT? Never. But it just feels like a good read in that case there to try and get a C4 from below. Now, Emmy Step, as he tricks off immediately into one of those Razor Blooms. Machina gets the entry onto Cyber. That's the big one, because as I said, Cyber has been a bit of an X-factor in this half, but Machina has at least kept them controlled somewhat. Mitrix going to fall inside the storage. That's a pain because they lose the C4 that was available towards him. Handy into another, and it does feel like FaZe have now got the surround that needs it. This is going to be bruising.
Time a little bit. 4 versus 3 though. FaZe managing to get themselves on top of things. Still, everybody left above here at the moment for Imperial Esports, so there could be an opportunity to get a plant down inside of storage here. If you look, there's no way that they can challenge from above in IT because they've got the breach held here of FaZe. So a real opportunity. Sexy Cake, however, does manage to find Handy, will be taken down in a trade as KDS backs his teammates up 3 versus 2, and FaZe starting to get aggressive now, starting to circle. They know that blood is in the water, taking a bite out of Machina. Bitter King finds one. KDS second in the round. FaZe take it and go 4-2 on the half. Attack of Nighthaven, that's pretty good.
Certainly can't complain about how that half has gone for FaZe, and I'm sure our desk can't either. Let's go to Leo and Milosh now and hear what they've got to say about that half.
Thank you very much, my friend. And there's one person that's really been a cut above the rest, be it the first 2 rounds or the 4 subsequent ones, and that is, of course, Cyber, one of the greatest to ever touch the game, Leo. He's at the tippity top.
Yeah, so far he was the main win condition for FaZe Clan in that first half. Obviously involved after 3 rounds, he had already 10 kills. Already involved in 3 opening engagements, or 3 opening kills rather, and 4 opening engagements because he died on the last round. He's the player that managed to gather the rest of his teammates and really push them hard with a certain number of kills early on, as you can see here as we watch the highlights. The most important thing is probably that we were expecting a stomp. I think that Imperial is fighting back in the right way. I think that if we compare to kickoff, the main thing that Imperial lacked was the ability to maintain man advantage. If you look at it, Imperial at kickoff had 20% attacker win rate, 40% defender win rate, but realistically they were winning half of the opening engagements. So it was not so bad in entry. It was more so that they were incapable of keeping that man advantage. If you look at this defense on round 3 and round 4, they managed to do it. Machina is involved. Machina, who's supposed to be the young kid, the rookie that had a lot of potential but was a bit inconsistent. He managed to do it right, but the problem is as soon as that started to happen, right, round 3, round 4. Then after that, round 6 is a great example of that. He manages to get the pick, but yet they cannot fall back to their position and make sure they trade the kills. And this is where the FaZe team is, superior in the sense that on one hand, you've got Cyber, who's the one-man army, but on the rest, they've got the team play to bring back around where they're in a 4v5. And so this is where you see the real big gap between the two. And now they're going on the defense side. Now they have the advantage side. It's going to be rough for Imperial. It was supposed to be the side where they max out on the amount of rounds, and 2 is not enough.
I still will give the caveat then that it's one we mentioned before the start of the game, that FaZe definitely are a process sort of team. And on the attack on Nighthaven, process is the name of the game. FaZe do it better than almost anybody else. Maybe that will be something for Imperial to run on their own attacking side. The real challenge begins here. Kind of thinking of what sort of operators will get off of the bans as a reaction, maybe something that can help Imperial. We'll get a Monty ban, which I don't think really surprised anybody, with the tendency of Monty to just slow down the pace of the game when needed.
Yeah, it's just so that on the side of Imperial, they've had great shield players. Mitrix, I think, ever since he joined that team, and the core with Sexy Cake and Florio has been a great shields player. So they just don't want to have to deal with this. What I'm afraid is the bans on the side of Imperial, how common is that? Like just banning Bandit and Kaid on Nighthaven Labs when you can problem solve this super easily most of the time. It's just not creative enough in my mind, and they need to be creative if they want to take down FaZe.
There you go. The challenge continues, and maybe a recovery. It's already better than what we had from Imperial in kickoff against FaZe. We'll give it back to Ace and Dez. All yours, gents.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Indeed you shall, and indeed we shall get into this second half. Yeah, it's not the first time, Tim, that I've heard Leo complain about the double electric ban on this map as well. He kind of sees it as a bit of a waste.
Yeah, I spoke to, I think I've heard Nick speak about similar as well, and I've mentioned it once or twice. I think it depends on the map. I'd say the same for Leia. On maps where there are a lot of alternative breaching options, i.e. verticality, you can get underneath, use a book, use anything really that can open up the floor above you, even just spraying through it with a gun. Where you've got ability to use Maverick, where you've got... Does it really speed things up? Does it really benefit you? Or should you be able to open IT wall if it's electrified? Yes. Either with Maverick or by using storage window. You should still be able to do that in 2 seconds anyway. your connector wall. You should be able to walk in through meeting, take any gunfights, shoot anything off. You know, it should be reasonably easy to deal with, and the same goes for basement as well. There's verticality all around the place. So yeah, I'd have to agree. I think, you know, often you can find better value in the bans, because now you're going to have to play into an awful lot of utility. That's the trade-off that you've got. Azami's still on the board. Mirror's still on the board. Thorn's still on the board. You know, all these operators that can be difficult are still on the board. And guess what? They're being picked by FaZe, and it's no surprise.
Absolutely. Well, for now, still trying to work their way through the map. We've seen Setsicate many times before on the Blitz, and the kind of magic that he can work on that one. Of course, the Razor Balloons going off everywhere as they step on forward as well. It's always that threat again of the Razor Balloons and the barbed wire that comes out of a Thorn. It gives you so much information around the map is the key part to it. They step into a Razor Bloom, we'll have to destroy a barbed wire. It's information coming over to the defenders on where are we being attacked from? Where have we got to reallocate resource here? Is that flank of ours actually safe? So without having to have someone watch it, that's exactly what the utility can do for you. It's all about the information. Back like Legion used to be, back when the goo mines were invisible.
Imperial Esports here. How much progress are they making? They've got that connector wall open. Damage has been taken on the side of Machina, but otherwise they are fairly intact. But problem here, Des, is a minute 15 left on the clock, and we come back to the discussion Leo had, to what I just said. That double electric ban means that they've got a ton of utility to play through, and it's doing its job. It's slowing them down. The smoke canisters are coming out. We've got a minute left on the clock. They haven't affected sites at all at the minute. They've still got mirror windows to play through. They've still got, you know, no doubt Razor Blooms to find, Kiba barricades that Azami will be hiding behind. You know, so much left to deal with in only 45 seconds.
I guess I'd say the main upside is they've got rid of like most of the players that were often roaming, outside of maybe Cyber, who, as you can see, is downstairs on the mirror. No C4 to play behind unless it's already pre-placed in this spot, but they'll just keep on wasting time here, Tim. We've still got another smoke we can deploy out yet, and we've got a couple of shotguns ready at close range. I say it as Cyber's finally gets dealt with, cast a curse for you. So it's doable, but we're in that era now, or that point of the round where you can no longer afford to make mistakes. You need to be right every single time. That was a nice attempt for Setsicate, but gets shut down. 2 kills for Vidaking. Make it a third as the smoke collects one more, as that forced mistake comes out that I was on about. Mitrix can't recover this with 10 seconds on the clock. It's going to be a FaZe 5-2 here.
Yeah, very, very comfortable for FaZe on the defense there, and I think this is where we're going to see Imperial Esports have their work cut out for them. If you remember at the beginning, I said they start on defense. This is their opportunity to get some rounds. They need to remain competitive by the half. I don't feel that they did that finish in 2-4. It should have been 3-3 or better, and now they're starting to pay the price for it. FaZe are on defense. Things have got a lot more difficult for them. They didn't even really get near sight there. FaZe just, you know, having a bit of a field day, and I think it's going to continue here. I think Imperial are really going to struggle to find attacks against this FaZe side.
Yeah. They are, and have been across many, many events, the best defensive team in the world, Tim. It's how they've lifted 2 hammers. Their attacks are nothing to scoff at either as well. Of course, we've seen them play brilliantly. Cyber always being that aggressive X-factor for them. Vidaking being the shield dominator that he is. They give every single team a run for their money. There have always been teams that have slightly bettered them on the attacking side, but it's just how defensively solid they are that has always been FaZe's wheelhouse, and I can't really see that changing too much here. It's going to be storage and control. Bit of a odd site to go to, Tim. Typically, as CSL's going down to the basement, then normally you've got kitchen to step into, but no. Going to go towards what many would deem to be the 4th site on this map for our second defense.
Yeah, definitely mixing it up here, FaZe. I think, again, it's just being unpredictable. I think just giving, I said earlier, didn't I, you know, quite often third side choices. They do, these days, they get picked almost as much as the others, because a lot of teams will just go through site 1, 2, 3 rotation and then back through 1, 2, 3. But inevitably there comes points whereby, you know, particularly sites like kitchen, I know that's not what's been picked here, you know, but those offsites, you do see them a little bit less as attackers. It's more often the primary choice sites, because it, you know, maybe if a game finishes in round 10, you might not even get to that third site on the rotation. So yeah, I think again, FaZe Clan just throwing it out here and saying, okay, let's see, you know, what your strategy depth is really like. We're going to take you to the site that maybe you're not as familiar with playing. Maybe you don't, you know, get as much kind of officials action on. And in go the Candelas, but there's nobody there at the minute. FaZe just keeping themselves at bay. 2 kills come in. And Imperial are in trouble.
Yeah, already again, quite bruising. At least one comes back. Machina really has been doing his best all map long just to give his team something in the early rounds. But when you've lost both shields, it's worth stressing. Shields, both going down super early on. That already feels like a bit of a disaster recovery plan than it is a good start into the round. Now they've got to figure out what the hell they do at the back of this. They can still afford to get things open. Well, they can't because they're out of Selmas. They've got a Thatcher to make use of for potentially the C4s coming out. But even that's going to find the Yink, who is their real only X-Factor or advantage in this round to make use of. This has just been a car crash to them, unfortunately.
Yeah, it really has. It really has. I'm not sure how much they can rescue from this. They've still got a minute on the clock. That is certainly something that's going for them. They've got, I was going to say, a little bit of utility. They've just lost a lot of that. Soft breach chargers went with the Thatcher. Would have been an opportunity to create some verticality, but just gets caught out, really, staring down through the vertical that had already been created. Find ourselves now 1 versus 4. All up to Machina. He's had a good game so far, but he's been much more active at the beginning of rounds than he has towards the end of them. I will say that. And the curse will continue as KDS takes him down. It's going to be 6-2 FaZe. And it is looking like this is becoming a slippery slope now for Imperial.
Yes, it is slowly trickling away towards being one of the kind of rounds that you'd expect coming out, or to be one of the games you'd expect, where, like I said, coming in, it was David versus Goliath. I know Imperial came out of Challenger Series, but they finished 10th back in kickoff, couldn't get a single win. I think they went to OT against Black Dragons, I want to say it was, and that was all they could really muster. Outside of that, well, there is an awful lot more to do for them if they want to have any chance against FaZe. They've got a 4-round deficit. We go down in towards the basement, but FaZe, I think, given the fact they've got a clash on side, they've got a mirror, ouch, they're probably going to wrap this one up.
It's going to be very, very difficult for Imperial to break them down if they've not been able to do it so far, like you say. And again, it comes back to that point of, you know, yes, you've taken the electricity off the board, but what has the breaching done for them? You know, right, okay, so you've breached 10 seconds sooner than you might have done otherwise, 20 seconds sooner than you might have done otherwise. What's it really gained them? It's not got them inside of the map, because when they breach, they stood staring at Kiba barricades. And they stood staring at other utility that they can't push in through. And it's going to be the same now. They're going to get that breach real nice and quick. Okay, excellent. And then they're going to be staring at a mirror, at Kiba barricades, at a clash. And it's going to be a nightmare for them. They're not going to be able to progress in through that breach that they've spent their bans ensuring they could do quicker. I'd rather, like I said, see them take away Azami and Mirror and just go underneath and force the electricity player out. You know, bring a Thatcher, deal with it. And yeah, I just think it's not been the play.
Yeah, you make it easy to open walls, like you say, and then there's just a million more walls waiting for you inside. Some natural to the map, some very much created by FaZe, and some of the walls even shock you, Tim. Just in case wasn't already enough punishment coming off the back of that one. We'll see, of course, if Sexy Kid can get more done this time round on the Blitz. You have this on side, you've got the double tracking capabilities. When we saw FaZe running this back in the first half, I said back then, the same thing that I'll say now, you'll be very good at punishing roamers, but that's if you choose to play into them. I'm looking at Souls here, namely up on that second floor on the Azami, looking to waste a good chunk of time. You've got Handy up there as well. So 3 players off site could present a good opportunity to just go direct towards site. There is nothing stopping the wall being open. There's no jammers, there's no nothing. Sure enough, it looks like Imperial, their focus is going to be on the downstairs.
Yeah, it certainly does. And just watching the player cards of the FaZe side, they're actually all outside of sight at the minute. I mean, there's a couple around cargo, but, you know, so they're only a room or two away, depending how far up the stairs they are. One, now the Clash Fitter King comes back to sight, I think recognising that there's a little bit of action going on there. But like you said, the question is how quickly can FaZe get back in totality and how much ground can be taken. Barricaded doors inside of sight is a little bit of an unusual sight, but I like it. Play with the hatch open above, just delay them passing through, make them worry about that position. First kill comes in, it's going to be Cyber on the mirror from above. FaZe very happy to play the verticals here. 5 versus 4 now. It could be the end of things here for Imperial if they don't manage to find some kills. They are in a position to think about putting this diffuser down, but it feels risky with so much of FaZe left alive.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to plant on tank here, and you've got the clashes right behind you, seeing everything you're doing. You try and stick that plant for more than a few seconds, there'll be a hole open up above your head, and you'll be in deep trouble. He's going to try and make it happen again. In fact, he's relocated away here. It's not a bad spot, but this is what I was talking about. Look, KDS from above opens up the floor, gets a kill on towards Florio. They're in a really frustrating position here. As long as Vida King is in position, they're going to struggle to get anything down.
Yeah, they are. It's definitely going to be dealing with the clash. You picked up on it at the beginning of the round, how difficult it would be to deal with. The Blitz is going to go for the plant as they've managed to pick up a kill, but it's not Vita King. Souls manages to find one with the Azami. 4 versus 2 now. Imperial did not get the diffuser down. It is down cold. They are low health. They manage to recollect it, but with 4 seconds left to go, they don't have time to commit to a plant. It's a team kill on top of it. The pressure takes its toll. Imperial lose the round. FaZe, they win the match.
That is a phenomenal close from FaZe as well. Twice they denied the plant going down from upstairs. They weren't even in sight outside of having a clash around to feed information. It was all on the vertical denial. Wonderfully played by them. A deserved win. An expected one at that, Tim. And I'm hoping we see a bit better from Imperial tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's against FaZe. We've got to write it off a little bit. Just like I said after the first game, I'm sure Imperial will do. You know it's going to be a tough day, but FaZe coming out, you know, let's look at the positives for them. Looking as good as ever there. You know, you can only beat what's in front of you. They've punished every single mistake. They've taken advantage of, you know, every bad decision, and they've got themselves a really comfortable win to sit up there towards the top of the table with T-Law right next to them.
Kind of all as expected so far, Tim. I imagine our next few games might get a bit more interesting and back and forth. But for now, let's go to our desk and hear what Leo and Milos have got to say.
Thank you very much, gents. It's very much the Cyber game so far. The man is up 15-5. Incredible. But I will say, Imperial have improved. You cannot deny that.
It's a 7-2.
Better than last time.
Yeah. One more round. No, I will say something about Imperial. The truth is, I can see that they've adapted a few things. First and foremost, 60K has become the main shield player. We can see that Machina is getting more confidence because he was willing to go into these opening engagements and he was willing to actually win them. He's 3-0 in the entries, which is honestly a great sign for him. And he was always a talented player, but there was always this element of either a fear or inconsistency because he was young and inexperienced. So there are some bright signs, but the reality is, they're playing against FaZe, you're playing against the best team in the world, and they are not going to let you breathe. And the one thing I regret, and I think that Tim and Des really hammered it down a couple of times, was the bans. We said it before, if you're going to a map as classic as Night Haven Labs, you may as well bring a game that is unpredictable, that is chaotic, because you're supposed to play against the best team in the world. If you want to have the smallest chances of upsetting FaZe on the BO1, you need to bring something new to the table. And when you switch to attack and then you ban Bandit and Cade, Mira is up, Azami is up, Clash is up, all the trap observers are there. Obviously, FaZe are going to abuse that. They played Mira twice, they played Clash, they played Azami every round. It's the kind of things where you need to think of these things. These are important details that even at pro level you should know, and I just feel like removing the electricity, that's something you can't dry on how to remove electricity in one afternoon. They had 2 months to cook new stuff. They knew they were going to play FaZe. And if you take them to that map, surely bring something new to the table. On the other side, FaZe, crazy. Cyber, crazy. Nothing new. The guy... He was involved in 7 opening engagements. He's got a 3 KD. He's got 15 kills. I mean, what else? The man is 27 years old and he still is in his prime. It feels like watching Shaco.
I'm sorry to say, but none of us are getting to that prime at any point in time. Not even if we could reverse the years. But that's what puts Cyber up there as one of the best to ever play competitive Siege. We talked about this with Imperial, as in, they're bringing Night Haven Labs. They played the same map in kickoff. It means they're bringing something new, right? Unfortunately, wasn't the case. You touched on the operator bans as well at the halftime when we talked about it, and same goes for Ace and Dez. Regardless, let's throw all that to the wayside and talk to JP from FaZe Clan and see what he's got to say after this game. JP, thank you very much for joining us. It's good to see you again, my friend.
Hello,
now, I want to start off with a bit of a... first of all, congratulations on the win today, but also a commiserations on the loss at Salt Lake City. Just for a moment there, what do you think kind of happened at Salt Lake City in those quarterfinals, and what do you think has changed also from then into the start of stage 1?
Yeah, on Salt Lake City, we thought like we were 100% confident and we have like most of the games in our hands. But the game against DZ was one of the odd games for us. Like their pick, Clubhouse, we won. We really thought it would be like the hardest map to play against them. But last 2 maps, Bank and Chalet, we were like, okay, these 2 we cooked, they're done. And they destroyed us basically. And they played a game that we know that they would play, like cheesy, shields, and like tracking. But for some reason, like we start losing rounds and our confidence was mined a little bit each round. And basically was a mind game for us. Like we went in a snowball of a mind game and it basically was impossible to come back. So Salt Lake City was an odd game. We went like in a mental game that it's not like usual to us. Like we won 2 back-to-back SI finals. We shouldn't be the team that lose a game because of the mind. But yeah, it was a mind game. It was unfortunately, but I mean, DZ played like crazy. They won the tournament. They deserve it. So
JP, do you think that if you had played anyone else than Dark Zero in the semifinal, you would have went to the grand final?
With the same mindset we went against DZ, we probably should lost either. Like,
okay.
All
right.
I mean, to be honest, like the thing is, when you guys have been winning for so long, I've never been in that position, sadly, when I was a player. But when you've been winning for that long, you don't learn that much. You don't learn as much when you win as you lose. Do you think it was, in the end, a blessing in disguise that you guys lost that semi-final, just so you could find one weakness that you need to fix for the next big events, EWC? But I'm already thinking of SI in 27, where you could complete something that has never been done once again, win a third one. Do you think that was useful for the team to try and fix this issue for the next big events that are coming?
I mean, honestly, we for sure want to win the major. But yeah, when you lose in a way that you never lose before, it's a lesson always. And we always try to look at each loss we have as a lesson. And what caused that? If it was our reason that something, if it's something our team caused or the other team like play amazingly and we couldn't handle them. So it was basically that, and we took as a lesson for sure. Like what caused that was our mindset that we went to the second and third map, and next time we face like a similar situation, we hope that that happen again.
Well, JP, tomorrow you play against Fluxus W7M, an opponent that we always put in the top 4 of SAL. Anything that you would like us to be prepared for, really also for Fluxus W7M to be prepared for ahead of that game?
I mean, they are a team that their play style usually works against us, and lately the historical of their matches is in their favor. But yeah, we are going to try to do something different, because if their playstyle is working against us, we're going to try to bring something different to play against them.
There you go. JP, thank you very much. I hope to see you very, very soon. Have a good night. Congratulations again.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Leo, I want to touch on one thing that you said there in the interview, is that a lot of times it seems that you learn more from losses than from wins to, get yourself back in the swing of things. How many more losses do you have to take, do you think, to actually get to the point where you'd be a good player?
I don't know.
You mentioned that you're talking about your past.
Yes, I know, but like I think like let's be honest. I don't even know. I assume I have a positive win rate. I think I have a positive win rate across all of my career. And they really, and the NA adventure really.
Careful.
I'm not sure.
You had a good time.
Let's focus back on the game, shall we?
Yeah, exactly.
So about this game, obviously, not a massive surprise to see FaZe Clan winning this dominantly. We've already spoken about the few glimpses of hope that we've seen from Imperial. I think of Makina gaining a little bit of confidence. performance. I think of, in general, the team that was able to manage to have the right discipline after getting the opening kill and keep that man advantage to their end and close out rounds, which was a big issue they had during kickoff. Realistically, my only pet peeve is that I've not seen something new brought to the table. I've not seen something crazy. And my problem with that is if you're already the weakest team on paper, like Imperial is, like Outlast is in NAL, for example, and you do not bring something new, something chaotic, something unpredictable, if you try to play the game the right way, when you're already losing the basic gunfight, you're going to struggle. Because playing the game the right way against a team that does it better than you is not going to bring you victory. And so this is why I need to see from time to time maybe something new on the side of Imperial. A bit like in the old days, ATB used to do this with like a bunch of rushes and the yings and this stuff.
Something crazy, really. Throw them off balance.
Exactly. Problem is right now when you face someone as crazy as Cyber, there's nothing you can do. The guy drops 15 kills, 10 kills in the first 5 rounds. I mean, at this point, we knew the game was done. It's just the sad truth when you're playing against FaZe Clan is that it's still a shooter game, and this team is just incredible in terms of cohesion, but also in terms of individuals.
Every time somebody, like here in this case is Cyber that is stepping up, but every time there's a need, somebody from FaZe Clan will be able to step up and collect whatever is needed to get them across the line. Day it was Cyber, another day it'll be somebody else. However, we've now hit past game 2. We have 3 more to go. We'll take a quick break. When you get back, we'll start to get things that are a bit more, well, a bit less one-sided to say the least. Black Dragons versus Fluxo W7M, the only team at BD to have had roster changes, 2 of them that is, in the lead up to stage 1. We'll talk about that and more after the break.
It's the World Cup, baby! Okay, take it easy. We are trying not to get the video copyright struck here. Anyway, we are here to talk about a World Cup, just not that one. We're talking about the Nations Cup, or in its full name, the Esports World Cup of Nations. First things first, let's go over the basics. For Rainbow Six Siege, the tournament will take place from November 18th to November 22nd. 24 national teams will compete, including both invited squads and qualified teams. With one spot, the so-called Solidarity slot still up for grabs. The teams will be divided into 4 groups of 6. They will face off in a single round robin of the best of 1 matches, with the top 4 teams from each group advancing to a single elimination playoff bracket. From round 16 onward, matches will be best of 3, except for the grand finals, which will be played as a best of 5. Pretty easy to follow so far, right? Well, here's where things get interesting. Because if you got national teams, you've gotta have a call-up, a roster announcement. So let's take a look at Team Brazil. We have Vita King from FaZe Clan Support, Palo from Fluxo W7M, Handy, FaZe Clan, JV92, Team Liquid, Cyber, FaZe Clan, Loira, Fúria, and last but not least, KZ from Team Liquid. And the masterminds responsible for selecting these 7 absolute demons were our coaching staff, Igor CTG, Rafael, and Eudinho. Now, instead of us doing all the talking, let's hear directly from the people involved and find out how this roster came together. Professor Igor, take it away.
De uma forma resumida, basicamente o processo da seleção foi, eles selecionaram um manager, que foi o Eudinho. Depois de algumas conversas e tudo mais entre eles, eles acabaram me entrevistando e eu fui o selecionado para ser o treinador principal da seleção brasileira. Eu já tinha bem claro para mim, caso eu fosse selecionado, que a pessoa que eu queria estar ali comigo era o Rafael, porque, sendo sincero, pelo histórico recente, acho que é o que mais merecia.
Basicamente, a gente tinha uma lista bem grande de jogadores bons, que a gente tinha que conseguir enxugar a lista para 7
bastante nomes, né? Foi bem difícil de conseguir reduzir essa lista, para ser sincero. Tinha pessoas que estavam em uma fase muito boa, tinha pessoas que tinham uma história muito boa no R6, tem pessoas que estavam com um momento muito bom, então reduzir a lista foi um trabalho bem complicado, então a gente acabou fazendo entrevista com alguns jogadores. O sistema, né, que eles apresentaram para mim, eu tinha que montar uma line com 5 jogadores e 2 reservas. Eu acho que eles fizeram um formato ali de 15 jogadores e cada um montou sua line.
Eu dei a entrevista deitado na cama e a galera tudo no PC com a webcam. Fizeram umas perguntas lá, aparentemente eu respondi o que eles queriam.
Well, there you have it. But of course, no call-up is complete without a little controversy. And in this case, it seems like the fans weren't exactly thrilled about the absence of Siege's resident Giga Chad.
Sobre a seleção, acho que eu fiquei chateado, mas mais comigo mesmo. Seleção é momento e realmente eu não estou no meu melhor momento da minha carreira. Mas fiquei muito feliz pelo Loira, que é do meu time aí, foi chamado. Eu vou torcer pelo Brasil, sem dúvida alguma. Tenho certeza que ele está muito bem representado. Seguir trabalhando aí para quem sabe no futuro poder representar essa camisa aí.
A gente vai avaliar como eles vão estar jogando nos respectivos times, como vai funcionar o encaixe dentro da seleção e tudo mais, para aí sim a gente montar a lineup titular.
Fair enough. Now, before we wrap things up, let's talk about the favorite teams. France looks scary. The United States looks scary also. But what about Brazil? Aren't we the team to beat?
Olha, estamos trabalhando para que seja, mas obviamente vai ser um campeonato bem difícil, existem outras boas seleções, mas a gente sabe que a gente está levando todo um peso de uma nação e o favoritismo. Existem bons times e é a nossa preparação que tem que fazer a diferença, né?
Eu acho que o Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, sim, e tem boas seleções também para competir, mas eu acho que a gente vai estar bem sólido, a gente tem bastante tempo para se preparar e já estamos nos preparando, então a torcida pode esperar aí que nada mais, nada menos que um baita show aí do Brasil.
O Brasil tem grande chance de ganhar, né? Eu diria que hoje em dia, a gente comparado, assim, o roster, fala, né? Que é a line-up do Brasil, é comparado ao roster da França do futebol. E eu sou o Olise.
Fair point, my man JV. And honestly, if there's one guy you remind me of, it's Olise. Because man, that French dude is an absolute pain in the bottom. Start getting your watch parties ready, figure out where you're watching the games, and while we're waiting for the ENC to kick off, I guess we'll have to settle for that one little tournament called the FIFA World Cup. And of course, keep hanging out with us here on SAL. Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll see you next time.
There we go. We are back, my friends, and knowing the SAL crew down in Brazil, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually had a full segment recapping the World Cup happenings of the week just for the fun of it. That would be pretty cool. Regardless, Leo, you and I are back in Black Dragons going up against Fluxo W7M, and we talked about this at the top of the show. Black Dragons, the only team to have had not one but 2 roster changes, and that's basically all the roster changes in the entirety of SAL, which is absolutely crazy to think about.
Yeah, honestly, you know, if you think about it, you think of these major regions and you're like, after kickoff, a team like Imperial, for example, could have made the roster change because of how they were disappointed of their results. And you could have thought the same thing for the teams that, you know, got kicked or lost the groups or even didn't accomplish their goals. And yet, only one has made this choice of resetting the bar. I think for many people, it's just that they could not be judged on a span of a few weeks. For Black Dragons, they chose to go with Romeo and with Guto. And honestly, I will back that choice in the sense that I don't think that Miracle and Lenda were bad whatsoever. However, Miracle had been, you know, struggling in terms of statistics for a long time. I just think like in modern era of Siege, where you need a lot of more flexible players that are willing to take risk and are willing to take gunfights, you need firepower. And realistically, the lineup as it was with Rare, Lenda, and Miracle had way too much support on it, and you could afford to change at least 2 support players and bring some new blood. On the other side, Fluxo W7M, I think probably the second team that was looking at redemption coming into this stage. Obviously, just like Team Liquid, a team that was expected to make the major, huge name on this, obviously Pal, Lobin, Dot, Dodes, some of the most important names of Brazil. All of these guys, coached by Norris, were all expected to make the major, and they did not make it. And the most important thing is, Liquid had lost to NIP and then to FaZe. You can understand it, right?
Yeah.
But for Fluxo W7M, they lost to the new Furia and they lost to Loss, a team that struggled hard in Salt Lake City. So for them, I think it was even a harsher loss. Most importantly, they did not have the excuse of having made a roster change. This team stayed together. They stayed together from 25 going into 26. So Milosh, the real redemption is coming for these guys.
Even more so, they were the ones to knock FaZe Clan into the lower bracket. I'm just
True.
going to lay it out as it is. That is incredible to think about, that despite that, it was not enough to get across the line, which told you how kind of close things got in SAL was with the format of kickoff, how tight it was with not having a lot of time and space for players and teams to adapt or change any playstyles. Once you figured out your opponent, there wasn't really much for them to do against you, and it might have just been the curse of the existence of the format, but that's what they had to play with. For stage one, there's obviously a lot more time to prepare and a lot more time during the stage itself to fix any minor issues that you might see during this start. However, let's go into our map veto now that we established the baseline for both of our rosters. Expectations unsure on the BD side, of course. For Fluxo, we want them to perform well, and we're going to Club Us.
Yeah,
crazily.
It's a funny one because none of these teams have won it this stage. They've played it 5 times in total. None of these teams have won it. On the side of Black Dragons, it is a map that they like. They almost never ban it. But if you look at their record, they played it against FaZe and lost it 7-0 at kickoff. It was a different team. Again, they changed 2 players, but still, it is a ballsy move. And on the side of Fluxo W7M, it is also a map that they played once during kickoff against Team Liquid. They lost it 7-4. However, I would take everything with a grain of salt. Realistically, this was 2 months ago. Both of these teams have worked hard in the shadows. None of them have qualified to Salt Lake City, so they didn't get to show it. So they have had time to cook a lot on the map. And if there's one where we've seen Fluxo W7M deliver some amazing games, it has to be Clubhouse. I remember so many times where we've seen these guys take on FaZe Clan on the map, and it's always very close, always go to overtime. So it is a comfortable one for them.
It absolutely should be, and I'm hoping gives us a much closer matchup than what we've had over the first 2 earlier on today. However, let's bring up our casters before we get into game. I would say both with beautiful sets of hair, and of course I would be absolutely correct with that. Des, how's the hair checkup been nowadays? You enjoy the new styling that you've been on to?
It's really funny, actually. Me and one of my best mates had a chat on my stag do where, like, I used to have my hair. I'll show you that. I used to do this all the time and have it out like that. And the thing is, I've got a massive forehead and he has a small one. And he used to have his hair forward like this. We basically swapped, not intentionally, and both kind of realized we actually preferred each other. So he was like, why did it take us like 2 years to realize we should swap hairstyles? And I was like, I don't know. I'm liking it. It's more of a nuisance to look after, but I'm enjoying it, mate. Thank you.
How much time I've saved in my life not having to do my hair.
Here we go.
Honestly, the amount I get done in the morning because I don't have to bother with the hair.
I do have a question about your hair. How often do you shave your head?
Exactly.
Every
I was going to
3 or
ask
4
the question.
days. Maybe
And how long does it
every
take
3
to
or 4
do?
days.
So I don't know.
Same
Like
thing.
I am time rich in this situation. Let me tell you.
Is that where you get the time to work in the garden?
Yeah, it is. 5 minutes every like 4 or 5 days. No problem. It takes longer than that just to do half his hair in 1 day.
I'll give that. It takes probably like 15 minutes now.
There you go.
Yeah, but if I spend less than 1 minute per day, then I spend less time than you do with a bald head. So I've got this time
You're at
plus
7
less
minutes
time.
a week.
I think he's got you there.
Friends, we are not going to optimize timing for doing your hair. I beg you. Let's live our lives. Speaking of which, let's live out our third match of the day. Black Dragons versus Fluxo W7M, a classic here on Clubhouse. Let's see what BD have to bring to the table with 2, count it, 2 roster changes. The only 2 going into SAL Stage 1.
Thank you very much, Milos. You'd be forgiven for thinking this is turning into half a podcast here, but I guarantee you it's not. However, there are some interesting things about this game worth mentioning, to be fair, because Black Dragons, fair to say, had a mediocre stage, right? They walked out with 2 wins. They beat Liquid, they beat Imperial, they lost to Loss, and they lost to FaZe. They're the ones everyone's got eyes on now because of the roster changes, the only ones that we've had.
You've heard the speaking about Guto, who used to play for them a couple of years ago. Romeo, who played with Guto over on Elevate Academy in the interim. It feels like a sidestep rather than like necessarily a big upgrade, but I'm really hoping Guto has been cooking away during his time in Tier 2 and during his time at Elevate Academy, because Black Dragons, they do need a little bit extra they can inject in here, Tim.
Yeah, and they're going to need it today, aren't they? You know, we can sit all day and talk about Fluxo not making it to Salt Lake City. It's the same as talking about Team Liquid Alienware and not getting to Salt Lake City and what happened in the first game. Black Dragons, I would say, yes, they've got a better foundation to come into than maybe the couple of teams that we've already seen so far today. So I do expect maybe a bit of a closer game, but I think make no mistake about it, my expectation is here that Fluxo W7M can come out with a seriously strong performance, you know, and make quick work of this. That's my expectation. Anything less, and I'll be looking at Fluxo W7M and thinking, you know, maybe how are they going to fare against the other big boys in the league? You know, are they going to just be sort of cruising through to EWC, or is it going to be another problem for them? So this is one that they definitely need to get done.
Yeah, I'm nervous a little bit for W7M, well, Fluxo W7M in particular, because they had a brilliant run back at SI, as we saw. You know, we had a top 4 finish from them. It was brilliant. Then Bolts leaves. They've brought in Cons now. They had a very, very rocky previous stage. I think it's just led to them having to find themselves during kickoffs. So I do think we will see an improved team here, because with players like this on this team, the kind of like caliber of players we now have on Fluxo W7M, you can't really look at it and say these guys shouldn't be making it to international events. And sure enough, I'm confident they should be able to make it to EWC if they keep up playing how we've seen them perform prior to kickoff itself. So let's lock in and see how round 1 plays out, Tim. Looking towards Lobin, I can only imagine he absolutely loves playing Snake, knowing the kind of player that he likes to play as. Likes to be quite aggressive, especially on the defensive side, but on the attacking side, I think operators like Snake will really unlock him as well.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. Straight away, we're going to see that Goyo canister popped inside, just outside of the first minute. And it's probably a good idea, because they're going to be faced down by Cons on that Blackbeard as soon as that fire burns away. Fluxo W7M showing a direct intent towards site. I think they'll be aware of the clash that's located in there as well. Going to be Rare playing the shield for this round. And this is... Fluxo W7M have got all the time in the world here, because Black Dragons have gone full turtle, and the problem that you've got there is Fluxo W7M now are going to have all the time in the world to throw all this utility at you. They've got Snake to reveal the positions, they've got the shield up in your face with the Blackbeard, they've got the double utility on the side of Striker, they've got those asphyxiation bolts, smoke bolts, they've got absolutely everything to throw at you here. So it's going to be a rough ride, I think, for Black Dragons in this final minute.
They also look pretty dug in there with all the gadgetry they've got, the castle barricades to slow things down too. And of course, that clash that you really cannot ignore. But here we go. This is what I meant for Lobin. This is perfect for him, just to get into a spot and identify, okay, there's no one going to swing me from Moto. I'm in a pretty good spot to capitalize. Now he's got to deal with the clash. He has to run because that nade came at the perfect time. I thought he'd surely get a kill there, but no, just about denied as both sides exchange a kill. And then we breathe for at least a couple of seconds. Down goes Swag. Guto into another. This is now looking like it's going to be a Black Dragons round. So I'm assuming they can rescue Swag. They're in a great spot to win this.
Yeah, they really are. Getting another as well. Rare managing to pick up Lobin. It's going to be a Rare double at the end of the round to close things out. And Black Dragons there with a statement of intent. It is one of the best defensive sites in the game, so you need to make sure that they don't get carried away with that. Fluxo W7M are going to have easier attacks coming up, but Black Dragons, a very solid first round. Really impressed with that. To say that they turtled up the whole time, gave Fluxo W7M the entire round, basically, to kind of beat them down and clear that utility. They were still able to hold on to those key positions. And, you know, by contrast to what we've seen earlier on in the day, and I keep saying this, is winning those gunfights against the big teams. Black Dragons were able to do that.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Okay. Not a bad start from either side. Good ideas, again, on both sides, like I said in the last map, because sometimes go wrong and you can look at it and go, wow, this team's crap. No, both teams had the right sort of idea. If Lobin had managed to get himself inside of that church triple wall and start gunning down 2 or 3 players that were then exposed to him in blue or inside a church itself, we're having a very different conversation, but they dealt with him incredibly well, even though they lost that class shield. Now let's see how things go up in gym and bedroom. You're going to have this extension out towards this east side, because playing out over here, you can then play out on towards the south balcony of site itself. So you've restricted options available to the attackers. They're forced to come and push into you, force you back in towards site. It wastes a lot of time. It can drain a lot of utility. So you're losing a large number of drones on the way through. So that's kind of the way you have to play this site. Otherwise, you just give far too much control over towards the attackers, and they can surround you on all sides. And we tend to know how rounds play out when you give up that much control.
Watching logistics actor of the time being, I think, hoping for a little opportunity there. If you get somebody like a Sledge, there isn't a Sledge on board, but you get somebody like that who has to open the hatch up by being close to it, maybe you just get the little jump on them, get the surprise there, but that's not going to be the case. That hatch is likely going to be opened by somebody with a DMR or maybe a soft breach. No soft breaches on side, so it'll have to be one of the DMRs, but you could use a hard breach, etc. They've got it open now anyway, so no harm, no foul for Fluxo W7M as they don't lose anybody to that early attempt at a surprise. Black Dragons pretty comfortable though inside the first minute, not being pressured inside of the map just yet. Fluxo W7M still completely outside.
Yeah, I mean, attackers are largely pulled back, as you say, as well. So they've given up control of that cache DC. And you'll note that Flukes haven't bothered opening up the wall, for example. They've just said, you know what, fine, whatever. We'll just sit and watch, really. Doesn't mean you might invite them to come back in like Outlaw's doing here, relying on the Sen's light screen to give them cover to play on this balcony. I quite like this as an alternative. The other option is that you can have a player sat up on top of the roof watching that window, but that carries risk when someone swings you from deep. And sure enough, actually, VODs is back over on this side now, able to challenge and get rid of Mr. Outlaw, or at least Dots does on the other side. They've dealt with that really well, almost kind of tried to bait him into it with the Sen's light screen there. That somewhat protected them, but also encouraged him to swing a bit more aggressively, a little bit deeper, and now they've paid the price. A good handling by Fluxo W7M so far. Now got a 5 versus 3, loads of time to play with. This should be theirs for sure. C4 on the window, not going to find anyone.
The Nitro goes out, as you said, just can't make use of that utility. And right now, the net is tightening. If you are on the side of Black Dragons, Fluxo W7 are starting to apply more and more pressure. The Sense gadgets are through there. They can be popped up or down. We're going to have the first kill of this late round phase coming in, though, and it's actually going to be Fluxo W7M who lose VODs along the way. His breaching work is done, so not the end of the world that it's Thermite gone, but certainly not ideal to start losing man count at this point. 35 seconds left to go. They're finally going to take control of cash, try to move on into construction, and this is where the defenders are going to be forced to move around, and Palu could have a field day on these windows, but a second for the clash brings us back to a 3v3, Des.
We've got to see that band away, surely, Tim, after the end of this third round, because it's going to be a bit of a frustration point for him time and time again. But Cons, he gets in and gets rid of one. Guto, the trade back on the other side, it's down to a 2v2, but Guto falls. Palu's done it all, as he so often does. Waits for the chaos to hit its peak. Then he tries to get 2 kills, and Fluxo get themselves around on the board.
Yeah, better response from them. They struggled a little bit attacking onto basement, never really got anything going, but that time weren't rushed. They used all of the round, really, coming right down to the wire towards the end of it, but did a good job of clearing the space that they needed to and moving from there. So Fluxo W7M level things up at 1-1, and we're going to see Black Dragons moving on to CCTV and Cash. I feel like this is... I won't go as far as a must-win site for them, but it's an important site for them to win, because right now, they've got the basement. They need to get another site. You need to be getting, really, you want a primary and a secondary site that you're winning, that you get a 4-2 half on. You know, if they lose this, you're staring down the barrel of the 2-4, and that's really not ideal for anybody. So, important round coming up in CCTV Cash. Otherwise, it means Black Dragons have been unable to hold on to anything on the top floor. Just looking across that lineup, it's an interesting one. We got Rare on the Vigil. Not sure about that pick, if I'm honest. I don't know how much that really helps your team. You're on a top floor. The furthest you're likely to play away from site is maybe into Master and Gym. Vigil's not going to help you because they'll assume that there's somebody in there anyway, and they'll face check it. So I don't know what you've really brought for the team there, to be honest. You can go and sit in strip and put your scanner on and let them know you're there, and it's not going to make any difference because they're just going to ignore you and push straight to site. I think there's, you know, probably better utility that you could have been bringing, you know, anything really. You could have been bringing the Legion, a Lucy, you know, anything that could bring some gadgetry, a smoke, you know, all sorts of stuff that could have been coming along. Mute might have slowed them down a little bit on the breaches.
Vigil hate watch, man. It's unreal.
It's just a pointless site for Vigil, in my opinion. Let's talk about it again if Black Dragons win the site.
Yeah, I do want to touch on really quickly this Chanker actually, because they've got the double reinforced walls looking in towards Catwalk here, out towards Cash CC. That's become like the go-to meta now, because historically you play like a Jaeger or a Wamai, or in this case an Azami, on Catwalk itself, and the attackers would bring along fire like Capital, burn you out, and you would die, because as soon as you tried to retreat back towards site, they could see you from the breach through the soft wall, and you would simply die. Double reinforcing it off lets the Azami now actually move up and play on the catwalk in front of the double wall and in front of the window. So you've got more, like she's doing now, to protect herself when attacks start coming on through. We then started seeing that get answers to it. So then what did the other side start doing? We started seeing a lot of Tachanka being brought along, which is what Guto's doing here. And NJR was pretty miraculous at playing this, actually. It was in the game against DZ where we saw layer upon layer of response between the two. It was a fantastic match to watch. But you can deny all of Catwalk stairs with that Tachanka just by shooting over the top of those two walls. It makes for a really effective and difficult to break defense. FaZe kind of had an answer to it by opening up the garage double underneath Catwalk itself and finding the player when they tried to retreat back in towards site. It's just a really fascinating evolution of the defense overall. But even though all that said to it, they've managed to deal with the Azami. They've got rid of Mr. Outlaw as well. And they managed to stick in a defuse here because they said, forget all that noise. We don't need to worry about Catwalk and getting full control of it. We just got to clear out the player there and run right through you. Diffuser down. The three players that were offsite had no idea it was coming. Fluxo, that's a fantastic read in towards the defense that we saw Black Dragons trying to employ. Brilliant round win.
Yeah, nicely getting themselves an advantage there. 2-1. And on the attacking half of Clubhouse, I think they're going to be more than happy with that rotation. Fluxo W7M getting themselves those two upstairs sites just sends a little bit of a message, to Black Dragons. Yeah, maybe you're going to keep out of Church and Arsenal, but overall, we're going to come out on top. So we've got our third bans coming along. Will it be Clash, as you suggested? No, we're going to have the Mirror taken away instead. Fluxo W7M, despite struggling with it a little bit for that one round, obviously not seeing it as too much of a problem, and instead are going to take away those Black Mirrors, and then Black Dragons are going to be taking away the Thermite. So that's the double hard breach ban, but it still leaves them what I would say is the most valuable hard breacher on this map, which is, of course, Ibana.
Why not? I think part of it is down to probably the larger walls when you're looking on towards the Jacuzzi site, or of course attacking upstairs in towards Cash CC, opening up main breach, or as we've already saw, Fluxo doing this half, opening up the single wall in construction. Yes, the banner is still available. Yes, it means the hatches can be open. You kind of accept, I think, that hatch is going to get open regardless, because you'll see a lot of hard breach charges being brought along. In fact, looking at this round now, as the attackers all switch away, there is no Habana being brought along. They're going to say, I don't need that. I say that as Parley changes over towards it last second. Brilliant. I was going to say they have the option, of course, to bring along a lot of hard breach gadgets, which should do the same role. So maybe here there's a degree of that where they're saying, Habana, there's alternatives to it these days. A Thermite, though, and a hole that big, can't easily replicate that.
Oh, very true, very true. As a Thermite fan myself, I'm going to be on board with the Thermite appreciation. We're going to have it's not the Aruna. You could be forgiven for being confused. Scorpos recently being given the same functionality in terms of the punch to open things up. So we're going to see the Scorpos of Swag up on the top floor. Will have his shell likely back down in sight to be able to transfer back to. Quick progress here from Dordes, in straight inside of Strip, and maybe looking to catch out any defenders on late rotates.
Loban is just committed towards this whole snake thing as well, by the way. At least to say committed, he's played it now across two of the 4 rounds that we've had. Other rounds that we're looking in towards the Nomad for, of course, the lockdown out on the flank, and Deimos being the other. So very much the intel operator, or the intel player for this team overall. 2 shields coming along with a Monty and a Blackbeard. Seeing that pairing is quite rare. You see like a Blitz and a Blackbeard, for example, but see what they can get done with it. It just feels like very, very slow, composed, and controlled overall from Fluxo, though. Just don't want to get stung by any nasty surprises. Speaking of, too easy.
That was a little bit of a surprise. A shotgun-shaped surprise. Guto managing to pop around the corner and get that kill. Opens things up for Black Dragons. Only this site have they managed to get the entry kills. And last time they did that, they were able to win the round as well. Let's see if they can replicate Dots. It's going to be back up to open up the hatch using the hard breach gadget. That's going to be access to Moto at least, and then the Monte likely to continue that march on, trying to find a little bit of space for his team, whilst Cons on the other shield works through Dirt Tunnel.
the big mistake from Dodos there. They didn't have any of the kitchen hallway flooring opened up. So, of course, they had no idea who was actually underneath them. He's walked down there to a shotgun with no one able to trade or even put pressure in from above. A bit of a mistiming mistake. I think he was trying to catch them out in a way. But Guto's just had a great read in it there and has punished them for trying something a little bit cheeky. I want to believe it was a cheeky attempt rather than one of misguided intentions from Dodes. You know, he's a fantastic player, not the kind of one to make mistakes like that. And here we go. Pressuring from one shield on towards one side as you're taking through dirt. The other has dropped in and now looking in for the plant, but it's being tagged up here. Can't afford to commit and stick by the looks of it. Lobing getting at least one back. Dot's probably going to try this one again, though, Tim. He's in a great position. Who can stop him?
Let's see if anybody can manage it. Not going to take any damage as that plant starts going down, but there's your answer. It's that man again, Des. You asked the questions, and Guto, 3 times I've heard his name in really critical positions, and he's come out on top of all of them, having a great performance as he steps back into tier 1. It is all up to Lobin. Very, very low health. F2 in hand. He's got a great gun to do the job, but I think it's unlikely at this point. Swag steps around the corner into Moto, finds his man on the tight angle, and Black Dragons level things up to 2. I think that's largely as we expected. They've got that basement one again. Now comes the question mark for Black Dragons. How do you fare on the top floor?
That is where there's been the challenge that we saw back in that second round. It was a real smart attempt to think overall coming out of Fluke. So last time we attacked, they made good use of the sends, for example, to obscure vision from Cash CC side. They made it look relatively comfortable with Palu being the one swooping in at round end, collecting 2 kills and seeing it over the line, though. Maybe not as decisive a round end that would suggest it's going to be an easy cakewalk here. A couple of adjustments by Black Dragons, and it's very plausible they see this one over the line, especially given that they've still got that Clash on side to play behind. That's exactly what Romeo is going to jump back to here. And we'll see how things go. Guto, as you say, though, Tim, for me, he's had a couple of moments where he's been very much in impactful positions, has got himself an entry. Granted, maybe not onto the most impactful operator in the striker, but it's the fact that he's getting these 1 or 2 kills here and there that's just chip away at Fluxo and give his team a fighting chance, which so far has been really good. So turns out the answer of being in T2 for a while and playing, of course, in Elevate Academy has been good for him. Here he is back in Tier 1. So far, so good.
Going to be gym and bedroom then, as we follow the same rotation for Black Dragons. As I said, it's all about this top floor for them now. They were unable to get it done last time. They need to win at least one of them up here. If they can get one out of the 2, they guarantee themselves a 3-3 half on the defense, which has got to be the minimum here on Clubhouse, and it just gives them a little bit of something to move on into the second half with. Have the hard breach charge straight away, opening up construction wall, going to make it difficult not only to play in there but to commit to that extension out into Cash and top red. We saw a player playing top red, so Romeo on the Clash is going to facilitate a little bit of construction play along with the Azami as well, putting the keeper barricades in there to try and create at least a little bit of freedom and movement through there. But it's still something that Mr. Outlaw needs to think about. He's playing in Cash at the minute, and his route back to site might not be just as simple as he might like.
Sure. It's been a controlled start so far, more sniffing things out, making sure they've got control of these parts of the map that was mentioned. No doubt still aware of Cash DC at the same time. It's why you've got Dodes out there. Just use one of those hard breach charges onto that main breach to at least give them visibility in there. As you'll often say, you don't really need to get control of that part of the map, Tim. It's more just about having visibility into it. They're not going to walk in there and be in that right spot. It's just about stopping them from being able to step into that window and challenge them towards that south balcony. First Candela coming out as well from Dots. Trying to get something inside of construction, force players to move, hopefully into the waiting arms of other players, but no. At least know where one is, and sure enough, they know exactly where he is as well. No freebie for Lobin, unfortunately.
The problem with the Candela there, and I often say this, I think, you know, sometimes this utility is used like that and nobody follows it in. That's the whole point of Ying, for example, being able to see through her own Candelas and flashes. You can get in there and challenge on the back of it. You've got to make it uncomfortable for players. If they feel confident to just be able to sit still, hold their position and wait for the effects to clear, it's not really gaining you anything. You know, I always think of utility in terms of you selling utility. So what have you got for it? You know, you've given that away for free and they're going to want to make sure they get more from it in future. Lobin manages to take down Romeo. That gets them something at least. But Rare, he finds one back onto Dots. 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go. And talking of using utility and getting something for it, Fluxo W7M, there's no time like the present.
Yeah, well, look at this. Tucked in, nice and tight, ready for more aggression to come on through, but nothing quite follows off just yet. Rare going to be okay, tucked in because his team have got cover elsewhere. That Warden in a great spot, I was going to say, to give some cover, but no. Parlo has slipped through the net, Tims. He's trying to do what he did last time around and be that kind of late lurker in towards sight, but he'll only get away with the trade. They get the shutdown. This time round, Black Dragons, they win out on the site.
Yeah, that's what they needed. Get that top floor win under their belt. It now guarantees them 2-1 in this quarter of defense, if you will, or however you want to look at it. So they've got a minimum of a 3-3 half. They've now got an opportunity. They've got an opportunity to put themselves 4-2 up at the half against Fluxor W7M, which I think on Clubhouse is probably going to be the minimum that they need, because Fluxor W7M are going to be better in the second half of this game. So again, important round, but not now as essential as it was. CCTV and Cash going to be the place. We've got a similar lineup to last time. We saw them using the Tachanka. This time it's going to be the Fenrir rather than the Vigil. Hallelujah. As I said last time around, the Vigil just felt like a really wasted pick. He played in Master Bedroom. He doesn't really gain you anything in there. They know that you're there. You're not benefiting by keeping yourself off the drones realistically. And so I think bringing those FNATs along this time, making it difficult, especially when we're looking at players like Cons bringing along the Monte. The FNATs can be a great response to that. Much, much better choice from Black Dragons in terms of the lineup.
Okay. Well, you've seen this one earlier on for the Eagle Eye on the Cash CC defense. We had Guto set up on the Chanka. We had the top of those double walls in towards the catwalk opened up. And the actual main walls themselves were fully reinforced off to try and give them some protection. However, it didn't work out too well. Fluxor W7M came away the winners. They cleared out 2 players and then instantly went in for the plant while 2 or 3 players were off site. This time around, I think you're going to find that players on the side of Black Dragons play much closer in towards site. In fact, so we've got Mr. Outlaw currently holding off on the east stairs. He's on red stairs, holding towards the bottom of that. Rare's the only one really off site right now, and he's off and towards bedroom. Everyone else is hanging around site itself, and because of that, Flukes are going to try and go direct in towards the hit. This is where Guto, as you're seeing now, should be able to land some really good fire to give cover to his army.
Yeah, I really like this use of the Tachanka. Rather than, we've seen this a lot more recently, rather than focusing those Shamika canisters on the plant denial, instead trying to support your catwalk player by making it difficult for the shield to move. As you say, great kill coming in there to clear the Azami out. Anyway, it means now that those Shamika canisters can be kept in pocket for that later round plant denial, but a good opener flux. So W7M, Romeo's been hitting a couple of shots and he's going to do it again. Absolute beauty, ripping the player off the rappel. It's a tough one to hit at the best of times. It's gonna be the Barna gone.
There's obviously lots to Mr. Outlaw on the way that he's played, but the 2 new boys in Guto and Romeo, I won't lie, I was a bit nervous when I saw them come onto the team. I thought, is this really a big upgrade for you? So far, so good. We've already commended Guto a couple of times, the crucial kills that he's got. This round having a big impact with that Chanka and trying to deny catwalk and to slow things down, and Romeo hits a shot like that. Zero complaints at all. Bearing in mind he's played Clash a couple of rounds this half as well. He's not equipped to be getting kills as such. He's been playing much more of the site-based play with things like the mirror as well. But really impressed with what I've seen from both of them so far.
It's been good stuff. Let's see if they can continue and get this round closed out now. 4 versus 4, but Cons is super low health on that Monty, and the particular problem being, at least from Black Dragon's perspective, that there's no more Shamika canisters left. Lobin manages to pick up Rare. 4 versus 3. 45 seconds left to go. This is a big advantage for Fluxor W7M. This is really a round at this point that they should be winning. But so. Lobin and Cons, very, very low health. And like you say, 1 breath away from death if they end up in a toxic babe. Robio manages to use the SMG instead. Guto with the LMG. Mr. Outlaw gets a 3rd. And that's going to be 2 versus 1 in the blink of an eye. It's all up to Cons on the shield, low health, tries with the pistol, can do nothing. It's going to be 4-2 on the half for Black Dragons.
Oh, we can bring Milosh in for a chat here, I think, because that has proved to be a very interesting half indeed. What a great play, bit of play, sorry, for the 2 newbies. Apparently you're muted, Milosh.
Oh,
apparently you're muted.
What?
I thought you
Everyone
were
gets to see
making
Milos's
some
best
really
mining
good
apps.
points.
That was the best analysis I've heard from like anybody ever, by the way.
In Discord, you could hear me making
we
great
could.
points. There
It
you
was
go.
brilliant.
So
It was
good points.
phenomenal, honestly.
Regardless of saying, folks at W7M coming, okay, they didn't make it to Salt Lake City. Sure, fine. Put it away. This is a team that you expect to be playing up there with the top 4 of Brazil, which is basically in the top 10 of the world, right? Great. Black Dragons, the only team in Brazil in SAL to have not one, but 2 player transfers, 2 transfers in general. And what are they doing? They're doing great. Guto, Romeo, in their own positions, are holding down the fort. Rafter, for example, with Romeo, nobody could touch him in there. Guto, whatever was needed, he could always make the challenge and actually get kills off of it. And so it's showing that maybe, and this is something that Afama touched about before we started the game, maybe the Black Dragons MO in kind of lock-in in general was, or not lock-in, but what do you call it? Shoot.
Kickoff?
The lead up to SLC.
Kickoff.
There you go. My brain is all over the place in this. Maybe the fact of the matter is they were too slow and they needed 2 players to pick up the steam, and that's what we're seeing in at least a moment like this in this matchup so far.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Guto again has really impressed us throughout that. And Romeo in that final round hit a couple of nasty shots. Given he was on Clash for a lot of it, 0 complaints about that. They've really impressed me there, Tim.
Yeah, that's the really important point that you've made there, Des. He's playing Clash and Smoke. He's using like tough guns. He's on SMGs on the secondary from Clash. It's really, really difficult stuff to be hitting the shots that he is. So really well played from Romeo, and giving himself a great announcement, a great arrival here. And we're going to see going into the second half our bans come out now. It's the double electricity again. It's a little bit more understandable on Clubhouse, but still a lot of breaches that can be dealt with. I think you take the Kaid to clear off the hatches. That's going to be a given, but maybe a little bit of room for taking off Mirror, taking off Azame, taking off Clash, taking off somebody like that to help speed up your attacks a little bit rather than worrying about speeding up the breaching. But we'll see how that plays out for Black Dragons. 4-2, certainly in the driving seat at the minute.
All right, well, 2 halves for Game of Siege, Tim. Let's see how they fare on the attacking side. It is where 2 teams that make changes, or newer teams in general, can often come undone. But I am filled with a little bit of optimism here, given what we've seen in that first half. On the other side of things, Fluke, so we've got to see them tighten things up a little bit here. Tim, I know Lobin's had a good half overall. Cons, Parlo also getting themselves involved, but it hasn't yielded too much in terms of results. But if we have the classic 4-2 split, we get OT. Let's see how things build out. We're starting things off downstairs in the basement. Now Outlaws taking on the Lobin role of running around on those intel ops, starting things out with Snake. His job will be to make sure that first floor is clear, so they can get focused on getting vertical control, starting to focus on an execute.
I have the Mirror played on the low angle there, just looking through into blue. You do that so that you can play it crouched, if you're wondering. You want to play it crouched because if you stood up, you can be seen from dirt from behind the box, so it keeps you nice and safe, and you can try and hold off on blue. It doesn't really lose you any visibility or anything, so you're all good. And that's going to be, I think, mostly the method for holding on to blue. I'm just looking at the minute. There's nobody really playing in that area. We'd normally have, like, if you think teams like Balkans over the years, and now G2, that's Shaiko's home spot on this map, is to play in behind the generators and have that active resistance in blue. Not going to be something that they're doing as much of.
Well, he tries to make sure there's full clear, and there we go. That's the freebie that he was looking for. Parlo just hanging outside of sight a little bit too long and pays the price for it. Outlaw, again, just continuing to have a brilliant game so far. I can't imagine he's going to slow down anytime soon. Now it's about how they build at the back of this totem. It's all well and good getting the entry. Now you've got to try and convert it into a round win, and they're still working their way through the majority of this map. Like a minute and a half in, and we're still asking questions here on who's around, who's roaming out on this ground floor. I'm a little bit nervous that maybe Black Dragons are going a bit too slow.
Yeah, I'd agree. By contrast, when we saw Fluxo W7M attacking this site, they were very quick in taking the ground that was offered to them. Lobin generally was inside of the map in 30 seconds on the Snake, moving through, grabbing ground, and they were starting to push towards and pressure site, clear utility at about the halfway mark, whereas, as we can see, that's really not the case here for Black Dragons, and it's something that they definitely need to consider. They still seem to be kind of a little bit concerned about getting inside of the map, concerned about where they're going to be challenged from, but it's all good. They're safe. They can just push forward now.
Yeah. Are we chasing ghosts, boys? Is it Halloween? Is it come early? Like, what are we looking for here? I'm now really concerned that, yeah, we've got hatches open, but we've not spent enough time droning out downstairs. In fact, probably not a whole lot of droning has really had a chance to happen. You've still got a clash sat on main stairs. Back in EML, we saw Smith try and do this, and he was bullied inside a minute and a half and killed off extremely quickly. I'm worried that we left it too late. We're down to the final 25. We're only now starting to see a bit of a Hail Mary attack come together. I think they've messed this up, Tim.
I would agree with you at this point. I think it's just far too late for them to do anything. Fluxo W7M4 left alive, including a clash, including Vulcan canisters, which we're going to start hearing popping. This is a big, big problem, and because they have to rush, they're putting themselves into bad situations. Cons, Lopin, they both take advantage of that. The kills come raining in. It is as easy as that for Fluxo W7M to stand up to the attack, and they just did far too little with the time that they had. Black Dragons put themselves in a really bad spot at the end of the round, and Fluxo W7M took advantage of it.
I will say it still came far closer than I thought it should have. And the one, I guess, upside to take from that, the silver lining from a lost round, is the fault was on Black Dragon's side. It wasn't anything special that Fluxo W7M did. They were largely sat back there. They were waiting for the hit to come on through and probably were sat there with 25 seconds to go like, okay, where is this execute? Where are these guys? But it comes back to what I said at round start. When teams make changes like this, it takes a little bit of time to synergize and pull things together. The cracks tend to show more on the attacking side than it does on the defense because it relies on timing. It relies on making sure as a team, you've got a full net coverage of the map overall. So not the end of the world, but do need to speed things up a little bit. I think admittedly a full map player didn't help them there. Upstairs on these next two sites, I think things could be much more competitive because there's not as much to work their way through.
Just having a look at the defensive lineup. Yeah, as you say, just, you know, less problems to do. I look at the attacking lineup as well. They're going to be, I was just going to say, with the sense on the board, they're going to be causing some problems of their own, let alone trying to push through a defense. But I think the sense being swapped away makes it a little bit more kind of what we'd expect. The Blackbeard is one to watch. Rare is going to need to have a good round here. They're going to want him to be the tip of the spear to be able to get them in and create a little bit of space, but my eyes are still firmly locked on Guto and Romeo. We've said they've had a good half on the defensive side. Are they able to duplicate that now on the attack?
Hollis, the one playing air quotes entry here, is going to be the first point of engagement for his team, assuming Black Dragons push in towards Garage. We'll give them a lot to work through. You'll get control of Garage, and you've got to worry about cash CEC, then construction, and so on and so forth. The number of things they'll need to get control of will only just build up here. And Romeo opening up that bottom of Garage is probably going to put Parloot on a bit of edge. Just say that. He's already dropped down into that first floor, so he's looking to give challenge to them more directly here. Probably dancing around the stairs and looking to see who's going to challenge him. So far, the answer is no one, really. They're very much left into it. He's even dropped himself away entirely, so maybe a bit scared of what was coming pressure-wise. Not wasted too much time. Not too bad for Black Dragon so far.
No, not too bad at all. Drone is going to be going in. Just going to clear out the laser gate, so they're not too worried about losing that utility. Still got Parlu locked in, playing out here on Reds. As I say that, he's going to move his way through. I was going to say he's locked in at the top of Red Stairs there, looking to hold that position, but he's actually supported by the Tachanka. I didn't see Dots playing out there with him as well, so he's going to be holding the angle, looking for that bounce back. The reason the Tachanka plays there behind the shield is he wants to be able to bounce those Shumikas off the wall and into that default plant spot. And right now, I'm starting to get a little bit concerned about time for Black Dragons. A minute 15 left on the clock. We saw them a little bit slow last time. They're going to now be facing the Shumika canisters coming through the window onto the stairs as well. And they could easily find themselves held up and stalled out.
That's it, right? It's the same thing that they've just... The thing is, Black Dragons played this exact setup themselves with the Tachanka. They should have an idea on how to deal with it. They've got the right kind of idea with Guta trying to find an angle onto the Tachanka. He's only got to step 1 foot wrong and he gets a freebie. But we're down to these last 45. Like you say, it's building towards this exact same point. No one has yet gone down. And I'm worried that time is only going to be the problem.
Lobin just having a little roam around there, see if he can get anything going. Sees the feet, not going to catch the man, and he's going to have that castle open, so his position in lounge is likely to be challenged. 25 seconds left to go. This is a bit of a problem for Black Dragons, but they start finding answers. Guto 1, make it 2. That's a triple, and he goes big again. I said keep your eye on how he does on the attack, and he's just answering questions all over the map at the minute. 3 versus 2, 8 seconds left to go. Rare has the fuser in hand. Guto makes it 4. Surely not an ace. Yes, it will be. Guto goes big and just continues to deliver for Black Dragons.
That was fantastic. Identifies the gap and capitalizes on it. That's probably a little bit of miscommunication, honestly, coming out from Fluxo there, because Guto getting the kill on top red, he's then free to play inside of the breach, and no one's able to really stop him. Gets 2 kills, peeking in through the softball between sites. That shouldn't be happening. That's the kind of thing where Fluxo have got to be screaming, okay, I've died on red. He's in breach. Be aware of that. But they've let him get away with an absolute blinder there. 1v1 after 1v1. Real smash and grab operation, but they won't care how they got it, Tim. Black Dragons get the round, and now they're up to 5 and 3.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. 12 and 6 for Guto right now, and doesn't show any signs of slowing down. Whereas on the side of Fluxo W7M, you look at Dots, you look at Dordes, not singling them out, but the contribution at this point is just not enough to make them competitive inside of this game. And honestly, it's the most lost I feel like I've seen Fluxo W7M look in a long time. They're just not on the attack, getting confident control of the map. They've had a few rounds now. That's 2 rounds where they've not, like, you know, they're just being pushed around by Black Dragons, and no, it's no good.
I think, again, the rounds that we've seen so far, I mean, both one has been lost and one has been won by Black Dragons. It hasn't been won by Fluxo, if you get me. Like, it really has come down to the mistakes or the shortfalls or the capitalization of Black Dragons. Fluxo are largely sat there and waiting to lose, which is weird to say given their setup in the last round was very similar to the one that came out of the side of Black Dragons in the first half. Just feels a little bit static, a little bit templated, a little bit easy to predict maybe on the side of Black Dragons. Haven't always capitalized the best like we saw back in round 7, but I think as it stands, they're the ones who look definitely in control of the tempo here on Club.
Step 1 is going to be getting themselves inside of Cash, and it's going to be the Clash that's trying to hold them back from that. They need to move through CCTV and get that shield on the move. They've got the air jabs. Mr. Outlaw's got 3 in pocket still, so that suggests it's not necessarily too much about watching the flank, as it is giving them an option to deal with the Clash, get those air jabs in behind, put Clash on the floor, and then you can move in and deal with her. You're only really going to need 1 for the flanks here, and that is just to prevent anybody coming from that Cash side once you've got it secure and locked down. So I think that may well be where the focus was with that. But still, 5 versus 5, halfway through the round. We can hear that Black Dragons doing good work here. They're getting the walls open. We can hear the Selma charges going off. Red's taking a little bit of damage, but they've got confidence at least to be able to use the balcony, so that puts a lot of pressure onto site now, and it's up to those Cash players really to be able to challenge and strike out into CCTV if they want to stop that balcony control. But there's going to be no opportunity to now, as Black Dragons have done another great job of taking that ground and pushing Fluxo W7M around.
So far down to that last 60, every single player still standing. Does he know about the individual? Off to his right. No, Lobin. You have to know Lobin's going to play like this. This is his style. Lie down in front of windows. Be a bit of a rat, frankly. And it's got him the entry. It's Romeo that's gone. A second follows, but there's at least a trade back as Outlaw gets 1 on towards Dordes. So good response. Guto into another. Down to a 3 versus 3. Guto, someone stop this man. At 3Ks, he just charged into the middle of sight. Mows down the players on Fluxo. It's down to a 2v1 though. Lobin now working his way back up towards site. Guto wants a 4K. He's not content with just an ace tip. He wants to win another round for his team, and he could well be on his way there. Outlaw recovering the diffuser, now looking to try and get it done, I imagine, on the bed to dodge away from what could be a C4, but there's not one in back pocket for Lobin. Guto, the right idea. Main stairs has got the cover. They've got the 2 angles onto this doorway. If he peeks in here, Tim, he's dead to rights.
You feel like it's just a matter of time until that is going to be the case. Lobin gets Guto, takes him down. Not going to matter because he's already done the damage. Look at Lobin's health. So low now. It's up to the Nomad. There goes the air jab. There comes the kill. And there is the round. Black Dragons 3 match point opportunities.
Wow. I mean, another massive round for Guto where he's done the same thing as before. He stepped in towards site, got the one kill, the one player that was meant to be watching his angle. Once he kills him, he's free to shoot wherever the hell he wants. And the other two players that he gets are distracted, watching different angles, dealing with pressure coming in from elsewhere. So yes, Black Dragons have been a little bit slow at points, but when they say go, they seem to be pretty damn good at saying, right, everyone, we're pushing in together as a team, which is what newer teams or teams that make significant changes tend to struggle with. And that just gives him all the space to capitalize the way that he has for 2 rounds on the bounce. Unsurprisingly, Fluxo W7M, they're in with attack timeout because they've got to find 3 rounds from somewhere, Tim.
Yeah, they desperately need it. Norris is going to be, you know, I'm sure, straight in the comms trying to get something said to right the ship here, but they are in serious trouble at the minute. 3 rounds back to back. It's, you know, looking like they're struggling to get one with the way that things are going. Black Dragons have got 5 out of the last 6. It has been absolutely dire for Fluxo W7M, so they're going to need something. We know how successful Norris is in these tactical timeouts. Does have a really high success rate from memory, so you know, hopefully he can say something that's going to turn it around. But I think the reality is they need to be holding their space better. Whether that is, you know, look at the operators that they're bringing. Is there anybody that they can bring to maybe just offer them a little bit more in terms of denial? Or do they maybe need to put something into the minds of Black Dragons to stop them being so singularly focused about taking areas? Do they need to be playing a heavier roam game, getting on the flanks, giving them somewhere else to watch, something else to think about?
There's a lot to think about here, Tim. Even off the back of attack timeout, this isn't going to be easy. So many teams try and do something a little bit crazy in the first round after their attack timeout, a rush or something else to really just change the tempo up. So no matter what plan you bring, it is immediately disrupted. But saying that, Black Dragons have been very good, like I say, at disrupting and causing chaos when they finally get to the point of execute. They can look to try and do just the same thing again. But Fluxo W7M are getting themselves out around the map. Of course, we're seeing the Skopos coming out. We're seeing the Vigil on side. They don't want to lock themselves in, which has been one of their main symptoms of why, or one of the main reasons why they've lost the last few rounds has been down to giving too much control, arguably too soon, over to the side of Black Dragons. So I like here, they're going to get out in the map and try and keep them busy.
Just getting his secondary shell into position there, Dodes, before heading out on the roam. Trying to keep it as secure as possible. We have, of course, in the last week, Des really seen the power and potential of Skopos. Is another one of those operators with a lot of value, but one that I put into that high fantasy bracket when we think about their ability. Oryx jumping up a hatch, you know, Skopos transferring shells and pulling off a big flank. But we saw it. We saw it in EML, of course. The 1v3 clutch that went down. Marto managing to pull it off as he transferred back into his shell in Cafe Kitchen, got all 3 kills and closed it out. So we certainly have seen the value there. And Dodes, I'm sure, would be more than happy to pull that out in this round. So 5 versus 5, still 2 minutes left on the clock. Black Dragons not really inside of the building yet. Mr. Outlaw, first one in with the snake, and he's going to find Dots. Great opener.
A freebie there for sure. I mean, Dots knew that he was coming, but he's having a terrible game, Tim. 1 and 10. Oh, can't be dropping those kind of numbers in a game like this. Not when your team is 3 rounds behind. Outlaw pushes up to 11. Him and Guto very much running the show so far. Got still half the round to play. Lobin, as of yet, not dealt with. Tim, he's played this off angle. He's been a rat for so much of this game. They have to know what he's up to. And finally, a phone call comes in from Swag. They're going to know that he's upstairs. Question is, can they punish him?
Oldest trick in the book, and Palu gets away with it, manages to find one from inside of Oil Pit. A little bit of aggression paying dividends for the veteran player there. Guto manages to pick him up in return. That's a good trade. 3 versus 3 though as Cons. This is trade for trade. It's like a rubber band back and forward this round. Cons manages to get another, takes the snake down. 3 versus 2. Fluxo, strongest defensive site in the game. They've got to be able to hold on to this one, surely.
Just got a bit too soon here, haven't they, really? 2 players on the side of Black Dragons ahead of Romeo and Rare.
And that has given Cons the space to get a couple. Lobin, still being the rat that he is, gets one at range. Rare now left in a 1 versus 2. And it feels like with the time slowly starting to tick down, no other gadgetry left outside of a couple of flashes, that this is going to require a heroic effort.
Taking out a bit of utility as he sees the opportunity, but it is going to give away Rare's position. Fluxo W7M should be well aware. I like how they play in this. Cons low health, so they don't want to get too involved here. Just waiting for that plant to go down, playing that game of teasing the clock away as the defenders, of course, the 6th man gives you that opportunity. Rare switches things up. He's looking for the angle, but it's a bit of ring around the roses. Cons with low health is still the one who manages to land his shot, close it out, and W7M they hold on for another round.
Battle of the newbies almost there at the end. Cons, like I say, getting those 2 kills in towards blue was massive. If he doesn't get those 2 kills and we see Rare manage to get his way down to the bottom of main, we start having a very different conversation because they get the cut angle. So Black Dragons, I think, getting a little bit ahead of themselves. Just need to resync here and calling the count. What are we doing? What are we pushing? How are we getting the crossfires set up? Maybe that would have rewarded them a little bit better, but you can't take away from Cons that 3K has just kept them in the game. Still 2 more to go, though. Otherwise, it's Black Dragons taking all 3 points.
You feel like Fluxo W7M are just building up a little bit of momentum behind them now. 2 rounds in a row won. That's the first time they've done that since round 2 and 3, by the way. So definitely a little bit of a change in the tides here. Can Fluxo W7M continue riding it? That is the question. Black Dragons are this time going to be attacking Cash and CCTV. We saw them attack it back in round 8. It was a win for them. Interesting setup from Fluxo W7M. They had the castle. They kind of locked Lobin into playing underneath in lounge. I didn't feel maybe all the positions were as successful as they might have hoped. Janka didn't really keep Garage clear, for example. They were able, Black Dragons, to take that area over. So this time around, Fluxo W7M have mixed things up considerably in terms of their lineup. We're going to have the Soulless brought along. We've got no Tachanka this time. We've got a Mute instead. So considerable differences.
Lobin will keep on playing the same style that he always does. I've said it already a few times this game. He'll be in front of windows. He'll be hiding in corners. He'll be very mobile around the map. On the Vigil, he did a great job in the previous round of almost being bait for the rest of his team to get that free kill onto the Dockerby as she went hunting him upstairs. Was wasting a lot of time above, just constantly drawing attention away, really. He'll look to try and do the same here, shoot through drones to try and drone him out. In fact, as you can see, we've basically got no drones left here. Admittedly, not tons for you to worry about droning out on this part of the map. We've got a direct access in towards site. Main warrior's got to be, though, Lobin on the downstairs because he, of course, can sniff out. Never mind, cast a curse, he's down and dead. I was going to say, be really good at denying away the plant, but alas.
Swag's played that beautifully. I think this is the problem with playing Lobin on Soulless. You know that he's not going to play in a reserved manner for the round. He's still going to be aggro. He's still going to be at doors. He was looking then to see if he could pick somebody up on a drone outside of the building. As it was, Swag played him and managed to find him underneath the door. But he was, I think, maybe a little bit too aggressive for a Soulless player there. If part of your win conditions is let's deny the plant from below, that might not have been their intention. It may have just been an operator who wanted to play. But if that was what they were looking for, he's overcommitted to the aggression at the beginning and needed to keep himself alive. But 4 versus 4 as we see Romeo taken out by Cons. Cons having a great game here towards the end of things, really keeping Fluxo W7M alive in this one.
Been watching the window or something like that. That's crazy because there's no way in hell Romeo should not have a sniff on Cons and know exactly where he is. Probably has gone in for a challenge and paid the price as a result. Has 1 smoke left, but it's got a lot still to do here to hold on and dig in deep. In comes Swag, looking around for 1, Cons into a second. Great shot from Swag onto Dodes. Wow. But in every measure, he gets a kill. Cons on the other side again. The new pickups really started to shine here.
Yeah, they're looking good, aren't they? Really making a name for themselves. And Uto will no doubt continue to do so, I think, as this stage goes on. I'd be surprised to see him drop off too considerably. 3 versus 3 then, 30 seconds left to go. Fluxo W7M trying to hold on. They've got a Blackbeard to fight against. Damage is done though. Rare low health, Swag low health, Rare off the board. Cons again stepping up for his team. Makes it a triple in the round. Makes it 12 overall. Swag takes down Dots 2v2. The fight continues. It's Cons. He doesn't get the ace. Palu finishes things off, but still a 4K for Cons. Fluxo W7M take us to 12.
Well, we had Guto dropping 5 and then 3 in the next round. Now you've had Cons drop 3 and then 4 in the next round. Again, the new pickups, matching energy with each other so far. That experience that Cons brings over from NIP is starting to shine because he's played those last 2 rounds as perfectly as you could possibly ask. That's 2 in a row for Fluxo W7M. They're 1 off sending us to OT, Tim. And Black Dragons, understandably, they slammed the pause button here. They just need 1 attack to see it over the line. It's going to feel bruising if they let this get brought back all the other way by Flukes. They've done all the hard work. Otherwise, it will feel like a very, very heartbreaking OT that we head into for them. But one that you can't argue, Cons and the boys haven't deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. I think part of the discussion here needs to be how are we going to deal with the clash, because I've no doubt Fluxo W7M, they've used it a couple of times already, and I think we'll see them bring it along, given it's just one of them operas, isn't it? You need a round, you need to get yourself to overtime. We often see it done, and we'll see whether that's the case. But we've had mixed success so far through the day for both teams dealing with it. There it is from Dots. Going to be brought along. It's for Gym and Bedroom that they are trying to hold on to. Last time around, round 9, it was a Black Dragons win on the attack. Fluxo W7M. They've managed to flip the script on the last couple of rounds. They've got to do it again.
They have. And hopefully, off the back of that attack timeout, Fluxo, of course, also get their 45 seconds to have a chat. They've got a plan to see this one over the line. 1 the downstairs, 1 cash CC. Now have to win Gym Bedroom. This is one of the 2 sites that they lost. Back in round 8, they lost Cash CC. Round 9, they lost Gym and Bedroom. Maybe even somewhat pointing in towards the bans here that have helped them out somewhat as well, taking away that thermite, making it harder for the attackers to get full control of all the breaches as quickly maybe as Black Dragons did before. Time, as we remarked, has been their enemy at points. They managed to make it happen before off the back of Guto, but outside of multi-kills from him, haven't really got too close to winning a round, unfortunately.
No, that's it. It's, you know, Romeo's had his moments because he's hit some good shots, but his numbers still aren't fantastic overall. And if you look at Rare, Swag and Romeo, none of them above 6 kills. Yes, it's difficult if Guto's going to be putting 16. The kills aren't always there to be found, but I don't think that's the case here. It's that those 3 players just haven't really been competitive enough, and I feel like that's the problem for Black Dragons now. If they'd had a couple of those players really step up with a big round over the last 3, they might have got this done, you know, they might have got this over the line, but alas, they haven't been able to do so, and Fluxo now have an opportunity to take them to overtime. Going to be trying to hold on to this top floor. Just having a look across those player cards, we can see there's only Guto inside of the building. He's got himself in garage at the minute and will now be joined by Mr. Outlaw.
Trying to trap someone in here as well, but that's good cover to get the clash out as well. Making use of the Azami, that Deimos underneath, as you can see from Swag. They really wanted to punish and try and trap the clash in, so dots wouldn't be an issue later in the round. But good support from his teammates. They weren't all just like, everybody run for your lives. I'm not caring about any of you. No, they worked as a team. They've got themselves out. Everyone is alive, and they've wasted, what, 1 minute and 15? Not bad at all from the defenders.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. It does mean now Black Dragons have got access to the balcony, so they can start pressuring sight from the windows, which is exactly where they're going to go. Look at the health on the side of Fluxo W7M as well. This is going to be a tough last minute and a half for them. Got 3 players under half health, so effectively, cumulatively across the team, you've kind of got like 3.5 lives of HP against a full 5 on the other side, something that Fluxo W7M need to be aware of and try and keep themselves out of danger a little bit, but I feel like it's a difficult site to do that. There's a lot of angles into this site, and there's a lot of places you can get where you're just really close to site, those external windows, logistics office, construction, so many places where you're in touching distance, and that's something that they're going to have to stand up to.
I deal with the clash, got more smoke still coming on through as you weasel in towards the last 45 seconds or so. They will have time to hit site here, and they've managed to get Lobin down. Not yet finished off. As you said, Tim, there are 3 players on below half HP. 3 more bullets, and this could have easily been a 5 versus 2, but no. 4v5 at least for now. Down goes Dodes. Lobin, as we said, was down, but he's picked back up. A 4v4 breaks out. Why has he stepped out from the shield, though? That's not ideal. Loses his life. The clash no longer in effect as Lobin gets 1. Palu, another Fluxo, might be about to hold on. Rare, though. 1 back the other way into a 2v2 to decide whether or not Fluxo get a chance to fight for 2 points, or if Black Dragons walk away with all 3. 1 down on main stairs. The plant attempt coming on through, but no. Rare now left all by himself. It's that name again. Cons going big. Him and Lobin to hold on, and Cons, you can say that line, Tim.
We're going to overtime, Des. Cons just beautifully playing the environment there, keeping himself tight to the wall because he knew he had a shotgun. So what did he need? A close range engagement. Just waits until those footsteps get right in front of him, pops around, gets the kill, closes things down. Round 12 goes the way of Fluxo W7M. That is 3 in a row to take them to overtime. 3 match points that Black Dragons have not been able to close out. That has to have an impact on you. And they continue in overtime on the attack, which has been the half that they have struggled on. 2-4 they have just gone on that attacking half. So Black Dragons need to give their heads a wobble if they want to get this one won to get themselves back into it.
9 kills from Cons in 3 rounds, by the way. Talk about a turnaround and one player being the impact that gets it turned around. Beautiful stuff. And now I'm slightly concerned because they remain on the attacking side. Black Dragons do here. Let's see if Cons can make it work for a 4th time in a row. We shouldn't be relying on one player, Tim. But when he's playing this down well, you can't complain. Him and Lobin especially out on the roam, has been the main threat. On site as the anchor player. It's all come down to Cons. As I said, that experience and NIP clearly doing a lot of wonders for them. Going downstairs into the basement. Black Dragons have got to keep the pace up. They can't afford to find themselves losing out to the clock again. They've lost attacking this site twice. Maybe 3rd time asking is where their luck changes.
Well, I didn't expect us to get into overtime, if I'm honest. At the beginning of this one, I thought we'd be seeing a slightly more one-sided affair, but Black Dragons have put up an unbelievable fight and performance so far in this one, and you've just got to look at it and say there could be more than 1 point available for them here. They could well grab themselves the full 2 that is now available. Going to be opening up all those externals again, making it difficult for Fluxo W7M to move around the map. But the castle barricades are going to keep them safe in the areas that they are particularly interested in. Paolo watching a disgusting angle onto main door. Misses his chance there. Just sees the foot. But I think he might just get another chance. Not as he's drawn out. Good intel work coming from Black Dragons.
I'm going to sniff on him for sure. At least he'll be in a spot where he won't be super challenged just yet. Surely now as they start gathering inside a main bar, you know that being the other side of a soft wall isn't always the best place to be. Harley got to be really careful here at risk of overstaying somewhere out on the roam, but of course it's the hatch right in front of him that he can drop down through if the heat does start to get a little bit too high. The Black Dragons, I was about to say, I want to hear that hammer start swinging about now. We're nearly halfway through the round. Last time around, they were nowhere near doing this, even at the 1:30 mark, but we have made a good start on that now, which means they have the vertical control. No nasty surprises coming out from the other side.
Still almost setup going on downstairs there for Fluxo W7M, just opening up a few more angles. Going to be repositioning a lot as well. Going to have the castle moving back out towards rear arsenal, I think, and to try and support any possible resistance to a kitchen hatch drop. Interestingly, we've got one up on the top floor at the minute. It is, surprise, surprise, Lobin, who's going to be ratting away up there. He's got the hatch open as well, and I don't think the Black Dragons are aware of this at all at the minute, and if they don't deal with it, they could be punished heavily on that flank.
Good. We'll see as Romeo's now starting to work his way in. Feels he's done the work necessary on that push down from top side. Opening up the kitchen has then gone in towards pushing his way through dirt. But we are kind of where we were before, Tim. Dying seconds and every player still alive. I say that as Outlaw just carries on doing what he does best. Picking up these kills to get things moving in the round. Rare now getting a stick down as Outlaw converts it into a triple. And there's no one available here. I was going to say Lobin, the only one with a C4 to stop it. Cons nowhere to be seen. Surely not a 1v5, Tim. Surely not.
Not. Romeo manages to pick up that final kill, and we said we needed a little bit more from the other Black Dragons players. They couldn't rely on Guto doing everything, and they've got themselves involved at least a little bit more, some of them there, and got a really important round 13 over the line. Now then, they have missed 3 opportunities to close this match out. They're about to get another 2. Surely they don't go home tonight having lost a match where they had 5 match points.
I'm going to say the same thing here that I just said about our last round. It feels like a long time ago, but Black Dragons won their defenses of downstairs convincingly in rounds 1 and rounds 4. They only lost 2 players in each round. That's what I'd conclude as a pretty conclusive outcome in those rounds. So Fluxo W7M Now the pressure switches to you. How can you swap things up here? How can you deliver something in round 14 to at least guarantee yourself the chance of getting those 2 points? You've at least locked down 1. Congratulations, but 2 sounds far better than 1, especially when you look at how kickoff went and where some of these teams got really stuck down in our bottom 4 or going straight into the losers bracket. My eyes quite naturally, Tim, fall towards one player that has had a real tough time getting involved in this game. It's Dots on the Deimos. He is their intel carrier for this round. Is he going to be able to change something? Because as it stands, his impact has been pretty damn low.
Into what could be our final round. We're going to have I was going to say an immediate spawn peek attempt there, but Mr. Outlaw thinks better of it and just dips himself away a little bit. I think maybe just trying to create a bit of a diversion as he takes a few shots. That's not ideal. He didn't want that there. He was looking for a little bit more protection. He will get it the second time around and gets himself back into sight safely. Takes a little bit of damage as he goes past the destructible ingredient as the fire is spewing out of it, but he won't mind that too much. 5 versus 5, 30 seconds into the round. Everybody, apart from Guto, is back on site for Black Dragons. They are going to be under a lot of pressure in round 14.
It's again the time that makes me worry though for Fluxo. They've shown already they can't attack this twice, that they've not managed to get the kills they need. Time for someone to have that big impact. My eyes naturally fallen towards Lobin here, being on the snake. We saw him play it a few times throughout that first half. I mentioned that it fits his playstyle perfectly. He likes immobile. He likes to be aggressive. And being able to feed yourself that information is certainly a great way of getting moving. Of course, not forgetting that the F2, a pretty dangerous gun. The recoil is not for mere mortals like us to try and comprehend, but at this level, I can imagine they're pretty good at dealing with it.
Yeah, I would have thought so. It
kicks like a donkey.
Yeah, it's really... It's really difficult for the normal ones amongst us, but I've been putting the work in. I've been using it a little bit. I've been trying to get better with it. Swag manages to hit Palu with a nitro. Beautiful stuff. 5 versus 4. Advantage Black Dragons. Looks W7M could find themselves on a slippery slope downhill towards a loss. They have secured a point by getting to overtime, but that might be all they get. Snake moving downstairs. Lobin trying to just see if he can catch the man out, but they're going to give him absolutely nothing.
His Palu, if he'd looked down, he would have seen a freebie onto Swag. He was underneath him inside of the main hallway, but instead just full sends it and eats a C4 in kitchen that I don't even think was intended for him, but gets the kill regardless. Like, oh, what a time to find yourself on the wrong side of a decision that could yet come back to bite you. Cons sat inside of dirt. He's had such a wonderful game. But here on the attacking side, they might just find themselves running down towards the wrong end of things. Players all very, very split up here. Different hatches being watched. One inside of dirt. One was looking towards Moto a second ago. And look at that again. Another unfortunate opportunity for Dots where he sees a man but has got the wrong gadget in his hand. Trying to watch on the hatch. Lobin starts his march on 4, but it might be too little too late. Good for at least a couple as we go into a 2 versus 3. Rounds it towards 1, but they need to find more, Tim, as we're down to the last 15. Dots down to 1 HP himself. He's in a 1 versus 3. Nothing's going to come off the back of that one. A fantastic round 14, a fantastic game from Black Dragons as they take 2 points.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Black Dragons to close that one out, get the job done. They didn't even need Guto at the end of the last round. It was all up to Swag and Romeo who get the job done for them. Brilliant stuff, and they managed to get 2 points out of that one.
Honestly, brilliant performance overall. We spoke about the newbies at the half. That kind of continued. I'd say newbie for Cons as in he's a brand newbie. He's not. Of course, we've seen him playing at NIP and various of the scenes before. He had a brilliant second half. He kept the boys in the game, but when it mattered most, the others just sadly just couldn't stand up to him.
No, they couldn't. It was a tough one. And well, Fluxo W7M, it's going to be back to the drawing board. It's not a bad thing to have lost against Black Dragons. They're, certainly one of the better middle pack teams that I would see in Brazil. But I think what it does say when we're looking at Fluxo W7M, much the same as we've said about Falcons in EML this time around, kind of makes you think that they might be falling more towards that 3rd, 4th place and challenging for the top spot.
Scary thought that, especially for a team that Palu's on, but that is the outcome that we have had. So let's go back over to our desk and get their thoughts on this game.
A most welcome surprise it is. The whole time, Leo and I holding our breath, trying to not lose our minds as we're seeing how Black Dragons, especially their new players, the newcomers on the team, are playing. And incredibly enough, Leo, it seems like it was exactly what was needed. The two players to make sure that the entire team has motion during the game and does not stagnate. We're seeing it in the opening game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the perfect fit, right? On one end, you've got Rare, who's really able to embrace his support role. So you see him play on the Clash, on the Mira, on the Smoke, and then on the other hand, you know, he's a dedicated Shields player or Hard Bridge player. He's really replacing the support role that was left by Miracle, by Lenda, who was initially a support and was brought as a flex on this roster, but was not delivering the kills. And that enables then, with the two new players, Romeo to be kind of the flex support, Guto to be able to play more aggressively than Lenda could. And finally, now you've got Outlaw, who's supported by other fraggers. Outlaw, who was the staple players ever since he joined that roster. He was initially the best rookie that was brought on the old Lost roster in 2025. And now on this roster, during kickoff, the MVP. Now we finally have someone else with him able to frag. I think that Romeo as well was bringing some good things into the table. Looking at this roster, we have a good balance. It took them a longer than expected. They had 4 match points until they finally managed to get it. Maybe they will regret not walking away with the 3 points. Realistically, though, I don't know how many people would have voted for Black Dragons into going into this match. Fluxo W7M is still supposed to be the big one, the big favorite. So honestly, a really welcome surprise. Finally, a middle of the table teams that could contend with some of the best teams. And Miloš, we discussed it together. Maybe it was just the right choices to guarantee this team can make playoffs.
It absolutely is. And like making playoffs is now, we were talking about this before even the start of the game and during it also. It was like, okay, well, if you do well against Fluxo, even if you lose, you're thinking, okay, you know what, we got 4 or 5 rounds against them. That's impressive. We'll have some motion going into game 2 tomorrow, something that's going to be helpful. Not only do you win, of course, you win in OT, you get 2 points out of it. Could have even closed it and gotten all 3 if you're asking me. But this has to be a massive morale booster for Black Dragons. And they're going to feel so much more comfortable about their chances. And they're just going to start playing better. I think we're seeing only the tip of the spear with them here, where, of course, to play FaZe, it might be a different sort of story. But against Fluxo, a team that's fighting really also to be in those top 6, if the competition heats up, this is going to get complicated for really all the teams in SAL. And I think it's starting to shape up this stage as, hey man, in SAL, no one is ever guaranteed safety, except for FaZe, but that's another question.
I mean, think about it. Between like the big names that you have, right? You have FaZe, the New Furia, Team Liquid, NIP, Fluxo W7M. I've already listed down 6 teams right now at this point. Right? Los already made it to Salt Lake City. I mean, we were reaching a point where almost every team in SAL is very competitive, is able to compete at the top international level. And that makes this league so strong because whoever gets out of that competition after a whole stage, you know, they will be extremely proud of themselves. Look at this, the statistics, by the way, for our friend on the side of Black Dragons. I mean, what a game. What a debut. Incredible. Very good. And honestly, I just keep coming back to 2 rounds in specific. 2 rounds where I think the world learned to welcome Guto back into Tier 1. Guto, who had played 1 year in 2024 for Black Dragons in BR6. Look at this. 18 kills, 11 deaths, 2 entry kills as well. Incredible. And these 2 rounds that I'm mentioning, one is the ace, one is a triple kill that followed. In 2 rounds, he dropped 8 kills. I mean, that is some way to have a debut as we're watching the replay here from this incredible round where he goes crazy. Honestly, I did expect that the chances were going to be good. I did not expect the chances to be that good. Incredible. Also important to do that in attack, by the way, on a map that is historically defender-sided. The fact that he dropped an ace with ace, I don't know. I just like, I like the beauty of it. No, but realistically, he was put on hard support role the entire attack. He was switching between Haze and Ibana, and he was still dropping incredible numbers. It's a more flexible hard support than in most regions, but Brazil knows how to do it. Most of the guys that play Ace and Hibana, they use it as a flex. They use the utility, and then they can play the good gun. And honestly, look at this. Like, what a great showing for his debut.
I think multiple players that we were discussing this at the invitation actually in Paris of asking them, what's the best gun in the game for you? And a lot were gearing more towards the AK-12. You got 31 rounds, you have very controllable recoil, very good damage profile. Makes a lot of sense for the amount of supports and flex supports that we have in the game right now. It's just being played perfectly well here by Guto. Unfortunately, Leo, you and I will not have an interview for this post game, as Black Dragons unfortunately don't have anybody that can join us on the English broadcast, and hopefully we can change that very, very soon. We'll just give him a ring and see what we can do about it. However, that is game 3. My God, we're going through this day so quickly. We still have 2 more matches to go. NIP versus Loud is coming up after the break. We'll talk about that and more in a moment.
Fala, guys. Aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Vai, como que é? Puxe. Pode mastigar? Ah, mano, eu vou engolir. Pra mastigar fica mais difícil. O bagulho de manchou, pô. Fora de snake. Fora de snake. Stop. Isso que eu faço. Stop. Não tem como não.
Saints.
Oh.
Flores. Tá dando pra ouvir. Thunderbird. Thunderbird.
Foi? Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Power, né? Cara, muito interessante. Vamos marcar aqui que a gente vai jogar no chalé. Vamos jogar chalé. O Cyber vai jogar de mira triângulo. Exato. O KDS vai sorrir. Exato. E o Vita King vai jogar de montanha. E talvez, muito talvez, vai ter clutch meu. Agora, perder da 7M, perder da Liquid, tomar 7-0... Aí é sacanagem com a nossa cara. Não, vocês estão brincando. Quem foi que fez isso? Produção. Power, né? Histórico de campeão aqui das paradas.
Farmers League. Farmers League. Vai lá jogar Farmers League. Farmers League.
Bom dia, o sol já nasceu lá na nossa liga. Acorda o pipoqueiro e o Betinha, e aquele bagre que não dá balinha.
Levanta, que o ninja tirou todo o seu pijama, que o Panterinha agora come grama, e o nosso nome já caiu na lama.
Lá na Farmers League amanhã, deixa o metro e vem pra cá, que o sol raiou e agora é hora de pinar. Que drama, só mete hate, mas sei que me ama. Parece que apagou a nossa chama. O Invi desse ano não valeu a fama.
Perdoa, tem gente que se queima à elefante, qualquer gata é leoa. Se a nossa liga é ruim,
Imagine a boa. Lá na Farmers League amanhã.
deixa o neto e vem pra cá, que o sol raiou e agora só vai começar.
Alô, rapaziada, cheguei, mas quer dizer que essa roça vai aqui é a melhor liga do mundo?
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from our quick music break here at SAL, where it's actually crazy that the team down in Brazil made this whole song up and just shot the video and posted it. The amount of creativity, we're going to keep talking about this video throughout this entire stage. I can guarantee you that. And we're going to be talking about quite a few teams here with their performance so far being quite impressive. However, Loud and NIP are up next for us. And Loud is a team that we want to see perform really well, just off the fact that they are representing one of the biggest organizations in South American and Brazilian esports, but that has not yet materialized, and we've been talking about that since Reload all the way. Now is the opportunity. We've had no roster changes, of course, going into the stage.
Yeah, I would argue that their stint as Reload was the only kind of success that we saw from that team, which was still, a main stage finish and was still somewhat impressive, and it was supposed to be a good sign. And then ever since then, when downward spiral, 2025 was a disappointment as a whole. They finished third of Copa Sul-Americana, which was their best placement out of the year. For the rest of it, honestly, ended up 9th at kickoff, which was probably the worst. 9th or 10th, really. They just got eliminated from the group. And I think that's the biggest thing, is for such a big name to have this finish. I think most people would have expected roster changes. However, they decided to not go that route, which is honestly props to them, because I don't think, like many teams, they wanted to judge their results based on a couple of playdays. However, now is the time to prove that it was the right choice in the sense that it's a big organization, like you said, it's a massive follower base, and right now it's been a year there in the game, and sadly they've not delivered.
Unfortunately for them, but yeah, I guess only way is up. Of course, we were running with two groups, so they were in the bottom two. There's no real distinction between 9th and 10th in that way. You see the roster shown on your screen as we go live. Someone with quite a bit of competitive experience on the team, but I'm wondering, what do you think has been the block? Because we talked about a player for like last year, for example, quite a bit over the past year or so, but it hasn't materialized into results, and I'm wondering what the real block might be in your mind.
I think overall, they picked up some of the recent pickups were right players. The thing is, in reality, it's a team that was put together from scratch, was what we could call a patchwork on paper, right? So many different players coming from so many different teams, and that sometimes takes time to gel, right? Resets, incredible player, loads of experience, loads of years spent on the side of Liquid. Gabu was also brought on and was a big surprise. They're facing an NIP that has, on the other side, as we see their names here, a lot of experience, has qualified to the Salt Lake City Major, despite a disappointing finish there, still is supposed to be one of the top contenders in SAL. I think that NIP are still adjusting to the loss of Cons, as we've just seen today, right? Cons is an incredible player, dropped 16 kills in the game just before, was their main IGL, and was the main stakeholder of having reshaped entirely the playstyle of NIP when Psycho left. Now they are left with Bassetto, a player that IGLs and has a vision that is much slower. It gave them still enough to qualify to the major, but I think we saw the ceiling there when they were not able to beat a single team of a single different region than SAL. They lost to Australia, they lost to Europe, they lost to NA. So two teams that are looking for redemption. One, in a sense that Loud is supposed to be more competitive now. They're supposed to have stuck together and have been cooking in the shadows for 2 months. NIP, they're supposed to prove today in this matchup that they're still one of the big four. Because as you've just seen, Black Dragons are upsetting people, Fluxo WCNM have incredible players, Liquid are dominating, FaZe is dominating. The pressure is on NIP right now to prove that they remain a top Brazilian team.
It's crazy to think about it, just how tight things are in SAL. We're only in the opening day, really, and we're already seeing the power scales shifting within the region, especially around the middle and top pack. However, our veto is ready. Let's see what map we're going to be playing on. Monsieur Leo, can you please guide us through our map bands?
Yes, I want to see the map veto. It's coming. All right, it's coming. And as we see the bands going through, not sure what to expect really from Loud, because in the end they didn't play much. To be honest, they played 4 games and 4 BO1s in kickoff, so they still have hidden most of their maps. We're gonna head to Clubhouse, another one, a staple map as it looks like for SAL. Surprising to see an IP go there when effectively the last time they went there was at Salt Lake City. They got destroyed 7-2 by Falcons, but then again it's Falcons.
It's Falcons.
And they played it as SI as well, and also got destroyed 7-1 against Weibo. So officially not the best record on it. However, Clubhouse is always a map that is quite simple to play on, and if you're the best team in terms of team play and cohesion, and you know that you're going to land the defense like they've landed here, it's still always good to play it. However, on the side of Loud, it is also a map that they've hidden so far. They haven't played it. They did play it during the SI Open Quals. Lost it to Liquid, lost it to Black Dragons. That was a long time ago. So not really relevant right now. We've not seen them play really at tier 1 level. So it's a big question mark.
Well, I'm actually, this is something that we talked about earlier on today, but I want to see what sort of players we need to look at to really perform and bring the noise, be it Loud or NIP, no pun intended. And I'll throw the question to you first, Leo, as we bring in our casters, Ace and Dez, once again, and kind of ask them the same question, but I'll let you go first.
I think if I had to have my pick, I was a big fan of Gabu. I was a big fan of his start. I thought that, you know, it's tough in a country like Brazil and SL together to have new talent that comes up and is already performing at the highest level. And I think that Gabu was that for Loud, despite their collective finish. So I'm really excited to see him play again. And on the side of NIP, obviously, no other answer than Fantasy, just because of the crazy player that he is, the crazy multicles that we see. His playstyle is super aggressive. But I will let you guys finish because I'm beckoning to be a mic hog, apparently.
He's learning. I rate it. Yeah,
Mr.
I mean,
Mike.
you kind of pulled out the obvious name there, I guess, in Fantasy. You know, Pino and Wizard also had a really good stage last stage. So on that side, I'm very much aligned with Leo. And on the other side for Loud, he's kind of mentioned Gabble already. I hope he has another good stage. Hope he can deliver here too. But this is a weird game overall because this feels like a battle for 6th place. I don't know about you, Tim, but this feels like a battle for 6th place between these two at the minute.
I don't know. I rate NIP higher than that. I think NIP are going to be doing
I think Kickoff was a flash in the
better.
pan. Flash in the pan. They bottled it when they went to Salt Lake. They played really poorly there. They only beat a team that played even worse than them, which is Furia, because they went 0-3. I worry that was a flash in the pan stage for them while everyone else got their shit together.
This gets louder and louder when he knows he's wrong. So to answer the original question, I'm looking towards resets on the side of Loud, actually. You know, yes, we've got new players on there who've been mentioned who are talents. Resets has got to be that stability. He's got to be that experience, and he's got to, you know, direct that kind of ability from the younger players. So, yeah, I'm looking towards seeing what Resets' position and performance is like.
Leo, you're rating the teams. How do you put them
Fluxo
position-wise?
W7M after that last performance in 4th. Give it a rest, Leo.
It's a long stage. All right, I was just trying to back Des and saying, okay, if I have to make a mental mind or a mental note
If I have
of
to
what's the rank,
force NIP into 6th, I'd put terrible
How would I do it?
W7M in 4th. Yeah.
So
go on,
realistically, you have to put FaZe first. You have to put Liquid second. And then after that, it's a tough one, right? You could put Furia if they play at the same level they played at kickoff, not at Salt Lake City. You could add in 4th, then Fluxo W7M just because of the history, the players on the roster, and the longevity as well. They have the experience to bounce back in SAL throughout the rest of the stage. And then you can put Black Dragons with the way they've been playing, and then an IP in 6th. But however, I would say yes, it's a bit forced.
Des, you saying, do you have to put FaZe and Liquid in 1st or 2nd? What's your thought on that?
Liquid in 2nd was more the question mark. I think it's probably a bit too soon to call on them given how last stage went. Like on paper, I'd agree, but you might also see Furia start firing up there this stage as well. I'm putting a real face to the name. Yes, they played bad at Salt Lake. quite a new team in that sense. I think you're going to see Fury play a lot better at this stage. They could be second.
Nah, I don't think Fury will be. I'm
I'll
not
clip this. I remember this.
Flash in the pan, Des. Flash in the pan. Just a flash in the pan kickoff. I'm not a big fan of the new Fury roster. I think they've lost a lot of what they were. So yeah.
That's another expression for Leo. That's another game, another expression he's taken.
So flash in the pan, you know, you're cooking something on the pan, you might chuck in a little bit of water or some oil or something, and it just sizzles out there and then disappears. Especially water in that case. That's the flash in the pan. And well, now it's time to get loud. It's loud. NIP, they go to Clubhouse. And we're yet to see how both teams perform, as it's Ace and Des to take us through it.
Thank you very much, Milosh. We'll get into our bans first and foremost. As Thermite, Capital taken off the board. Capital ban normally pointing towards wanting to play on Catwalk as the defenders. The other side, Tim, I think we're not really going to be surprised by seeing Kaid or Mirror being taken off the board. So no big, horrible surprises to come out there, I'd say.
No, largely as expected. You know, we can do a fairly good job of predicting our bans more often than not, particularly on the defensive side a lot of the time. And as you say, no major. But I think personally, that's a better banning pair than taking the Bandit as the second. I said this earlier when we were watching the previous Clubhouse. You know, taking Kaid Bandit, I think you're leaving up your Mirror, you're leaving up your Azami, you're leaving up too many powerful combinations. And I think, yeah, breaking one of them down by getting rid of that Mirror is at least giving you something because, you know, for example, imagine Azami creating that little fortress that she usually does in the corner of Armory, but then you've got a mirror window placed low like we saw the crouch mirror onto blue. How do you then challenge that Azami in that corner? As soon as you try and, you know, send an aid in there or utility or anything else to clear out those keepers, you're just going to get absolutely blitzed by the mirror. So yeah, tough one to deal with. So I think I prefer the bans here from Loud. I like what I'm seeing, and let's see if I like what I'm seeing from the players once we get into the round.
Where do you place these two teams in your standings? And if you had to think about your rankings, where would you put either team?
I'd probably put NIP in 6th. I don't. Realistically, I think they are going to be fighting over the middle of the table, along with Black Dragons, along with Fluxo. Maybe even, you know, along with one of the teams that we've already seen so far today. There's going to be 4 or 5 of them all in there.
It's a real scrap in that mid-table, it feels like, yeah. But again, I'm slightly concerned that NIP overperformed, does feel harsh to say, but probably performed beyond expectations is reasonable to say about kickoff. We'll, of course, see how things go from this game. I'm sure we'll start forming opinions based on what we see from either team. There's a lot of downtime to figure things out after Salt Lake and being where we are now, and hopefully both teams come out different to what we saw back in kickoff, and hopefully better. However, to start things out, Live has already got himself working down into towards main stairs here, nice and early. We saw this mistake be made back in the last game, where there was then a shotgun posted at the bottom of main stairs, ready to swing on it. But the support from above here, as Gabu is there, ready, spraying in towards Moto to force the player away. So Live certainly not in a bad spot. He's not here without his assistance, Tim.
No, not at all. Still 5 versus 5 though. Sue will pick up the entry kill. And on the attack of basement, I always think it is useful, always useful I guess anywhere, but more so to get the kill as the attackers, if you can, on the entry. It just starts buying you that little bit more space, because otherwise the defenders are going to play really compactly inside a site. Early challenge comes out, going to do some damage to Hates there. There has been a little tickle onto Live along the way, make that a big tickle, as we see him taking a lot more damage there. Uses that fire extinguisher to move in a little bit more safely. Does damage to Fantasy himself though. That's not going to help the situation. It's going to now be still 5 versus 5, but it's resets Live, man. Oh gosh, we've got an absolute bloodbath going on as 3 kills come in quick succession. Resets gets a double at the end. I asked for a big performance out of Resets, and he certainly sets up his stall in round 1 to do so.
That to me just looked like Loud had a read on everything that NIP was going to do. Like, they knew that when they challenged in towards Fantasy inside a site, he was probably going to swing in towards Long Hall. That's exactly what he did. They had him covered from the kitchen. When they had Live pushing up bottom of main stairs, they knew that he'd get swung from the bottom of Moto. What happened when he does that? There's someone above, then immediately, Gabu this was, challenging on towards him inside of Moto. So they almost like knew what NIP were going to do in reaction to everything that Loud did, and always had an answer for it. Really impressive first round. If they carry on attacking like that, Tim, they could walk away with 4+ rounds here. That genuinely was really impressive.
It was nice. It was nice. Yeah, NIP, as you say.
That's a bit reductionist.
NIP, as you say, are going to have to get themselves into this one quickly, because if Loud continue playing like that, they're going to run away with things, because they were definitely on top of them then. Let's see if NIP can do. Fancy usually does pretty, if memory serves, is usually pretty good on the defence. He's a bit of a one-half player, if I remember rightly sometimes. Don't get me wrong, he's very much a two-half player, and he's a very good player. But it's not unusual to see Fancy have like a quiet attack, I think it is. And no, I think it's the other way around. I think it's quiet defence, and then when he's like getting into the building and being aggressive, he's just an absolute nuisance. But let's see how he does. We'll keep an eye on him. He's going to be on the thorn. Great gun for him. And see if he can get himself into the action, because it will no doubt help NIP if he can.
Sure. I mean, they need probably a little bit more than just one player to shine, though. We were saying that back on the last map, and really everything came down to Guto and Cons doing absolute work in the second half. Took us in towards OT come the end of things. So able to lure on more than just one would be the ideal spot, but just in case not, it's always good to have an escape hatch in the form of a hero player ready and waiting. Live getting himself started first and foremost on getting control, well, not really control, but at least getting the wall opened up to be able to toss a couple of nades on through, remove the mute jammer on the other side, which then should make it easier to start focusing on getting Terror drones through there to open up the rest of it. Classic one here in the Mav trick being used as well to make this whole wall soft. You do across the line across the top, a line across the bottom, everything becomes soft. Then you bring across a buck, or in this case, Stemp, no doubt, with those Roteros. There it is, coming in just in time off the roof to see that opened up, and then you have your route in towards site. Easy peasy.
Start thinking about a little bit of pressure elsewhere here as well. Always nice to have a bit of a presence in construction if you can, just to create something else for the defenders to look at. We've got a long time waiting underneath that hatch there, hoping to catch somebody out by the looks of it, but I'm not sure they're going to get any joy with that one. Instead, we're going to move over to Live on the rappel, looking in through sight. A couple of players underneath as well, but it's going to be Hates who kicks things off, picks up the kill on to Resets. Fantasy closer to danger than he knows, will escape Flastry's grasp from underneath. He's not going to take any damage there, but Pino will be downed. Will he be finished off? Flastry does manage to get Fantasy eventually. He's gone back for more. Manages to get Pino as well. Great double from Flastry. And Loud go from being in a 4 versus 5 to a 4 versus 3.
Like I say, I think their attack was really impressive round 1, and round 2 is not changing that opinion at all. The Basetto does get rid of Stemp, not through the flash, it's worth stressing. That was downstairs, but elsewhere gets one back. Now, they've still got 3 Dockerby calls to play with. They've still got Gabu on the shield. They've still, of course, got Live that can do a bit of work here as well. But now that we're down to a 3 versus 3, things start to get a little bit more tense. They've got to work as a team here and punish onto these players that are playing more isolated, of which I'd say Hates is one. I was going to say Wizard another, as he's dropped in towards Garage. Gabu at least identifying that behind him was no longer safe. He had to push on forward, and he has done just that. Wizard now stuck in this 1 versus 1. Who comes out on top? Good pressure coming in. Over the top comes Live, gets rid of 1. So 2 versus 1, Tim. But there is so little time to play with. If they don't know where Basetto is, this could be punishing.
Yeah, 10 seconds left to go. Basetto gets some shots. Here's a beauty onto the head of Live. 1v1. He finds himself against the Blackbeard, but look at the health. Look at the health. And that is so low. The Blackbeard just cannot get to him in time. And IP take round 2. And it is a very cool, calm, and collected finish from Basetto.
Yeah, it's again coming down to time. We said this for Black Dragons back in our previous one. If you leave it too late, clock becomes the 6th man for the defenders, and that's exactly what played out there. If Gabu had another 10 seconds or so, they don't have to. Well, if the team themselves had had more 10 seconds more, they wouldn't have had to be so pressured there and trying to make their push across top of red. They could have used the Blackbeard to face check on towards angles, identify where that shotgun was, and deal with things far more comfortably. But because they didn't have the time, they were forced into the errors that ultimately saw them losing the round. So well played there, coming out the end of it from NIP. 1 apiece, Tim. At least that starts us out with a competitive match.
It certainly looks that way. NIP on the defense going to be wanting a 4-2 so they need to be taking, I think they actually get themselves a decent advantage, you know, if they do manage to get the win here onto Gym and Bedroom. If you're going to win 2 sites out of the 3 on Clubhouse rotation, winning the 2 top floor sites would suggest to me there's a good chance that you pick up Church and Arsenal next time around. So there's a world where you kind of start thinking there's a 5-1 on the cards. It could be doable at that point if you're able to then repeat those top floor sides. So I think this is certainly not the end of the world for NIP if they're able to come away with this win. Shake off that first round loss down in Church and Clubhouse and take this one. It was close in that last round, so it's certainly not going to be easy for them. It's a fairly standard setup that we're seeing from Loud. Nothing too wild on the attack and the defense. We've got the Wamai, which is a little bit unusual from Pino. We don't see too much Wamai or Jaeger played these days, to be honest with you. A lot of teams, I think, just opting to deal with the throwables coming in, or often the laser gates of Aruni are preferred. But Basetto will continue as he left off, picking up the opening kill, taking out the Demos. What a loss that is for Loud, and it's 5 versus 4 NIP.
All right, I mean, it's not a bad start to try and slow down the onslaught of the other side. And of course, still being on the clash, you can afford to carry on playing behind that shield and just causing absolute headaches across the board. Worry for Loud here is that you get now lost by wasting, what, 2 minutes trying to get a full clear on towards this east side, that you manage to then get construction control. There's a lot to worry about. But again, looking back at our last game, this is where things like Sens really came in handy to be able to give cover on towards that window, stop a swing coming on through. Even if they did, they were firing at nothing and probably would have ended up dying to the roof off the back of it. But there's no such availability in this round. It looks like they have now got control, Tim, but half the round has been waited out there. They've lost one of their attackers. This is looking great for the defenders.
Just going to be looking to challenge the clash now. That is the next stumbling block for Loud as they start to push their way through into construction. Get that hatch open into logistics. That's going to mean that Basetto needs to get himself moved at the minute. He is still in logistics, but I would imagine he's a little bit deeper. We'll see him more towards site itself, so he's not exposing himself to that hatch. He has, in fact, now moved back into bedroom. So playing the shield well. Resets does manage to take down Pino. Wizard is there for a trade, though. Keeps the man advantage in favour of NIP. 4 versus 3 right now as they're going to start working these main stairs. How about that hit? Drops to the ground on his belly and gets the kill. Resets manages to find Fantasy, who's quiet. Game continues in round 3, but 3 versus 2, 35 seconds and serious work for Loud to do.
Should at least get away with the challenge there. It could have been an easy kill on towards top main that would have made this a 2 versus 2. But Gabu just going slightly ahead of the rest of his team has somewhat cost them here. They've got to try and recover in a 2v3, but no, Wizard finding one back. Resets might get another, but it's an ace or bust him. And look at what he's against. It's that clash from earlier on that we said would be a nuisance throughout the round. It's a bit too much to recover, I think, here. Tries to find one, but Wizard has an equally brilliant round. 3 for him. And NIP take another.
Yeah, real resurgence from NIP after losing that first round. We looked at Loud, we thought, yeah, they're looking pretty good here. They've got themselves an attack onto Church and Arsenal, but 2 rounds in a row, taking both of the top floor sites really puts NIP on the front foot now, coming into, as I said, that Church and Arsenal again. This time, it is going to be the Bandit taken away, so that's all wall denial off the board for NIP. But I don't feel like that's something that they've massively benefited from, to be honest. I think, again, I keep talking about this double electrical ban. I just feel like there's more value that could have been found elsewhere. Look at the problems you've just had with the clash, for example. Didn't deal with Basetto very well at all in round 3. They've only played it once, so I know it's maybe not an operator that you're taking away specifically based on that one round. But, you know, you've got other operators. You've got Azami, who's going to be difficult to deal with. Even Goyo, who's going to make it a nightmare with those Vulcan canisters. Lots of other options. They've decided to double down on getting those breaches done a little bit quicker. But like I said, I don't think that's something Loud have really struggled with.
No, for sure. It's proven to be one of those where, although NIP, I think, have had a couple of moments where it feels convincing towards the end, you can still see Loud are starting to ask the question come the end of round. And maybe now that we go into the next quarter, we replay through those sites, see those outcomes work into it. I just want to see them get a little bit more composure, I think, in the early round overall, though, here, Loud. Round 1, absolutely fantastic when they were given the time to get themselves set up, to get the angles they need, when they were the ones controlling the tempo. So NIP need to stay at least a bit disruptive, I think, whether that's C4s, whether it's roamers, whatever. Don't give Loud the time to get set up, because that is where they've already proven they can pull off really good round-winning executes.
Be getting that door open for his. I love that little. It's such a small thing, but just a nice little bit of team play there. I'm lined up. I'm on the angle. I'm ready to go. Somebody open for me. I can't tell you how many kills you see. Again, if you're duoing up with somebody, if you're in a stack, Get somebody on the window. I'll tell you a good one for it. If you're playing Villa in your ranked games, get yourself on Astro window and get somebody to open it up for you. Same goes for double windows, chalet, master bedroom, because people don't expect that challenge so quickly. The window opens, they then expect the peak to come. When it just opens like that and bang, somebody's there ready to react, it is always a good one. Love to see that live. Didn't get any joy from it, but worth a try. 5 versus 5, minute into the round. And we don't really have anybody inside of the map too confidently just yet, although we can see now Stemp starting to work down those main stairs. Got a little bit of kitchen presence as well.
Yeah, they don't need a lot of control here, right? Main stairs, kitchen, feels like enough for them with pressure able to come in through front door off towards Paul at the same time. But because we've still got over half the round to play, probably in their view was, we don't need to be super deep in right now. Saying that, they're already here. That's 2 players that were playing around the bottom of main stairs just a second ago. So they've moved forward at quite a good pace here, Loud. Feels like they're starting to assemble that game plan again, that pressure to start getting crossfires ready, largely ignoring blue for the most part, though. I can't see anyone trying to apply pressure there. It's like they're trying to figure out what to do now they haven't got the Ying on side, because they're dropping through kitchen hatch. It's going to be really risky. They had Fantasy ready just in case, but he would have been the only one that could have potentially dealt with that. Now they've got to find a way in without worrying about everything else going on off towards that blue side. So a lot of unknowns that can strike them later in the round as we come towards this last 60. Stem really should be the one feeding lots of intel here as well, running around on the snake. Who's actually inside of church? Who have we got to worry about? And he should be able to see in towards blue too with that gadget. So off the back of that, the plan should come together, and in he steps, and immediately he's taken down.
Yep, great stuff from NIP again, standing tall here. Hits and Pino, one apiece. Flawless round as it shakes out, and as you say, quite rightly, Des, too easy for NIP there. Just absolutely controlling the round. If you remember back to beginning of round 3, I said they were in a good spot if they could get the win in gym and bedroom, because it meant that they'd taken the top 2 floor sites. You'd then back them to take the basement site, because more often than not teams do win down there. And so right now, Loud are facing the possibility of losing this first half 5-1 if NIP can repeat their performances up on that top floor. There's going to be a lot of confidence on that side at the minute.
Oh, okay. Well, they've got to start rescuing it. They need something out of this half. It goes down to being a 5-1. Good luck bouncing that one back. Although, as I always say to him, 2 halves to a game of Siege. Maybe NIP can't attack. Time will be proven to be the winner on that one when it comes down to it. Imagine at this point, you're probably feeling slightly frustrated too as Lau, because that round really felt then lost as a result of losing Flashy quite early on the Ying. And a lot of teams would normally be able to find some way of clawing that back and making it at least competitive, but being down to 4 versus 5 and not getting a single kill off the back of it, even when you have moto control, and as we saw, you had the snake in there giving you information, it's kind of unforgivable, especially from what we saw in round 1. It was very, very weird compared to what we saw in the first round of the game, but it more screams to, I think, NIP adapting here and learning what it is that Loud are doing and how to respond to that, just given them the 3 rounds they've found so far.
Back to the top floor we go then to continue and, well, finish this rotation. It's going to be CCTV and Cash played in round 2, won by NIP on the defense. It was their first defense that they did win, and then they will go to gym and bedroom afterwards, and they will close out their defensive half. Loud need to win at least one of these top 2 sites. They cannot allow NIP to get 5-1 on the half. I'm sure Loud will have rounds in the bank when they get themselves onto defense, but leaving NIP only needing to find one site that they can win attacks on is going to be a perilous game, to say the least. Barbed wire going to go out, just trying to prevent any movement coming up, trying to heavily prevent any movement coming up any stairs. We've got, how many barbed wires here? It's in at least 6 there. Really bringing them in big numbers, 8 altogether, 4 with barbed wire. So basically, Loud are not going to be able to move freely anywhere.
Yeah, come back to what I spoke about when we were on Club in our previous game. You typically see this defended with like a Tachanka, right? You try and burn as much time as you can by quite literally putting fire down the stairs on towards Catwalk and slowing the advance of the attacking side. But because the defenders have left one of those 2 walls leading in towards site from Catwalk soft, they can be challenged from breach. That now means that Wizard is very much going to be playing his life in this position. Therefore, Achanka wouldn't really make sense, because as soon as Wizard tries to draw back in towards his team, well, he gets shot through the breach, shot through the soft wall that leads in towards breach. So very much old way that you're seeing here versus the new way of defending Catwalk that we saw back in the previous game.
challenging the Blackbeard, but only able to see the face shield at the minute with the handrail in front of him. Damage is coming in. This is not a good position for Hits. He's in serious trouble. Nade comes out, drone as well. He is being massively challenged. The best he can do here is really burn time, and that's what he's doing. He's using this laser gate smartly because it's actually preventing a lot of thrown utility maybe coming in towards him. So he's just going to hold his position. See, they're having to roll it under the door, and that's keeping him safe. But he just steps slightly too far back, doesn't have a choice, but look at how much time he's wasted. A minute 40. Gabu does manage to pick up the kill onto Wizard elsewhere though, so 5 versus 3 right now, and it's not looking good for NIP.
While that pressure's come on towards Hates, yeah, Wizard has been the Azami. He's been trying to stop Gabu pushing in through the garage door. Gabu's been like, yeah, fine, I've tried to challenge him from storage, don't care, has moved away and then got another angle and got a kill. But just like that, all that hard work is undone to him. Like, you played so well there in the first 2 minutes and got 2 kills, and now you just opened it up for Fantasy to get 2 and start fighting back into this. Suddenly, it's not looking so great for Loud.
No, it's not 3 versus 3 as Fantasy continues to search and seek for more. But this is the really important bit. Catwalk control has been gained by the attackers now. Loud confidently in a position to think about putting the plant down. The only problem is they've got diffuser on breach at the minute. You really don't want it there. If this is the plant that you're going for in behind the server stacks, you really want that diffuser inside of garage on Catwalk. So slightly out of position there, but may be able to just hop in and take a plant on the wall. Fantasy almost has his moment on the flank. Does manage to go in and find his man. Triple kill in the round. 2 versus 2. 10 seconds left to go. Fantasy doing everything he can for NIP, but the plant does go down on the breach. Always a risky strategy, but one that they've managed to pull off. Fantasy 1 versus 2 now. He knows that one's going to be outside to go on the rappel. He tries with the machine pistol, but cannot find the shot. Switches back, looking for the man inside of the rafters. Finds him. 1v1 now, Des. It's going to be an ace or nothing.
Any longer arm it, I was going to say he can certainly try, but he's really got to bait the swing, I think, here. And sure enough, Step might get pulled up to it. No doubt, no way. He must know that he's coming, but no! Up he steps, and no, Step just gets the kill. But really thought for a second then, Fantasy might be able to pull off the ace and get the disable.
It was so close, wasn't it? He really gave himself the opportunity to do it, but even Fantasy couldn't get that one over the line. 3-2 then to NIP, and that was what Loud needed to break that top floor supremacy, that top floor hold that NIP had been able to manage in the first 3 rounds. That at least makes up for their inability to win the Church and Arsenal site on attack. So now 3-2. I think it's one of those, really. I don't think either team is sort of massively unhappy whatever happens now. I think, you know, NIP, they stand to lose the most, really, if they come away with a 3-3 half. Given the way that they've played over the last few rounds, I think they are, you know, good value for a 4-2 at least. They will know that. And so I think, yeah, Loud, if they come away with a 3-3, you look at it going on to the defence and think maybe they've just pulled off a bit of a steal there.
Just a little bit. If they can get to a 3-3, it's going to feel fantastic for Loud, I think, because those prior 3 rounds, before the one that we just saw play out, that felt like NIP would really be able to crack on and get this half done, but that tack timeout clearly has worked a bit of wonders. Get to 3-3, probably favour Loud to walk away with the win here, and then maybe, Tim, just maybe, what I was saying about being a bit of a fluke in kickoff, it comes to light.
I don't think that we can be saying that on the back of this performance either way at the minute, Des. We will see how the game ends. Snake going to be moving in quickly.
They are finishing second is all I'll say.
I'm not saying they're finishing second. I'm saying they're not finishing 6th. There's plenty of room. There's plenty of room in between the two, you see. Stemp is going to be taking ground inside of the map. The Clash is going to be fronting up to this challenge very, very soon, one would imagine. As Live is, I don't know if he's maybe waiting for a little bit of support or something to try and get this wall open. There's nothing to stop him. There's no mute, there's no electricity, so you can pretty much go for it. And he will do so. A minute into the round then, and we have Jacuzzi wall breached.
Okay. That's initial pressure starting to build up. Can't, of course, forget what we said before about needing to control the other side of the map at the same time. Which means having an eye on towards Cash and CC and making sure no defenders are trying to be too cheeky out towards that side. Which, right now, it looks like no one is. Everyone's gathered around site itself, playing very tight around this clash and a lot of the utility they've brought on side. 8s, of course, could go off and become a little bit of a problem if so desired, given he's on the Valkyrie. And sure enough, look at where he is. Right down in basement, a C4 at the ready, looking to capitalize off the intel from his team.
The opportunity was there for Stemp, and he just took his time, gets himself a huge double. How Phil allowed him to just walk up main stairs. They've got 4 barbed wire on the side of NIP, and I don't think there was any on the stairs. So Stemp has taken full advantage, wandered up, got a double, and the defense just crumbles after that. 3-3, big mistake from NIP.
I'll naturally be wondering, I need to go back and check, was there any barbed wire on stairs? Like, they should have known about that, but alas, it turns out maybe not. Either way, Milosh, Leo, what do you got to say?
Well, my friends, so far, we're looking at an incredibly competitive matchup between Loud and NIP, and we put the onus on Loud here to put in the numbers. Finally, they're doing it on this first half. Leo, how is all of that happening, really?
I think the main thing is that, yes, it's 3-3, but in my opinion, it's heavily at the advantage of Loud. It's attack on Clubhouse with the current bans. I think it's a good surprise. And if we take a look at the round 1, it's 46 seconds left into the round, 5v5. They have an open church wall, but look, it's a flawless execution. Kitchen hatch drop, someone pushing long or backstabbing from auto at the same time, someone pushing blue. It's a well-coordinated attack, and suddenly what was a 5v5 turned into a 5v0 in a span of a few seconds. This is the Loud that we knew from 2025, the step-by-step, methodical, process-based Loud, but with the firepower of resets, of Stemp and of Gabu, of young players, resets who has the experience, and then rookie that are able to pull that firepower, all of them together. If you take a look at the round that they attacked on cash and control, they get a 5v3 position because they're able to go step by step and clear the garage. And if you look at that last round, it's the same scenario. You have a full clear from one side and one guy that comes in to backstab. So they're using a step-by-step, really methodical playstyle where they used to stumble upon these things before. Now they're not afraid to actually problem solve those obstacles, and they're able to do it properly. And so that's the big thing that has changed. And that's why I think, Milosh, we're starting to see the payoff of 2 months working in the shadows after their difficult loss in kickoff.
I'm so incredibly curious to hear from Loud as to what has happened in this time and what they have actually changed, but that requires them to pick the victory today against NIP, and we're yet to know that as we're tied up on the halftime swap, giving him back to Desenace.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Indeed, it's been a very good half for them. We'll see if they can carry it on into the defense, and equally what NIP can show us on the attack. First ban coming on through will be one hard breach at him, I imagine, followed by another. And I imagine we'll see Mira and Kaid on the other. No, okay, the Electro Bros going away, and the Capital, same as we saw banned away by the other side, is going to come out in this half too.
Yeah, we know the value of Capita. We spoke about it many times, particularly here on Clubhouse when dealing with Catwalk. It's a very specific task that you've made difficult there for them. So it's going to at least give a little bit of breathing space allowed when they do get to CCTV and Cash to be able to hold on to that Catwalk for a little bit longer. There are other alternatives because obviously the shields haven't been banned out. We've already seen it so far today. You can take the Monty, walk him up the stairs, bully the player out of position instead. But again, Siege's gamer counters, so there's all sorts of stuff that you can do to prevent that, and I think is one of the easier to prevent rather than the flame arrows of the Capitao. So we kick things off down in Church and Arsenal. No surprises there as Loud move on to the defence. It was exactly the same start made by NIP. If we remember back in round 1, Loud actually won the attack here, so let's see if NIP can mirror that and recreate that performance. I'm looking at Loud and I'm looking at those player positions. We've got Gabu up on the top floor. Other than that, no real support to keep him out on the roam. So maybe an opportunity for NIP to get in a little bit aggressively on that top floor, take the space, maybe even take the kill.
Very possibly. We'll see how it builds out. Okay, focus, of course, now back going to be on the shield from Bassetto and the ground that he tries to take. Now, given we're attacking onto the downstairs, if you're, of course, attacking upstairs, you'd look at that and say, Cash and CC are going to be the focus. They want catwalk control. But here, that shouldn't be the case. Instead, you normally see a shield head down through dirt. Bassetto has started, as you've just seen, upstairs. So probably is going to help them get control of main stairs and force their way down. Maybe even see the Monty push in.
from that main stairs position, in which case you want Pino to get the triple church wall opened up and look for a plant in behind that desk. Now, that's, of course, on Loud to read. As soon as they identify where the Monty is coming from, it should be quite clear what their game plan is.
Matches getting opened. Quick progress here from NIP. Absolutely not messing about. Going to be burning out some of those Wamai magnets inside of Moto before they go down and clear out the utility as well that they wanted to move. Vulcan canister, I would imagine, on that Moto door. And so that fire will slowly burn its way out. And basically, at this point, you're kind of pathfinding for later in the round. You want to give yourself as many options, clear the utility, so that A, you keep the defenders guessing, but B, you give yourself a plan B, a plan C, and alternatives if things aren't going the way you expect. Minute and a half in the round. Nobody has dropped off the board yet. It's going to be an NIP, I'm sure, looking to get this started with a bang.
Assume so. You'd assume so, Tim. Like I said, they should know where Basetto... Well, Basetto is going to be the bag carrier. He's going to be the focus. Even if he's not the one getting the diffuser down, he'll be the one giving cover to someone who is trying to get the diffuser down. Fantasy going to punish at least one in live. Arguably a little bit deep here, playing in oil. Not quite sure 100% what it was that he was aiming for at that point. That's your time to be back more towards site as we get towards our last 60, looking to make use of that C4. Basetto stepping his way forward, knows now where a couple of players are and can feed that info back and forth. Also got to worry about the one nice and close. C4 goes off and literally tickles him, and that's really what they've got to deny this planting. There's no smoke on side. There are no other C4s. Surely NIP see this over the line.
Plenty of time to do it as well. There's still 40 seconds left on the clock. They know that one's in behind the mirror window because the Grim Bees have pinged them out. Stamp manages to get a kill regardless, but the diffuser is going down. Basetto is surely going to secure that. And with the Monty on board, I don't see any way that Loud realistically fight back into this now. It's a travesty for NIP if they do. Wizard taken down, but surely that is going to be the end of it. The fight continues from Flash Street, but cannot find the final kills. NIP managed to get the round. First attack successful, 4-3.
Yeah, honestly feels like a fantastic use there of the bans for the operators that weren't banned away. Mirror being played by the defenders, doing good work out towards blue, and then over on the attacking side of things, having those shields available, full sending it on the Monty and making brilliant use of it. Curious to see, of course, if that gets banned away. The problem, as always, with banning shields away, you ban away one, there's still 3 others available. With mirror, well, there's only one mirror in the game, I'm afraid. There are no other windows that you can place on walls and such to replicate what she can bring along to a team. Either way, really good first attack by NIP. Getting the entry, realizing the win conditions from there, forcing players to move away, burning through utility very quickly. Did a fantastic job of it. Now, of course, the owner swings back on towards Loud. What can you guys show us on the defensive side as we go to Cash and CC?
Well, they need to be showing us something on Cash and CCTV, Des. A, because they don't want to be 2 rounds behind going into round 9, but also because they've taken away the Capitao. That's one of their bans, and that's largely aimed at helping them keep hold of Catwalk. You know, yes, there's other places that Capitao can be useful, but particularly you're looking to keep hold of this Catwalk. So it's aimed towards this site and to a lesser degree gym and bedroom if you choose to play somebody out here early round. So they've got to make the most of this, and they've got to find this round because that's the opportunity that they're trying to create. If NIP are able to get that job done, are able to find an alternative, maybe even push from Master side and say, do you know what, Capitao was irrelevant to us anyway, we had alternative plans, then you kind of take that banning onus away from Loud.
Sure. All right, now let's see how we can build out from there then. At least watching out on the flank, because as we've already seen, a couple of players like to be a little bit cheeky. It was mainly Fantasy in the first half being a nuisance out there, but it also means NIP will be conscious to that play style. What tries to come out from the other side, digging in behind a couple of C4s as well, when denial is required at the point of execute. And the smoke finally on side, I think, is quite a key one here. I think it's what they missed in the previous round was the ability to smoke the Monty out and just give the rest of the team time to respond. It was never really an option they had to them. I'll try and deny away that thermite, but I think it's a little bit too late. I'm afraid. Shut out the window, but digging themselves any time for Flash Tree to get an impact out there to take off that thermite charge.
Drones will now start going into garage, so it's going to be about time to try and take over that area. We'll see how they manage without the Capitao. Bassetto looking for the little creep up the stairs, is going to be signaled, but doesn't mind. He's going to continue taking the fight with the gridlock here, looking to get aggressive and into Lounge. Nade goes out. He guesses that they're going to be on the small stairs, but that's not the case. Hits will be taken out by the Dockerby. Sorry, Hits gets the kill with the Dockerby call. Stemp had very little other option there. He was being pursued, had to get out of dodge, didn't have enough health to survive, and that is going to be that. 5 versus 4 now.
Yeah, losing Stemp not the end of the world. His gadgetry's down, but it's still losing a gun, and we've seen that Loud struggle when they've lost, as they did in the previous round. When they lose that initial player, they struggle to really contain the play that then comes out of NIP. They haven't got enough options to deal with backstabs and flanks and lurks and whatever else you want to call it, while also focusing on where the main plant is coming from. Building in towards that now, though. I'm looking course towards the Dockerby, and when those calls are going to start raining on through. Real headache. Maybe less so with the mute on side, but still enough of a nuisance that you can force a couple of players to either have to eat that 40 damage that comes through and lose the phone in the process, or have to try and hide themselves away, try and get it stopped out. And there we go. Cool coming on through and resets. What a read. What a timing. A classic moment there to get rid of the DKB. However, they lose Flash Tree elsewhere. It's still a man advantage to NIP, but that clock is not waiting for anyone.
No, it's really not. 26 seconds left to go. NIP have got to get something going here. It's going to be the thermite charge going off on the wall. Time to push through. Pino, not much of a choice but to get on in there and think about putting the diffuser down. Utility is raining out. Pino will do exactly that, looking to secure the plant just inside of the breach. Gabu manages to take him down with the Nitro. Fantasy straight in, straight onto that diffuser, putting it back down in the ground after getting 2 kills. Fantasy's unstoppable. And Bassetto bites him up. It's going to be a round to NIP, and Louder in big trouble right now.
That is absolutely crazy as well. Bassetto getting the final kill through the floor from below. On a very thin angle at that as well. Like, you had to believe that that man was definitely coming up to that single doorway, whether it was C4, whether it's a swing, whatever. You had to know that he was going to do that. Great reads. If he swung out towards red and C4 that way instead, different conversation we're having right now. But for NIP, Tim, that is 2 in a row. That's them looking pretty good on the attack inside. I was worried back in the first half. Would we see them able to attack? Absolutely is the answer. Doing a fine job so far.
Looking pretty good, aren't they?
They are. They are.
As good as they looked in kickoff, really. Apologies will be accepted verbally or in writing, Des. Anything's absolutely fine. Round 9, here we go. Big round coming up. We often talk about this at a score of 5-3. Win this on the attack and you are 6-3 up. 3 clear chances to close out the map. Lose it and they are back within touching distance, only 1 round away. So it is a huge, huge swing on the outcome of this round. Gym and Bedroom will be the defensive side. Loud have continued that rotation regardless of wins or losses, as we see so often these days. Just looking at the lineup, nothing too wild there. Warden's probably the one that I'd look at, and Tuberai, they're the 2 that are maybe, I won't say unusual, we see them played plenty, but out of anybody, the 2 that you would sort of see less than the others, if you will. But we'll keep an eye on exactly what the plan is, because Gabu on the Tuberai is out of construction. He's actually out in CCTV at the minute, looking in towards garage, and there you go. I was going to say, where is the breach that he's going to be holding on to? Is it jacuzzi? Is it construction? It's actually going to be the main wall. And they managed to take away the hard breach charge by popping the mirror window on there as well. Very nicely played by Loud.
Tell you what, that is real commitment. And it's almost like petty levels of siege. Yeah. Like, they're throws it off again. If he had a second mirror window and Kane popped the second one on there, I would lose it. But he hasn't got the second one to work with. It's just the fact they're going to keep on wasting so much time here. The fact they've committed a mirror window towards a hard breach gadget, I will stress, is brilliant. We're already down over 60 seconds into the round. Still a couple of players hanging out here too to waste even more time, shoot their way through more drones, drawing more utility. This is brilliant.
Barricade's going to block off the windows as well, and as you say, just really playing in behind. That utility dealt with pretty quickly. Deimos scan comes in, Dockerby call at the same time. Shots are going to be landed. This is not a nice situation for Resets to be in. He's having a great game, actually. I did say at the beginning I'd be looking towards him for a big performance to kind of lead by example. 10 and 6 at the minute and doing really well to keep Loud involved in this one. But as NIP decide it's time to go in through the window. Basetto taken down by Stemp, but again, something they did great in the last round as well. Straight in, diffuser collected, plan continues, hits, will commit to... No, he won't. I thought he was going to commit to getting that diffuser down, but he just backs off, looking to bait somebody in through that rotate until his support arrives. 5 versus 3. Real opportunity for Loud now.
I get why he's pulled off because he had no cover, but that was the best time. The rotate was smoked off, but a defender pushing through would have been inhaling that smoke as well. They'd have made the sound effect. They'd have known what was going on. However, 2 kills come on through. They make it work regardless. Once they change their positions, that's 3 kills flying their way. Make it a 4th. Brilliant from NIP. After it looked for a second like it might start to fall apart, they've absolutely decimated the side of Lao. Once again, a 3-round advantage, and they are up to map points.
NIP really starting to find their cruising speed now, and they are really starting to take this one away from Loud. 3 rounds in a row, Loud have to find without mistake now they've just lost a full defensive rotation, by the way. They now have to go through and find a win on every single site if they want to keep themselves fighting in this one, and that's even just to get them to overtime, so an awful lot of work for them to do. Bans come on in. Final ban will be Grim and Mira, so lots of sense being made there. Grim particularly useful on the basement attack as it happens. We've seen it used quite a few times today so far. We won't see it again in this matchup, and the mirror taken away from the defenders. I think that's going to be looking more towards, it's obviously useful down here in basement, but I think NIP with that are really looking towards those top 2 floor sites and getting them closed down.
Well, they come away with 4 attacks, Tim. I'll be extremely surprised and also very, very impressed. And like you say, maybe a written apology is deserved. It's like losing 7-0 in FIFA when you were a kid. Like, the only reason I said what I did, to be clear on this, is because it looked they had a somewhat easy, maybe it's a strong word.
I'm getting a noise in my ear. I can hear some like pedals just whizzing round backwards.
Shut up, Tim.
Absolutely flying round.
So here's one for Leo to also pay attention to. The term that he's referring to is backpedaling, which means to take back something you said. You like walk it back is another way of putting the term. Yeah, but they beat Lost. They beat Liquid. Granted, very, very close game. Liquid were decent back then, and they beat a very, very poor Furia to finish in 2nd place. So, sorry, lost to a very, very poor Furia to finish in 2nd place. It's why I'm hesitant to get too excited about NIP. If they do it this stage, I will be brilliantly impressed. I'll be all 100% be on the train. I'm just a bit nervous at the head of the stage. We'll see. So far, I'm impressed with their attacks.
Let's see if they continue to impress.
All that backpedaling now.
I'll bet they are. I'll bet they are. You want to calm it down, Des? You've been hitting the gym lately. I don't want you getting too worn out. We see NIP attacking Church and Arsenal again. They won it pretty convincingly back in round 1. They haven't brought the Monte this time around, though. Last time, Basetto had a really big impact with the shield. Let's see, if they can create that same space or not. They can't tell. Candella's absolutely raining in there, but they're not going to gain anything from it.
I guess at least one. I really thought for a second Basetto was going to full send it through the fire of the Goyo. I was like, yeah, go on, lad. Going for that plant from inside the dirt. But no, doesn't quite work out. 2 kills flying the way of NIP. At least one comes back in response. Another will follow. That should stem a lot of the bleeding here, unless Fantasy can do what Fantasy does best. What a dream operator to have in this situation, by the way. A read on both players. They know that he knows where they are. Now the question is, how tight are the angles that they're holding? You can always pull that gadget out again if needs be. Pops out the Goya to try and force them at least to move a tickle. Takes away some of the utility. At least the intel going back on the other side. Has to know that they're both inside a church. That's the right idea. One on Moto. I don't think he saw them for a second on the Soliton radar, though. So, could be a bit of a nasty surprise. Rounds in towards 1. A shot over his head will be his warning shot, though, Tim. Still a minute to play with here. And still goes down anyway. That's unfortunate.
No surprise to see Fantasy using the snake. We spoke about Lobin doing it earlier. Exactly the sort of operator. Fantasy must have thought it was a dream come true when he first saw that operator release. Perfect stuff for him, but not enough to get the round done. It was a good defense from Loud. They, dealt well with the pressure that NIP tried to bring into sight with those Candelas particularly coming in. They stood up well to that. The Scorpos getting the kill, cut the Ying out of the game, and they were able to snowball and get the round from there. So 6-4 in favour of NIP still. 2 more rounds required, back-to-back for Loud. They now head upstairs. Again, 2 sites that they have not won so far on the defense. CCTV Cash and Gym and Bedroom.
Yeah, this is where the work is really going to be cut out for them, right? You've now got to rotate through all 3. You've then got to, of course, play through your primary, which you've already done. Now you've got to win your off-sites. Not too fun for them. And looking at the lineup, if Fantasy sticks this, I'll be surprised, admittedly. But sticking on the glass might not be an awful shout here. Since some teams around the world making good use of this for certain executes, never mind. He's traded away. We don't talk about that anymore. Let's talk about defenders instead, Tim. That's far more fun. We've got the castle on side, which normally, as I'll say, means to... If you're picking a castle, there's a reason you're picking it. You're not picking it to just drop it on random walls and go, yeah, I can lock the sides up like you might see from your teammates in ranked. It's because you've got a specific game plan in mind. You want to open up certain angles or certain hallways or corridors for your team to safely move their way through. And it does give the attackers something to think about. On their side, they've not got tons to clear it out outside of maybe Pino playing on the Sophia. So there are only things here they've got to keep an eye on. Be mindful of the movements coming out from the defenders and deal with that carefully.
Construction wall is going to be open straight away. Does that signal a little bit more pressure towards the Master side? So far, in both Clubhouse games that we've seen very little attention going in through Master and Construction. It has been all focused around main breach and garage when attacking onto CCTV and Cash. And we'll see whether that continues or not. At the minute, it does look like they are committing over that other side. A worthwhile reminder, I think, of course, that the hard breach gadgets are now unaffected by mute jammers. So regardless of that denial being on the wall, the hard breach secondaries will still get the job done.
Your Fantasy's going to be feed. It's weird seeing Fantasy playing on a shield, not going to lie. That's something I did not have on my bingo card for today. Therefore, I shan't be getting any lines complete as it's bang in the middle. But at least here he's feeding the information across his team, which is the crucial one. Come back to what I spoke about earlier in terms of how the defenders are playing. They're fully reinforced off that wall. No Tachanka on side with which to use, but it's more about letting the player that's inside of Garage, in this case the Azami, as we're now coming to expect more and more, is able to play safely on towards Catwalk against the double wall and against the window itself. It gives you more options to dance around the aggression that might come on through, even without a Capitao on side. There's Gabu. Hates is gone.
Pino's going to pick him up in a trade, but that is now 3 entries in a row for Loud, putting themselves on that best foot forward every single round, and they are starting to really reap the benefits of doing so. Live steps out. That's a brave challenge onto Basetto. Knows there's one on the construction wall. Basetto's gone a little bit quiet recently, and that is not going to be helpful for NIP. He's had some big moments so far, but struggling in the last few rounds. Resets manages to take down Fantasy as well. 4 versus 2. Loud holding on here. Wizard with 1, but Stemp is there for the trade, and they can now just play the numbers game against Pino. Stemp steps out, manages to use that UMP to get the final kill. That's going to be Loud, taking us all the way to 12. Who saw this coming?
Didn't expect it personally, Sim. I honestly thought after those first 3 rounds that NIP would just manage to squeeze out one more win somewhere. Maybe they still can here in the final round of regulation. They have an attack timeout. They think they're going to find a way through it on this one. Very curious to see, of course, what site we go to. We've already spoke about it. We're probably going to find ourselves, in fact, we do kind of have to go towards Gym and Bedroom. It's the only option left to them, unless they throw a spanner in the works and say, hey, let's go bar and stage. But typically that doesn't really work out as a bit of a niche pick, so we'll probably try and swerve away from that one. On the side for NIP on the attack, I think where they found themselves falling apart in these earlier rounds is honestly around about the entry. Look at the first 2 rounds, they won 7 and 8. They got the entry, they pressed on from there and just rolled it into 2 or 3 more kills in the mid round. It's when they've now found themselves losing out on the entry to Stemp in a couple of those rounds, it's worth stressing, that things have started to look progressively more difficult. So let's get Fantasy back on more of a fragger, I'd say. Let's get him being more aggressive. Let's work on clearing out a roamer or 2. That is where I think they'll find the win.
Yeah, the entry.
We're going
the
bar
entry,
stage. We are actually going bar stage, by the way.
Wow, okay. Okay. Hold on to your hats. This one's about to get a little bit wild. Yeah, the entry conversion's a very valid point that you make. So far out of the 11 rounds that we've seen, we've only had 1 round that hasn't been converted from the entry kill. That was back in round 9. Stemp did get the opener. NIP were able to turn the round over, but otherwise every single round has gone in favour of the player or the team that gets that entry kill. So something else to keep in in mind as we start this one. This is a real gamble coming in from Loud, going to bar and stage. It is a tough site to hold on to. It's one that we don't see too often, so it kind of leans into what I said earlier. The attackers don't attack here too often either, so they might not be as prepared as they are elsewhere. But yeah, this is a roll of the dice. This is a risk for sure.
Okay. Whenever we see this, Tim, I always remember a series I'm sure you remember very, very fondly as well. In the Berlin Major Grand Final, it was round 68 of a potential 75, and it was on this exact site. And the defenders, Rogue, they won it, would go on to lift the trophy just after to win the Major. A long time ago, that feels like, back when Spoit was still playing in EU. That's how long ago we're talking about. That was a bonkers round, and I'm sure this one will be equally bonkers, and it may yet still have the same impact that round did. It could see a winner walking away from this one, or we head into OT.
Well, interestingly, Des, I'm sure that you will remember very well that the round was won by
Rogue. In fact, it was by a Valkyrie at the very end of it, I want to say as well.
It was an Echo. It was an Echo.
Oh, of course, yeah, it was Valkyrie and Echo. I remember seeing the Valkyrie get up on the counter and start gunning down whoever was planting while the Echo was blasting away. So yeah, you're right.
Exactly that. It was the Echo, and look at what we've got on side. It is Resets bringing along the Echo. Let's see whether they can have a similar impact or not. But of interest, first of all, has to be this entry kill. As I say, only one round in the 11 we've seen so far has not been converted on the back of that entry kill. Who's going to get it? Fantasy going in, searching, seeking with the Snake, looking to find his man, but not going to get the challenge at top red. They've dipped away, especially with the Deimos track coming in as well. That's going to be Flastry, just abandoning ship. Shots will come through from above. No damage taken. The fight continues.
Okay. Did say I wanted Fantasy to be the one who's being aggressive, get him onto a fragging roll, and that's exactly what he's on now. Miles of it felt like winning that 1v2 down in basement earlier on. There's this one inside a kitchen, which means they can pin him inside of there. Oh, that's a horrible stinger for Live, yeah. He had to know because he was tagged out by the gadget. Then he must have thought, okay, they know I'm inside a kitchen. I'll leave kitchen. All well and good, but didn't respect this one might know exactly where he is. And now a trap coming in from Wizard. These two Intel operators having such a massive impact in this round. Stemp also falling on what I loved him. It's barely anything to do with sight itself. It's just great use of these Intel ops.
I love the team play here from NIP, because if you can control kitchen corridor, you get freebies like Fantasy did onto the Azami, because the defenders are rotating around there a lot. You can't usually play there because you're going to have somebody challenging you from stock door or similar, maybe kitchen window, to try and prevent you playing from there. But the Deimos has completely pestered them above in stock constantly throughout the round, so they've not been able to focus on that job. And now NIP in the 5v3, Nitro wasted, able to come in and try and get the diffuser down. However, the fight back is on. Live managed to find 2 hits, however manages to find one that starts the avalanche, and NIP, they manage to get themselves the win.
That's it for them, yeah. Again, that half was a little bit scary towards the end, but NIP, but a very much well-deserved win off the back of those first 3 attacks especially. I thought they were absolutely fantastic. Is there still work to do? No doubt, but I think they can be very proud of that one. Loud equally probably feeling pretty good about things. Maybe they might be fighting a little bit higher than 6th place, Tim.
Yeah, look, they've both put up a great game. I don't, joking aside, I don't think there's enough there to really start saying who's going to be finishing where in that mid-table. Like you said, I think, I'd be surprised for either team to fight for top 2. But yeah, NIP, both put up a good performance there. Could be chucking arguments in for 3rd and 4th.
All right, let's calm down now. Let's calm down. And while you calm down, we'll go to our desk. I'm sure I've got a lot to say about it as well. Let's go to Milos and Leo now.
Very much, my friends. It's one of those that's like, you know what? We'll talk about that later on. But yes, fair enough. We got a good game on our hands, Leo. At the half, we were stuck at 3-3. We're saying Loud are actually doing this. They're showing good performance, and kudos to them. Second half, right? NIP running away with it until Loud starts to come back, and then NIP close it out. Very back and forth matchup. Maybe the fact that this is the opening match of the stage versus NIP is giving Loud a bit of a boost. But overall, it's looking as competitive as really it can get on day one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's first and foremost a surprise to see an attacker-sided clubhouse, I think. I think on both sides, I think Loud really has progressed from the team that was very slow but also very ineffective in kickoff to a team that is still very slow but is quite effective in attack. It's a rough one because they tended to lose a lot of opening engagements early at the start of their defense side. I think it really cost them. We'll see it as we watch the highlights, but it's the kind of things where when you offer that to an IP, they will be able to snowball without any issue. They have that experience. They know how to cement around where they have the man advantage. And you know what? Props to an IP as well, because I felt like they really wanted to win that one. You could see it from the player reactions. A couple of times I was really, smiling when I saw, how happy they were. At some point, Fantasy jumped in the arms, I think, of Haters, after a round. It's cool to see them coming back from a major, from Salt Lake City, having been to so many huge events before, and it's only first play day, and they're already that passionate. It's really cool.
Leo, I want to use this moment to kind of talk about your experience in all of this, because it feels like the way you talk about it, how excited they are, how you see that they're high-fiving, they're jumping around. It feels to me that it brings back good memories of yourself in moments like this. How does that feel from the perspective of a player when you spent so much time working hard as a crew, preparing over weeks and months, and then things start to pay off? What is that like in a team?
I think the main thing that I guess would be surprising from a player that have had a lot of experience going to majors like Pino, for example, is that when you get to the point where you've been to so many international events and then you go back to your region and you play normal leagues online, there is a tendency, maybe like Furia used to have, to let the pressure drop a little bit and not feel that pressure anymore when you go into the game. And then if you don't feel that pressure, you don't care anymore, and you don't have that same passion, that same hunger to get that win. It's beautiful to see that still there in an IP, which is something that not all pro players have after having had that long of a career that Pino has. But yeah, overall, happy about Loud, because both them and Black Dragons were supposed, in terms of names on the roster, to be middle of the table teams that could contend for the top 6, and both of them have surprised today and really been a worry for the big teams. As we see Hates here, who was delivering a good double digits. I think he was widely supported by Wizard and Fantasy as well, but much more consistent. Fantasy had these big rounds where he pulled some crazy multi-kills. On the side of Hates, it's mostly that he was so consistent with his play. He's quickly turning into, or has turned into, one of the biggest, most important player on that roster in terms of consistency.
Absolutely so. And you're talking about heritage, Pino especially. He's the one on interview, as is tradition here with NIP. Let's bring him up on the screen. Pino, obrigado. Thank you very much. Obrigado. Thank you so much for joining us in the post-game interview. Congratulations on the win. Before we talk about today, I wanted to ask you about Salt Lake City. What happened there, and what was your reaction as a team after to prepare for stage 1?
Yeah, like we as a team, we learned a lot from this major. Like the way we prepared for the tournament, I think that it was not perfect. Like it was not the better way. And for this stage, we are trying to fix those preparations those mistakes we made. So and like we're trying to make our map pool bigger. Like Clubhouse wasn't our comfort. Like if the opponent picked it, so. Now we're working on it. We are more confident how to play. Like there are other maps too, and like I think that with this lineup we're growing a lot. Like it's hard to compete against some teams that are so much time together sometimes. So yeah, I think that if we on this stage we can be pretty better than the last one.
Do you feel like Pino, the map pool was an issue in Salt Lake City, because in the end, you guys really only were able to beat a team from South America League. So you had a lot of struggle against the other international teams. Do you think that was partly due to the map pool, or was there any other reasons?
Yeah, I think most part was like our map pool wasn't that strong for best of threes. So when we got 0-2, it was going to be hard. Like we managed to beat Furia 2-0, but in the Falcons game, I feel like on Consulate we could have won if we didn't make some silly mistakes. But on Clubhouse, like we felt a big gap. Like we were not ready to give them some response from the strats they were bringing. So I think that showed us that we need to make some more deep focus on those threats, like how we're going to react on some things. Like we can't play too passive against those teams. Like if we let them execute, like it's really hard. So I think that it was good for us to grow as a team, and if we made the international stage again, it's gonna be really better for us.
Yeah, and you will have a whole stage where you can actually practice all of those maps that you maybe didn't have on the map pool. Technically, what you did today with Clubhouse, because I was surprised to see you guys play it again after the Falcons game, but then you proved everyone wrong by winning it. I have another question for you that's more global about the region. When I look at EML, they made 9 player changes between kickoff and the stage, and for NA at least 4 player changes. When I look at South America League, only Black Dragons changed their players. Why do you think so many teams stuck together with the same 5?
I think it's 2 things. Like I think that's one is because of our region. It's kind of stagnated on the players. Like the tier 2 is, how can I say,
not as developed, I guess. Not as developing as quickly as might be needed.
Yeah. That's how I wanted to say. But on the resume, like I think that the South America region is a little. I think there's very big gaps between the teams that qualify to the bottom teams. Like everyone is too comfortable on fixing the mistakes for the next stage, and like after SI it already had the most lineup changes, so there's gonna be way too much time to happen again. So and everyone has big contracts. Like it's hard to pay off some players off their contracts. So that's it.
That's fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Pino, for your answers and for shedding a bit more light on what's going on in the background in the entire SAL and Brazil region. Now, tomorrow you guys are having a big matchup as well against Black Dragons, an organization that you know very, very well in the region. I'll let you go rest up and prepare for that game. We hope to see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Pino. And there it is, Leo, after a hard-fought game, back and forth. And despite Loud's best efforts, no two ways around it, NIP still come out victorious. All 3 points at the end of this game. I'm sure Loud have to be beating themselves up. They got so close to at least snatching 1 point out of this, but hey, that's just how the competition works. We're going to take a quick break because we still have 1 more match to go, and I am expecting this to go hard. Lost versus Furia after the break.
Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano. Salve, rapaziada. Essa é a pescaria maldita aqui. Vamos ver o que ela reserva pra gente aí. Cite 3 jogadores da SAL que são monooperador e justifique sua resposta. Vou citar o Dias, que ele só joga de Ace. Vou citar o Pox, que só joga de Shield. Agora ele virou mono blindado. E vou citar também... Monooperador, hoje em dia é foda monooperador, né? Os caras é tudo flex, mano. Vou citar eu aí, mano. Só jogo de Harmona, só bonecão bom. E é isso aí mesmo. Qual o jogador da SAL mais feio de todos? Por quê? Caralho, isso aqui é pesadão, mano. Mano, o cara feio demais, mano. Nossa, tem vários caras feios, mano. Mano, eu acho que vou citar o Flastrai aí, mano. Acho que ele foi mal, o Flastrai, mano. Dá pra dar uma arrumada aí na lataria, mano. Não sei por que eu pensei no Flastrai, bizarro. Qual é o jogador da SAL mais burro de todos? Por quê? Caralho, burro é pesado também. Tipo, feio também é pesado, né? Eu acho que jogando assim, mano, eu acho que o Stroker, mano. Máximo respeito aí, Gordiola, você é meu parceiro, mas jogando, às vezes você é meio burro. Fala, guys, aqui é o quadro botando tudo na boca. Tá, vai, como que é? Puxa. Pulse. Pulse. Pode mastigar? Não, mas eu vou engolir. Vou mastigar fica mais difícil. O bagulho te manchou, pô. Fora de Snake. Fora de Snake.
Fora de Snake.
Stop. 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 Isso que eu faço. Stop. Não tem como não.
Sente.
Oh. Hey. Hey. Hey.
Flores.
Flores. Flores. Flores. Flores. Flores.
Não tá dando pra ouvir.
Flores.
Thunderbird. Thunderbird.
Foi? Eu não gosto de paçoca.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada lá.
Beleza.
Mano, loira comer brecha no bombe.
Tem que marcar, né?
Eu marco essa aqui, mano.
Tá.
Ganhar da fluxo.
Tem que ter.
Isso aí já é certeza,
O Eds Biscoitar a gente não vai estar marcando porque tá mudando.
No Instagram? Não,
É.
mas no Instagram.
Ah, então pode, né?
Isso aí acho que eu faço todo dia, eu dou uma biscoitada
Tá bom,
lá.
beleza. Pô, tomar 7x0 a gente não é trouxa, né? Tipo,
Mano,
Pô, a
tomar
gente
7x0
marcar
é
isso.
triste, eu acho. Não vou marcar isso aí não, mano.
Ah.
Jogar no café também não quero, não. Mano.
Você não quer, não?
Não quero, não.
Mano, o Bock em situação de clutch é top, eu marcaria.
Marco.
Mano, o esporro do Reduct, eu acho que
eu não quero marcar.
eu quero ficar de boa
Se
sem
der um esporro é porque o pau tá pegando, mano, tá feio.
E a tática suicida, quem não gosta, né?
Tem várias.
Pode marcar aí, mano.
Forte da fúria aí, mano. Tática suicida.
Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê?
Isso aqui é a pescaria maldita e vamos ver o que me reserva aí, hein? Tô meio preocupado. Isso aqui é mais difícil do que parece, hein? De qual jogador da SAL você ganharia na porrada? E por quê? A pergunta é de qual eu não ganharia, né? E o porquê? Porque eu bato em todo mundo. Se houvesse eleição do pior jogador da SAL, quem ganharia e por quê?
Pô, situação complicada essa aí, hein? Situação bem complicada, inclusive, hein? Vocês me deixaram numa situação meio complicada aí, pessoal.
Quem ganharia seria o Flastrai, muito bagre, um dos piores que tá tendo aí. Qual time você escolheria da SAL e por quê? Mas eu vou mandar a Imperial embora. Por quê? Não sei, mas vai embora.
Welcome back, my friends, to SAL. It's play-day number 1 of Stage 1. We've already gone through 4 of our 5 best-of-1 matches for today. Not really much in terms of upsets, but if anything, it's shaping up the top 6 in the region to be, let's just say, all over the place. Unexpected,
You think?
in some ways.
No upsets? Blood Dragons?
You're just not a believer. I was believing in the 2 new kids.
It's not a question of belief. It's a question of on paper. Did you think
On
that
paper, yes.
Flux
That's fair.
W7M was going to lose to Black Dragons? I would
No,
say
no, you're
no
right.
one would have
It's
thought that one.
It's okay. I'll give that to you, Leo. You're absolutely right. We had one upset, though. In this game, I don't even know how to call it. And whoever wins, is it even considered an upset in any one of these 2 cases? Because both Loss and Furia, well, you got to see them in Salt Lake City in very different ways, really. But the expectations is that these 2 are fighting to be in the top 4.
Yeah, I think realistically, I think for Furia it's expected they're fighting for the top 4. I think for Lost it's less of an expectation in the sense that many people would say that they went to the major thanks to the format of kickoff, maybe more so than, you know, thanks to their great results all over kickoff. Because realistically, like, Loss was not impressive in the group stage. They were sent to the lower bracket and they just had to win 2 BO3s in a row to make it to Select City. So in the end, it was both the format and also them playing well, but still, I think we're looking at 2 organizations, 2 teams that first and foremost exceeded expectations at kickoff. Furia as well surprised everyone in the group stage and also by qualifying early on. And then both of them disappointed at the major. And I think that that was such maybe a proof for the haters to say, hey, kickoff was great, but it was a 2 weeks window in which you happened to perform well at the right moment. And Salt Lake City was the reality check. And so this game is such a good way for them to kind of close the mouth of the haters and just be like, no, actually, we deserve to be in that top 4 and we deserve to be consistent. It will be a rough fight between the two, but Furia is still supposed to be on their redemption era, because with how dominant their kickoff was, going to Salt Lake City, going 0-3 and losing to a Chinese team, I think all put together, back to back, was the biggest and the hardest one.
It's a lot of pressure on both of these teams, and bragging rights are incredibly important in this context. Wow. We're going to go to Club for a 3rd time, Leo. I can hear the joy and pleasure out of your mouth as we speak.
I am so excited.
Gritting his teeth. Well, Clubhouse again, huh?
Close again. Woo.
So what's different about this one?
Well, obviously the teams, they're different, because it's a different game. Woo!
That's why you're the analyst.
Most importantly, actually, I'm excited to see Furia play it. I remember the old Furia absolutely loving the map, but we've not seen this new roster play it in Tier 1. So I think like many teams going into this game, they all thought, oh wait, we haven't played Clubhouse yet. Let's show everyone that our map pool has extended going into the stage. And that's why we're getting a 3rd Clubhouse in a row. And then looking at Loss on their side as well, you know, it's a map that we've not seen either, a map that they've banned a lot. It used to be their permaban. So the more I think about it, the more I think everyone had the same idea. It was our permaban. Let's show it on the first play of SAL and show everyone that we can play it. And so that's why we're getting to that point.
It seems like the comfort pick when you're really this is what SAL used to do back in the day, where Brazilian teams would fall back on Oregon back when that was part of the pool, way back in the day, or in the rework. But now it seems like Clubhouse is the flavor of the week on the opening week here of SAL Stage 1. However, it's time for us to get into the match. As you can see in front of you, Des and Ace, my friends, are we going to get a Bandit and a Qa'id ban in the very beginning yet again? Crazy.
Guess we'll find out, won't we, Milos? Thank you very much. Indeed, Capital also banned for the 3rd or 4th, or maybe 5th side in a row. Honestly, Tim, they banned away an awful lot. And Thermite also taken off the board. We had a good chat about the banner earlier on and why that's not worth always banning away on this map. But things like the Ace, things like the Thermite makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it does. It's exactly what we expect to see, really. I think, as we've said, double electric ban, we've done it to death now. I won't go on about it. But yeah, coming through again. So let's keep an eye on that breaching, see how quick and how, particularly, it's not so much about how quick, but how effective is it? How much does it impact the round? Because realistically, you're going to get them walls open anyway, you know, at some point during the round. So, you know, does the fact that it's open 30 seconds sooner win you the round or lose it? We'll see as we go in through this one. But to kick things off, we're going to have Furia on the defence. It's going to be Church and Arsenal. Again, nothing wildly revolutionary on the side of Furia. We've got 4, as expected. Castle going to be securing some of that mid-floor area. We've seen a little bit more of that creeping back in recently towards kind of the SSG roam idea from years and years ago, you know, of securing that kind of safe passage back to site by using those castles down on the mid-floor. The probably most different one is Herds here on the Ella. We've seen a lot more Ella recently as well, keeping Gushmot mines in pocket, particularly to deal with shields. So good idea if you're going to play Ella up on the top floor. If they're going to start pushing you with shields, we do have Nuts on the Blackbeard, so there is a possibility. You can use those Gushmot mines, you know, get them out on the windows, maybe keep 1 or 2 in pocket once you know where they're coming from, and it's just going to help you try to deal with that.
A lot of this information they provided the same way that the Thorn does too, but I guess to talk more broadly about this game and kind of what's at stake, you know,
I think like Milosh, bless his heart and soul, wants it to be a close game. I'd be kind of surprised if the Lost managed to make it close. I think Furia should be out and away frying in this game. I was looking at some of the stats earlier on. DS nearly had a 2.0 KD back in kickoff. Like, we've all spoken about how dominant they were. They played the fewest maps. I think FaZe played 14 maps. For comparison, Furia played 8 during kickoff. Like, they were leagues ahead of any other team in terms of individual performance, and as a team, it just all fell apart at Salt Lake. I think now they're back playing online, playing against teams that they know. They're going to get back to very, very dominant form here, and they probably should steamroll this game. So really all my attention turns towards Lost and what they can do. Start things out. They've already lost one of their hard breachers. Well, their only hard breach, but at least they've got hard breach gadgets to play with too.
Yeah, Volt's picking up a nice opener there. That's going to be a great start for Furia. They can start thinking about maybe even getting back towards site now. They've got 4 of them up on the first floor. There's only actually 1 in sight at the minute. That's Diaz. I don't think Lost are really in a position to try and take advantage of that. The rest of Furia pretty much within touching distance. Box Zero is going to get himself back there as well to support, and I think we will now see you know, kind of a steady retreat from Furia back towards site, just taking a couple of little fights as they do. As I say, that 3 of them now in sight, so that process has begun, and they'll all just drop back. They're not going to give their lives away over this. No idea that Loira is hiding around the corner, takes down Dafo. Nox is going to be down on the ground as well, and quite as expected, Des, it's not going well for Lost in round 1. Dark does manage to take down Herds, so that's something, I guess.
I'm just more worried the damage has been done at this point. They've lost the hard breach, they've lost the Grim, they've lost the Snake now. Nux is still on his backside, which means Dark is all by himself. At least manages to get the down on towards Loira, but this immediate aggression out of Furia in round 1. I wanted to even give him a chance to get their foot in the door by the looks of it. At least now they'll be able to recover the shield, but he's dangerously low health, as is Dark. A bullet for either of them, and they are out of this round, or potentially an impact or 2 coming out of DS. That'll also do the trick, Tim.
Yeah, it's not going to take much, is it? They're going to start working the hatch. 15 seconds left to go. And you can see here, Furia just sitting deep. They know exactly what the situation is. Diaz manages to pick up Dark with a headshot. Doesn't even need an impact. Is going to get the job done. Volt stops around the corner, gets his man. That's the shield taken out as well. And Furia take a very comfortable and confident round 1.
Like I say, I think this could be a very, very quick map. And based on how that first round went, I think Lost have got it in them to adapt here and realize, okay, Furia playing aggressive around the map. We've got to slow things down, lean back more on intel tools to figure out what's going on and work through it from there. But bearing in mind, you've only really had to see there what was happening off-site itself, the initial scrap inside a bar. You haven't seen what happens when an execute starts to come on through, and then Furia can start playing behind their utility. So very solid first start. There is still more to come from both sides, I think. Here we're going to see a very different setup, because this looks very, very dug in and all about stall on the side of Furia. For example, having the Goyo and the Chanker on side, and of course, Subaru to slow the opening of the wall, mirrors to play behind, the constant frustration of dealing with those Keebers. There's a lot here that are going to slow Lost down, so time is of the essence, which kind of goes against what I just said in the previous round, where they need to slow things down here, play on intel more, and deal with the roamers constructively before they can even start thinking about the site. Furia may not even give them an opportunity.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Again, looking through that lineup, largely as expected. Diaz on the Tuberai, one to watch. He's going to be there to try and keep, I would imagine, the breach closed for as long as possible. But it could be there are other ideas at play for the Tuberai, so we'll keep an eye on those autos. Other than that, on the attacking side, looking towards Dash on the Zafira, I think Zafira's starting to see a little bit more playtime. She's had some tweaks recently that are just maybe seeing her come back into the fold a little bit. Of course, very popular at one time, but nothing, again, too wild from Lost. It's a difficult one to say, you know, what's going to make for the difference for them fighting against Furia, and you know the answer is
look at this. Like, Furia have said, okay, we're defending upstairs. We can hold down Catwalk with the fire. They're doing the 2026 defense of Catwalk. That's fine. They've got 2 players down in basement. A Tuberau, and I'm pretty sure it was the Goyo that I also saw running around. They're just trying to waste time, because they know a common attacking angle for a lot of teams is to work your way up through the basement, work your way up towards stairs here, get control of blue, and then you can get control of top red, or so is the idea. Maybe even the same coming in towards main stairs, but they're just wasting time. They're chewing through drones. If this, in fact, is the last drone that Los have got available to them, and only 60 seconds of the round have passed. This is so aggressive, but it's working out. Like, what is going on?
Halfway through the round, and they're only starting to get the breach now. 2 bodies lost, and Los massively on the back foot in this one. Going to be very difficult for them to do anything from here. They haven't even started towards Garage and Catwalk yet, and that is a big problem in itself. They've got Nux kind of hovering around over there, but he needs to get up there and start challenging this Azami, and he really could do with some support in order to do that, but it's going to be very difficult for that to happen from the breach. You can see taking fire damage as well. His support has joined him now. Perez is there with him, but Bok just pops up above the rafters, gets the kill, and then we'll continue fighting against Perez, who is now half health. They've got no real answer to Boxera here. Runs around the corner into Herds. We get a beautiful view of it. 5 versus 1. Furia look like they've got themselves round 2, unless Dafo can come back with a generational 1v5 Hibana clutch.
Don't be silly, Tim. That doesn't happen. Not when Fury are playing like this. In fact, it's even going to be flawless. Ouch. So you've seen 2 very different rounds, but not even really different rounds. They've sort of played out the same, where you've had players from the side of Fury being off-site, and there's been a real lack of drive, of, dare I say, capability on the side of Los to then deal with those players, and they just lose player after player in really silly ways. Like, this is the kind of time you're looking for crossfires, you're looking to pin some to these players. Look for alternative angles to play through. Downstairs, admittedly, very hard to do that. You can't just drop in towards oil or push down blue. You get challenged by the Azami, for example. You're forced to go through dirt and try and make that your point of entry. And they lost 2 players trying to do that. But if you know Fury are trying to play this level of aggression, you have to bring the tools to deal with it out on the roam. It's all good saying, yep, we've got all the great tools to execute onto site with here. Not a problem. That's great. You have to actually be able to look at site at some point in the round, which they have been able to do in those first 2. That has got to change here in round 3. Otherwise, this is heading towards an absolute car crash of a game for the side of Los. Let's see how they fare with Gym and Bedroom.
It's going to be out there in CCTV reinforcing the wall. It's most often we will see that done. Sometimes it will be kind of abandoned and left soft. It depends how hard you're going to try to hold that side of the map, and that would signal that there's going to be a reasonable commitment of utility and bodies out there to try and keep a hold of cash and construction. So we'll see who's going to be playing out on that side. At the minute, it's Herds pretty much on his own. He's got actually Boxera out in Garage, so that's going to be the support for him as well. Loss immediately heading towards that part of the map. The fight here for Boxera is going to be a very important one for the round.
I've always got my eye quite closely on Bok, to be honest, because when we had some content back, I want to say it was in Salt, the content was done, and the question was asked, who's the best rookie at the minute? Yeah, this is an angle that's really good, but I'll speak about this in a minute. The question was, who's the best rookie? And obviously, many international players said Stompin. Nearly every single Brazilian said Boxera. So clearly they see something very, very special in him. He didn't have a great kickoff, to be fair. He was negative overall on KD, but he was playing more supportive roles anyway, so you can kind of forgive that. At the same time, so was Stompin. Obviously, he had a brilliant stage overall, so can't complain. But I want to see if he really starts to mature and develop as the stage now really gets underway. This Blackbeard angle, by the way, you can't shoot his feet. He can shoot yours, and that is why playing the Blackbeard outside garage door is so oppressive. Now they've managed to get rid of him, forced him away with an nade, and then also the gun being at the ready. Very much well dealt with onto Boxera. Maybe now Lost to start cooking something.
Yeah, good start. Herds has got a choice to make now. Does dip back to construction, so choice has been made. Joins Lyra there, who then drops back to bedroom. Lyra playing that kind of link role between the site and the players who were out in the extension. So Furia force back. Los can start taking a little bit of ground now. Herds won't be easy to shift out of construction, I wouldn't expect, given that he's got keeper barriers to play behind as well. One of the few players that can really keep themselves alive inside of construction, even if the external wall is breached. So Herds will continue. I was going to say will continue to fight there, but I think the side of the Blackbeard has definitely forced him back a little bit into bedroom, and that's going to be Furia all on site now. A minute left to go. Los can start to apply some pressure.
Almost gagging for that jump out, aren't they? Like, yeah, go on, go on. Take the dare, take the dive, get out that window and see what's waiting for you. And the answer would have been 2 guns. A banner off towards one side, the Nomad off towards the other. It wouldn't have been a pretty time for whoever it was that was looking at that jump out. But now Nuts has got himself on towards the window, ready and waiting with that diffuser in back pocket. Of course, being the shield carrier, it's no big surprise. I imagine he wants to find himself tucked in against that wall. That does require top main control at the same time, though. Looks for the most part like they've got that. That's a great shot, though. DS getting rid of Dash. Perez at least finding one in response, and in we go, Tim. They send it in deep to try and get this diffuser down. Perez into a second. Lost starting to cook. Perez for a third as well. All from the window. That's what you want to see. Diaz getting at least one back, but he's got to hold out in a 1 versus 3. I don't quite think this one's going to go his way, unfortunately. Not sticking it out. Dark gets the closing kill. Close are on the board.
Didn't need to get that diffuser down in the end, but I love to see that they were doing. Always pay attention to that detail. If you've got the opportunity, get it down on the ground. Don't rely on, let's just go for the kill, because that's how you see those 1v3 turned around quite often. So into round 4 we head shortly, but we will have our final banning phase come through. Before then, 1 operator each will be taken off the board. It's going to be Mirror and Ace. So we've got a double hard breach ban. Hibana still on the table. I spoke about this earlier. I would like to see Hibana taken off sometimes. You know, she's so good with those hatches. Thermite can take 3 hatches now that he's got 3x thermics. Ace can only take 2. Hibana can take an awful lot more. Hard breach secondary gadgets do help that situation. You don't need to rely on her as much, but I'd like to see her maybe taken away a little bit. That being said, we're going to go back down to Church and Arsenal, where guess what? Those hatches are particularly important.
It's going to often be the case, and as we always say, well, secondary hard breach gadgets seem to do the trick for a lot of teams, so why bother banning away the hip? In this case, it just lets you have that flexibility of the range destruction, which is often what you'll see on maps like Bank, Hibana, and Ace taken away. You might look at that and go, well, there's still 2 hard breaches available. All well and good, but when you're trying to attack onto top floor and you want to get that double wall opened up on the elevators that looks all the way down White Corridor, obviously you can't do it. So there is still the safety here with the Hibana of being able to do things at range, which of course is preferable to having to get up nice and close to things like the triple wall in towards Church. That's locked away anyway. We're going in towards the Ying. We've got the shield on side. Close really trying to send it in here playing behind that Monty. Looks, I think it's probably fair to say, we've seen him have some pretty tough games back in kickoff, like not exactly been the shining star for the team. But I think here being on the shield ops and playing and focusing on getting the diffuser down, that probably puts him into a spot where he can shine that little bit brighter.
Here again, going to be trying to hold on to the garage catwalk. Probably not going to commit quite as heavily to it this time. Herds does manage to do it down Perez elsewhere. That's the snake off the board. What a big loss when you've got a top floor roam going on, because attacking onto Church and Arsenal, you need to clear that entire map, and they've just found that they're going to have a much harder time doing it. They've still got 2 up on the top floor, the second of which now manages to get a kill as well. Dark taken out. That's the sledge, so you've just lost all your verticality. This round is crumbling quickly for loss.
Isn't it just more of the same as what we saw in those first couple, where you're just being contested by Furia very early on, not letting them be comfortable, not letting them get settled, always looking to take the fight back across to them. And again, it's one of those things where we haven't really looked at the site itself yet. All the focus has been up on top floor and on the ground floor and trying to just get themselves inside the building for the most part. Herds is still tucked away upstairs. Everyone else is back on site. Do they know? They must do, and I'm pretty sure... No. Oh, I tell you what, Herds had a golden chance then. I think he was probably a bit too patient. Might pay the price for it, but still gets a kill. That cannot be happening. There's a soft wall behind him. There are other ways to deal with him when he's in that position. But he gets away with a kill. That is unforgivable.
Yeah, you can't be losing another life in that situation. As you say, Herds missed his golden moment to take the shield down, but I don't think it's really going to matter. He makes amends by finding the other kill, and then it now leaves them 2 versus 4. And as I've said before, I feel like the shields, they just get less powerful the fewer people there are to play around them, because now, if they commit to having that gun with the Monty, they're not pushing anywhere else. If they commit to separate and put pressure on multiple areas, you'll lose a gun because Monty has to keep that shield up. Final kill does come in, though. That's going to be Furia taking a very comfortable basement defense.
Yeah. They're not looking too rattled, are they? On the defenses, when they've, I mean, the 3 of the 4 that we've seen, they have been extremely confident. Playing out around the map, taking the fight to loss, not letting them get comfortable. It feels like all the stars have to align for Lowe's to be able to get away with a round win at the minute. So much so, they call it an attack timeout. They realize that they could very well walk out of this half with just a single round unless something quite drastic changes. The only round they found a win on was Perez getting a 3K into the bedroom window itself. Yes, enabled by an attempted plank going down inside a gym at the same time, but they need a little bit more of that magic. I think they still need another player to step up and be a little bit special for them in these rounds, in the same way that we've seen players on the side of Furia just picking up kills for free around the map. And hopefully that's what they do with these 45 seconds.
Yeah, I'd agree with what you said. I'm thinking back to the last CCTV and Cash, and the way that Furia won it, and Lost really just losing people everywhere that they didn't need to be losing them. You know, down in basement, fighting with people, losing too bad. Like, you don't need to be down there. You don't need to deal with that. The worst that the basement can do is come back up blue stairs and up red stairs, maybe into lower garage. You know, you can deal with that from elsewhere. Focus on the key points. You don't. This is one site in the entire game, CCTV cache, when attacking. You do not need to overcomplicate it. The most complicated bit of this site can be lounge and holding on to that area. But other than that, you really don't need to do very, very much. Get the breach open, get catwalk control, get yourself in and put the diffuser down. That's where your lounge control can come in sometimes. But look, going into basement, taking fights there, taking fights over by matter, you just don't need, if things aren't going your way, to get roped into it all. So let's see if Lost do maybe simplify things a little bit this time around.
All right. Trying to spin things around. You've had the conversation. You've had a chance to think about what you need to do to fix this. I pointed towards getting better at clearing out the map, and I think leaning on the Monty still is a good idea. You just need something to support him, I think, on the push through to isolate and capitalize on players, and certainly not give Herds a kill in the 2 versus 1, where one of those two is the Monty. They haven't really got much in the way of information on their side. I guess maybe you could look towards a Twitch and say, yeah, and get in there, it can figure things out. But the shock drones, I imagine, are more reserved towards trying to deal with things like those Goyo canisters, like the Ela mines that are also on side. So, keep an eye on what the focus is going to be. No doubt there's going to be a roam coming on through, and look at that. 2 players near main stairs for Furia. As is tradition, it feels like, even though we're on the cash CC defense, they've got a very heavy hole coming in out here. You dare not swing onto Perez. Like, surely you just don't. I was going to say, Loira, you've got some massive balls, my friend, but Perez quite rightly puts him in his place, as does Dash. This is a case here where maybe there's a bit of overcommittal, but Lost have done a lot better at dealing with that initial aggression coming out of Furia.
I tell you what, you look at the score, 3-1 Fury, and you think they're having, like, you know, all the fun here. But so far, in 5 rounds, it's 3 entries to Furia and 2 to Lost, so they're competing there. You know, and they're now 5 versus 3 up in this round. If they come away and win this round and it goes 3-2, you start looking and saying, this is Lost on the attack, actually. If they can get a 3-3 half, is it possible that they go on and win this? How are Fury going to look on the attack? And, you know, I know you were expecting here to come in and see an easy win for Furia, Des, but I'm just not sure that things are clicking. But, you know, for this team just yet. We saw a great performance in kickoff. We saw a bad performance at Salt Lake. They've got fantastically talented individual players. I'm just not sure as a team right now.
I wouldn't get too upset just yet. There's still another round we can potentially play in this half and see them go up 4-2. That's, of course, assuming Los get this one over the line and done. And we've also yet got to see that different style of play from Fury, where they do dig in a little bit deep and try and play behind utility and don't look at playing so aggressive. Dare I say, almost like egotistical out on their own, believing they can win all of these gunfights. But if they do, as we've already seen, it can win you a good few rounds. Volps now at the ready as the swing potentially comes in on towards the breach here. Right idea. Somewhat giving himself away. Both windows here being challenged. A good smoke in front of his face. And try and do what he can to deny this plant going on through. And what isn't a terrible idea, as Nux is trying to push in on towards that window to look for a plant, but also got a backstab coming on through. We'll find at least one, as Dark also falls. Surely this doesn't fall apart for Los here, Tim.
You wouldn't expect so, but 3 versus 3 Furia can certainly hold on. Dafo manages to get them back into things and gives them that man advantage again. Still got the shield on side, and he is going to be planting. The Shamika launcher comes out, but looks at the wrong direction, really. The wrong place. Dafo able to wander in on the backside. Find a couple of kills. 3-2 now as Los continue to fight back. It makes this next round a bit of a must-win for Furia.
Does. Because Los have just shown there, I think, in the attack real maturity after their attack timeout as well. Look at how well they played it. They started out with pretty much every single player, it felt, focusing on going into main breach or trying to work their way in towards the CC window. Really 2 spots that were coming in. We then had a 3rd player trying to come in on the backside from construction. Then we had Dafo appear on reds. They've got a full surround here, knowing that they have the numbers advantage. This is Nux also pushing down Catwalk, by the way. They basically had 5 angles they could challenge from, but knew to push in at the same time as a team, so they can capitalize off one player having to challenge elsewhere and drawing away a defender's attention for the attacker that's then on the off angle, getting the punish and getting a free kill, at least guaranteeing a trade coming through for your team. So that was a really, really good attack from Los overall. Enough to get a 3-3? If so, fantastic. And I think I'm then with you, Tim. I start to worry a little bit about Fury if they concede this 6th round. They shouldn't be, because the confidence they've played with would suggest that they, you know, very much back themselves and their capabilities to get a dominant half out here. taking away a 4-2 probably already won't feel fantastic.
No, you know, like you say, if you're Furia, you're looking at it thinking there's, you know, maybe an opportunity to have even more. But so far, it has been largely dominated by the entry. 4 out of 5 rounds so far converted. We will see whether that is the case for the last one here or not. So getting that entry kill is a big benefit to whoever can find it. We'll see. Very even so far, like I say, 3-2 on the entry in favour of Furia. This time, that's going to level it up, 3-3. Perez manages to get it. Arlos able to then secure the rest of the round, or can Furia fight back? Going to take more damage there. Volps gets himself back into sight. Half health, though. And this chip damage just continues.
The big difference compared to the pre-tac timeout has been how they're focusing as a team on clearing out these roamers. Before, it'd be like one player wandering in, maybe trying to clear out someone they thought was on the roam and then getting chewed up by 2 players that were out there. Before you know it, the round has completely fallen apart. But it's this concerted effort now that as a unit, they're looking to make use of utility. They've got Dart bringing in calls, for example. They've got air jabs at the ready, a shield that can pressure in. They're actively working to deal with the roamers and then worrying about the site itself. So a great start for Los again. They could be on for that 3-3.
See the pressure start to mount on this side of the map as the breach is now open. Drones raining in. Shield's going to be joining the party. Furia on site at the minute, fairly comfortable, but under pressure elsewhere. There's not really much going on over the other side. How about that for some aggression when they needed it, though? But managing to get a kill onto Dash, leveling things up 4-4 as it stands at the minute. But yeah, looking, we've got 2 garage, 1 lounge, and then 1 outside of the map. It's going to be the Habana outside of the map. So on site, Furia are pretty happy at the moment. Dafo is going to make that less so as he repels up to the balcony. He's going to be looking to have a look on into site. Not dealing with the bulletproof cam there, the Dockerby. Just choosing not to, I think, and not really going to gain you too much, but Furia were watching it at that time. Herds manages to get a double. Furia look like they could be good for the round now. Unable to be moved by Los from this top red position. Herds has taken full advantage of it. And all of a sudden, Dafo taking damage as well. But Perez is on his own over on that side of the map. And it looks like his time could be numbered. Herds, though, gets cut down in a late trade.
Yeah, again, nice ideas, I think, but we've just seen a real relentlessness from Furia on the extended hold. Very happy to fight everything here, even though, again, we're defending off towards the other side. They don't care. They'll just take this fight every single day of the week, and Dafo at least gets 1 on site, and that means that the others have got to fall back, I'd imagine. In fact, we've got DS off towards his left, but there's no time left, and we're down to the final few seconds. This one, unfortunately, is cooked. A bit too much time wasted out on the extended hold by Furia for Los to be able to recover, and that's that back-and-forth nature you'll sometimes see. Anyway, I'm sure that Leo and Beanosh have watched that half very intently and have got plenty to say, so let's go to them now.
Despite really being on defense. And Leo, how would we show that really to our viewers out there?
Well, I think Furia is living true to their playstyle and the strong suits of their player. It's extremely skilled player with incredible firepower. And so that last round is a great example of that, by the way. It's an extension on Jim Bomb's side. They're holding red and Jim, and they will never give up. They will hold that cash and red side as long as possible. But it starts all the way in round 1 by being extremely aggressive, looking for picks. You have Volps getting aggressive, getting the opening pick on an extended room. They are not going to do a basement turtle ever. They're always going to extend, always going to look for a fight. And in fact, if you look at this round, it's another double opening kill. It's a 5v3. And as you circle through the rounds, you actually notice round 1 is a double opening kill. Round 2 is the same story. They get the double opening here. As they get information on the third player, boom, he loses the gunfight, and suddenly, boom, it's a 5v3 again. And it's been a consistent story for Furia. As we look at another example of them getting aggressive and getting another opening kill, is that it's a double-edged sword for them. We expect them to be aggressive. And so it was always a matter for us, are we able to control that aggression and shut it down? So that's why Nuxka has been playing the Blackbird and the Monty as long as possible to try and contain that aggression. Or they can't punish it. And so you can see it coming as much as you like. They're just the best in the game with that. And that's why Furia in defense right now, even though it's a defender-sided map, even though they should be on the easier side and they should not feel like they have to hold every extended hold as long as possible and do roams, full extended roams up until the last 1 minute of the round, they are still going to do that because it lives true to their playstyle. The key for Lost right now is whenever Furia is switching to attack in the next side, if they're bringing the same rhythm and the same aggression, that they recontrol the pace. Bring intel operators, bring Valkyrie, bring Solis, bring stuff that's going to be able to give you the intel that they're playing aggressive.
There's a lot here on the checklist to work through come the second half. I'll be setting up for it over in the next few seconds here. There we go. We got the countdown. It's just a bit of a replay that we have, but the onus here will be on Lost to try to bring this one back. You hear the countdown in the back, which means our casters are all set and ready. All yours.
Thank you very much, Milos. Indeed. I imagine we'll see two very different halves of Clubhouse playing out here, given how that first one was all about the aggression coming in from the side of Furia in the early round. Lows, I think you'll still see a bit of it, but probably not quite to the same level as commitment, I think it's fair to say, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are a few players in the world that are going to play as aggressively as some of these Furia players will. So, yeah, I think we'll see maybe a slightly more passive approach. You know, that being said, we'll keep an eye on things if that's not the case. But they're going to be defending Church and Arsenal to begin with. I'm looking at Perez on the Solis particular. There's not a lot of verticality into this site, so it is an interesting choice. You're not going to benefit too much from, say, plant denial, for example, on the Solis like you might do otherwise, but you may well very much benefit in other areas like seeing Snake, for example. We're going to see Snake actually picked away from Loira going onto the Grim, and that could be on the back of seeing Solis on the drones. So, you know, again, we're looking over time for these counters to the operators like Dockerbill, like Snake, who can be tough to deal with, and Solis is definitely an option to do that.
That's what you see. I mean, and that's the beauty of attacker repick. Remember back to the old days, I was watching a clip actually yesterday. I was digging through the Siege archives and watching some Reaper videos. And he was analysing the intelligence of the 6th pick and the way it was trying to bait things away for the defenders, like swapping over to a pulse last second and all that. And I was like, man, Siege really has come on quite a way. I think it's fair to say. Of course, the defenders now can't change at all. But attackers, you've got that full choice until you get into the action phase, which is always quite interesting how teams switch things around.
Blackbeard straight away down dirt tunnel. Going to be faced with a castle barricade. Has the nade to deal with that, so we'll clear it out. But the problem being that the arrival is somewhat announced in that case. Black Eye camera taken out of there as well. So intel will have already been in place to say that that was the case. A minute into the round, looking across the side of Furia, nobody inside of the map yet. There's only Volps down there in Dirt Tunnel. That's it. They've not been able just yet to play into this roam game. Perez, we were talking about how aggressive they were going to play and whether, you know, it would be heavily or not. And right now, Perez is taking the fight to Furia.
Yeah, I think it's because they know that at some point they're going to have to rotate out of dirt, like to start getting set up in kitchen, things like that. So being able to have a little bit of aggression out and about is a good thing, and then being able to contest him is also really important. But Los are really pulling out a similar thing to what Furia did. They're playing up on this top floor. They found 3 kills up there because Furia haven't committed enough players to this top floor. They're paying the price that the other side did back in that first off when they didn't commit to it. I hope to God Furia learned that lesson quickly. They're going to have to start contesting these players aggressively.
Yeah, I mean, they had a Blackbeard. They sent him straight down Dirt Tunnel. It would have been an option possibly to use him along with the Blitz to do that top floor roam clearance, you know, with a little bit more safety. Diaz does manage to take down Nux, but it's likely going to be an impactless kill. And there it is. Lost managed to get the trade, close out the round, and it is 4-3.
Like I say, Furia need to adapt and learn real quick here what's going on. It's exactly the same style that they play this map. And we've said this so many times historically. It's like, hey, you're playing into something that you yourselves do. You should know the response to this one. You'd be shocked how many teams struggle to understand the win conditions of playing against a setup that they themselves play. And they should really know, as well as what's good about it, what's weak about it, right? So I hope to God they can adapt here and figure that out. Otherwise, Los could just keep on chugging on through, being very, very comfortable with their defenses. I do think Fury will adapt. I do think they'll change. The way that I described them a little bit earlier on as being the team that have come together, had a very, very poor Salt Lake, were extremely dominant back in kickoff. They're kind of like what many would look at and say, oh, this is a Brazilian super team. It's not like a roster that has been together for 3+ years like FaZe has. It's not a roster that has stuck together and moved through various organizations like we've seen from others. This is very much a new blend of a bunch of players from different teams coming together. You know, DS, who I mentioned earlier on, being close to that 2.0 KD back in kickoff, has come over from NA, let's not forget, too. He brings all that insight and the intellect and the experience that he'll have grabbed from the NA region, brought that home with him, paired it up with a fantastic rookie in Boxera. Volts, we know, has always been a brilliant player, and then Lawyer and Herds don't need a whole lot of introduction. It's very much kind of like a lot of global experience all being brought home to Brazil, and I think if you give them more time, they'll keep on cooking. And so I don't think you're going to see them completely collapse and fall apart here. This round should be an improvement on the last.
You would certainly expect so. It's interesting, you know, as you say, it's almost like they're playing against themselves in some way. It's like the old video game mechanic of you get to the final boss and part of it is fighting a ghost of yourself, and you've got to figure out how to beat your own powers, and that's pretty much the case of Furia right now. Will matching aggression with aggression be the case, or do they need to think a little bit more outside the box and think, hey, you know what do we find difficult when we're defending in this way? You know, what causes problems for us, and then maybe deliver that into the round. So round 8 is underway. 4-3. It is going to be a cash and CCTV defense this time from Los. And we've got the Capitao on side. We've seen many Capitao bans so far today. Player on catwalk might just be under a lot more danger than the ones who have been there previously.
Comes back to all I spoke about today really is the variations of this hole. Because the wall is soft, you have to play on the long side of catwalk. Come towards the short one, you're exposed to the window, you're exposed towards that soft wall. He's got no choice, but now he'll get forced to move. They should be able to get a kill onto him. No, if he gets away with that, that is a joke. How has this army got away for free? But he has Tim and Fury have just completely collapsed in, now collecting him, and the Wamai. That's what they were looking for. Nice shot from Perez, looking for another, but no, not able to collect. It's a 3 versus 2. Fury with half the round to play. This is looking great for them.
Yeah, Perez lost a lot of health along the way. They're going to be punished from main door. A little bit of siege time in there. He'd been watching it and challenging onto it, and as soon as he turns his back, Boxera manages to find that kill. 3 versus 1 now, and it is up to Dash to hold on. He's got Dokubi calls coming in. It is a tough position to be in. 3 more calls left available for Herds, by the way. Could just continue spamming them here. Full health. Dash may well take the choice to just take the damage here so he can prevent the calls coming out. That's exactly what he does. 40 damage. Now can go for the gunfights. No option to continue calling him. 45 seconds left to go. It's an awful long time to hold on with an SMG. Can't do it as Herds manages to find the kill. That's going to be Furia 5-3.
Yeah, really, really good in terms of their execute, because I was very nervous. Well, their execute. It's more like the execution of players rather than execution of a plant, for example. Because when that Azami managed to get through the vault, I was just like, surely not. Like, has to die 100% here from the player that's out on platform. But I think what had happened is players on Los had also swung at the same time, so drawn attention to try and protect the Azami. But he still managed to find the closing 2 kills a couple of seconds later, and from there, they were always going to be in the driving seat. Really good attack, much better from Furia. Let's see how they fare going into gym and bedrooms. So something a little bit different to think about here. More of the same where it's going to be getting control of cash and CC, but there's more of the map that gets involved, no doubt, with things like logic coming into play, trying to work your way in underneath at the same time. Depends how aggressively Los want to play out around the map. And then we really get to see if Furia know how to play against their own playstyle, if they can shadow box, as it were.
Gym, bedroom, and defensive lineup is where I'm looking. We've got the Fenrir on side. We've got those FNATs going to be coming along, so expect to see maybe a little bit of a delay for the shield coming in. Depends if they are placed in a position that's going to cause Volps some trouble or not. Minimum, I would expect to see at least a presence of FNATs or barbed wire. We've got one over here, so we know that there's none on main stairs as of yet. And we obviously saw some real damage done from main stairs earlier in the day. It was, I think, Fantasy wandering up there on Snake and getting a couple of kills. It might have been Lobin, I can't remember which. Yeah, it's something that they need to pay attention to. Like I said, both barbed wires are out elsewhere, so it will be down to the Fenrir with those FNATs to prevent that little walk up main stairs being as easy as it was earlier.
Sure. I say anything to just try and slow Furia down doesn't feel like an awful idea, because when they say go, it's very hard to get them to stop.
We spoke about this a few times this week, actually, in different broadcasts as well, Tim, saying how often teams will say that those difficult teams to deal with aren't the ones that go really fast or the ones that go really slow. It's the ones that can mix that tempo pin around and just leave you guessing what the bloody Nora is going on at all times. Now, they've managed to break open the cash EC hold and got rid of Dash in record time here, really. Inside 60 seconds, they've got full control of this side of the map and now can turn their attention towards construction and those windows, but look underneath. I think that's Dark who's working his way down. We've got Volps now starting to round down on towards him. He's got to respect that, but if he finds a kill with the C4, that would be a wonderful recovery in the round for Los.
3 of Furia still outside of the map at the minute, so not even committing that heavily, to this push in, and kind of comes back to what you were saying there, Des, about being able to mix up that tempo. They've gone in quickly, got themselves a kill, and now all of a sudden the foot is off the gas and it's back to the drones. It's people sitting outside of the map, looking and searching for that next opportunity. Like I say, Los, I've no doubt will find that very difficult to deal with, but Dark has not been dealt with underneath, and they pay the price. Furia, they were on the drones, but just not well enough. Nitro goes out, doesn't get a chance to detonate. The trade is there eventually, but the damage might be done. The Blackbeard's off the board. Diaz manages to find Nux. 3 versus 2. Still a minute on the clock, and Furia somehow still have the advantage.
Tell you what, not bad from Dark. You lose your life doing it, but if you manage to get rid of a couple of players, draw more attention, you won't complain too much, because the Blackbeard, as you say, Tim, was the crucial one to see taken away. The problem is Furia was so quick in getting that done that they're now in a position that they can still afford to just carry on playing this merry dance. They can keep on taking their time. They've got loads of fire, loads of smoke. They've got flashes they can work their way through. Just need to somehow get rid of this really annoying mirror window.
Small problems like that to deal with, Des. I'm sure it won't slow Furia down all that much in the grand scheme of things. Working the windows now. Again, I was going to say they've let people get on their flanks a couple of times here. Daffo was looking to do the same again out of the window, but Lyra says, no, thank you, not this time. Goes in, starts to get the diffuser down, but it's going to be Bok who manages to cover his teammate, get the final kill, and it is fist bumps all round as Furia take themselves on to match point.
This is more of what I was expecting, to be fair. Furia just looking like they're a bit of a cut above over Los at the minute. It's been a couple of moments where I've been like, you know what? Not the end of the world. But overall, I'd say pretty consistently, Furia are showing these rounds that they are just that little bit better. Let's see if they can get it done, though, in round 10. I think we'll find ourselves probably going downstairs for this one. At least we're going through the full rotation either way. Ace and Azami are going to be the 2 that are taken away. Azami, who has been, I think, a pick every single round she's been available in this game. Just looking down my operator pick list very quickly. Yep, in every single round. That's exactly what's been the case. Azami picked up repeatedly. Now taken off the board. And the Ace, I think, again, just taking away one of those hard breaches that you're pretty happy to see off the board.
Yeah, still super powerful. Azami, of course, going to make it very difficult to take ground, particularly, and to take ground at any real speed. So Furia 6-3, and certainly putting a little bit of my skepticism about things to bed. You, I think, can say the same for NIP. I will concede for Furia. I was a little bit concerned, like I say, very good performance in kickoff, not great at Salt Lake, and I just wasn't too sold. Loss isn't the biggest trial yet that they're going to face. There is bigger challenges to come up with, but I may be edging towards putting them closer towards that top 3.
10 seconds remaining.
It'll be a fight out between Furia and FaZe, I think, for the top spot.
I think, seeing the performance so far today, I think you could be right.
Like I say, Salt Lake for me, I'll happily put it down as a one-off sort of like terror event for them, because again, new roster.
It's a big one-off, but yeah.
It was a big one-off, and it was a very much a catastrophic one-off as well. But we've seen some big teams have, big slip-ups before. Like, think back to when we managed to see BDS bringing down, not BDS, sorry. When we managed to see PSG Talon bringing down BDS back in the day. That was like a, whoa, what the hell just happened moment. We do see teams have those moments. It just so happened for Fury that those moments happened across several days, and well, I think they'd rather forget about that event. Either way, if they can carry on with the way they did back in kickoff, if they can bring that across into stage 1, I won't have too much concerns about them going into EWC. I think they'll be more ready for it that time around.
BDS Falcons might not be the best example you could have given there, Des, but you know what, with all the stuff they won.
But BDS PSG Talon, that was pretty mental.
Yeah, it was. We will see as it develops over the year, no doubt. So Candelas are going to be sent in very quickly from Furia here. They are attacking onto the basement again. Church and Arsenal. It's the one defensive site that Los have been able to win so far. They actually had a really aggressive hold that did them a lot of good work, but That said, are they able to do it again? Like we've said, it's that shadow boxing. It's that coming up against the ghost of yourself. Furia know what they're going to be facing this time. Do they have the answers this time? It's going to be looking for the Blitz of Boxera to go in there, I think, and get a little bit aggressive, chase anybody back towards Sam. It's only Dash that's actually really still committed out on the roam. Perez is in bar, but he'll have an easy drop back to site, but it doesn't matter. They're going to be rushing back to site because everybody's in there. Furia are getting aggressive and taking ground.
Loira is just like teleported to the middle of church and they've mown down basically everyone. This one looks all but done. Perez tries his very best to collect one, but no. Diaz is there for the close, and Furia, I think, making a big statement today, playing a very aggressive style that has paid off dividends 7-3.
Yeah, good stuff from Furia there. Close it out and get themselves a good win to push themselves up towards the top of the table along with those other full 3-point winners today and send a bit of a message that they are here and ready to play.
There's a few teams today that have really impressed me. We've seen Team Liquid impress. Of course, we've seen FaZe impress, and now Furia up there. It just kind of feel like the usual suspects are the ones that have had a good day today, but who knows? Still plenty more to come. As Leo was saying on earlier desks, it is a long stage. There are a lot of games to play, and an awful lot can change. But speaking of Leo, I imagine he and Milosh are ready for us to go. So let's throw over to them now, break down the game, close out the show. Catch you soon.
We absolutely are. Thank you very much, Des and Ace, for commentary today. It's very much appreciated to have your points of view also throughout this entire play day. But Leo, this conversation that we're having at the halftime point of, is this going to continue? Are Furia going to continue to set the pace for the game? Turns out they can, and they're using all of their skill and experience to do so, and it looked very, very clean come the second half.
Yeah, and I'm almost disappointed this was on Clubhouse because this didn't give a lot of room to the guys to really exploit the KB buff and exploit the synergy between the Shield, the KB, Demos, and Solid Snake. I think when we're going to get to other maps, Fortress, for example, that needs a lot of room clearing, or Bank, we're going to see more of that from these guys. I think it will suit their playstyle a lot. But it's great to be able to see them play, you know, the mix of hard bridges, of utility-based operators. They played Grim, Capitao quite a lot. They changed their shield player as well, between Buck and Volps as well. They were not afraid to have double shield setup as well, like the old secret. I think in general, the depth that they were offering was very interesting. Yes, it's a very clear identity, a very clear playstyle, but the way they express it is very different, and they know how to slow down as well. They know what's very often the problem when you have a team that is so aggressive is that they don't know when to slow down and when to be disciplined after they get the man advantage. That team is experienced, they know what they're doing, they're beautiful and entertaining to see. And I'm just wondering, you know, what was the big difference between Kickoff and SAL Stage 1 and then Salt Lake City? Why didn't we see that?
We're going to get the answers to all of that, actually, Leo. You're taking the questions right out of our mouths here. I know it's been highly requested between all of us. Let's bring in the one and only DS Lucas for our post-game interview. There you making sure he's all set. And Diaz, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win. Before we talk about today, I want to ask you about Salt Lake City. What happened there and what was the fallout? Hello, Loira. What was the fallout from SLC going into stage 1?
Say what? I didn't hear.
The first bit is what happened in Salt Lake City in general with the team, with the performance.
Yeah. It's a tough question. To be honest, what happened was we weren't really able to scrim for 2 weeks prior to the event. Herds lost his passport and Buck had his visa denied, so we were in the shits for 2 weeks, basically. And when we got to the event, we didn't know how to play the game. That's basically what happened. It sounds like an excuse, but to us, it's a good one.
I get the visa issues. Well, okay, that aside, setting those kind of force majeure things aside, what happened afterwards in preparation for stage 1? What was the drawing board like, the preparation to get into a fresh stage with a format that you're more comfortable, familiar with?
It was pretty default, to be honest. We just kept the stuff that was good prior to the major. We copied a bunch of strats. We scrimmed every day. We worked our asses off every day, and that's basically it. Nothing really different.
I think focusing on this game. Don't worry. I think focusing back on the game, I saw you guys run the double shield setup, which I think is really cool. Is that something you stole from the old Team Secret, or is that something that you're gonna show more during the stage?
Yeah, I mean that's just the meta nowadays. You can't really run from it. Even I've been having some time on the shield and scrims, so I mean it's the meta.
Seeing DS on shields tomorrow is
hopefully not. But eventually, I'm kind of nasty on him.
I'm actually interested. I guess speaking of the meta as well, you know what? Thinking of the Dokkaebi buff, the first thing I was thinking of abusing it was your team, because of the firepower on the team, the really aggressive roam clears that I saw you guys do. Like I just cannot wait to see you guys combine like Dokkaebi with Solid Snake, with Deimos. Like I think you guys have, from the current meta, you can benefit a lot from the strength of these operators. Is that something we're gonna see more of? Because you know I was kind of hungry for it, and I only see one round of Dokkaebi with you guys.
Yeah. Oh, most definitely. It's very, very OP. There's so many like different combinations that you can use it with. You stated a bunch. You can put it with Florist, for example. You're trying to clear a guy. You throw a Florist drone at him and call him at the same time. Spam calls. There's just so much you can do with it, and it fits our playstyle very well. So until they nerf it, we'll be abusing it for sure.
It's definitely something to look forward to, at least for tomorrow. You're playing against INTZ. Any last words to them and to the Fury fans out there before we close things up for the evening?
Good luck to them, and thank you for all the people that support us. Yeah.
Thank you very much, DS. Congratulations to yourself and to Furia. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thank you too.
And there it is. Great performance by Furia to close out this game that at the halfway point, we're thinking, damn, we really do have a tight one on our hands. But then Furia with the second half, they continue on the same role of we are controlling the pace. We are the ones in charge here. And it's clear that, at least in their mind, Salt Lake City is just, it's just things that unfortunately happened out of their control.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't aware of all the outside conditions, and it's like yeah, if you
understandable, it's pretty consequential stuff.
Like if you qualified for an event before, you know that the days and weeks that lead to that event are absolutely critical in the way that you revise your strat book, you change almost everything, maybe sometimes, you know, 100% what you showed from the stage or from kickoff. You change that going into the major so you don't get counter-stratted. You usually use that to extend your map pool. You use that to have theory meetings about the groups that you're going to be facing and the teams that you're going to be facing. So there is a lot of things that are critical that a lot of teams are putting in place to perform at their best level at a major. And if this team cannot do it, and we're not able to do it, and we're not in a mental state to perform, it's gonna show even more with that playstyle. Because as a reminder, as much as it is super entertaining, and we've seen these highlights from Furia, their playstyle is aggression, and aggression is based on one thing, confidence. And so if you're completely in shambles mentally going into the major, obviously this is going to impact a team that has this playstyle way more than a team that just goes through their set plays and plays very methodical. And it's the double-edged sword that we spoke about before, right? When aggression is your master identity, either you're scared to get shut down, or you can't play scared. But focusing on the positive here, Furia back in full force, showing us the same level as they've showed at kickoff, with some incredible players performing really well. Diaz, once again, I think forever, like the real standard players in all of his teams, ever since he left NA to perform in Brazil, really has a high impact on all of the rosters he played for. First Liquid, now Furia. Absolutely. Always stunning.
Absolutely. He's got the score to prove it. He's got the hair for it as well. It's good to have in the interviews to really get some of the insights that there's details that are happening that we are not really aware of. So it's big thanks to him for elucidating some of that knowledge that we require. Although at the end of our day, we're left with, I guess, a surprise or two, but the rest quite standard. FaZe, Furia, Team Liquid, Alienware, Ninjas in Pajamas, they're all at 3 points apart. Black Dragons at 2 points as they were able to push Fluxo W7M into overtime for them to take the victory on there. Probably our one and only surprise of this playday, at least looking at a macro scale in SAL.
Yeah, and unironically, I could look at the standings and think, I screenshot this. Let's take a look in 8 play days, and maybe it wouldn't be so different. Like looking at this, I'm expecting FaZe, Furia, Liquid, and IP to be part of that top 6. Black Dragons, Fluxo W7M as well. So on paper, I could see this being the final 6. But you know what? It's only the first day. Lots of games to play tomorrow. Some really important ones as well. Fluxo W7M already in the back foot. Have to play FaZe tomorrow. This will be a banger of a game. And Team Liquid need to prove that they're still a favorite with a dominant victory against Imperial. Some really cool ones as well. Black Dragons versus NIP, in my opinion, is a perfect matchup. A 6-pointer of a game for teams that are trying to get that playoff spot and are being pressured by all of the top teams making the right roster changes after during kickoff, and playing so well so far. So a bunch of really interesting play days here.
Most of the matches here that have a big impact, especially those last 3, as you mentioned, we're going to have to look into those tomorrow then. So Leo, Monsieur Alfama, thank you very much for joining me today all the way from beautiful Copenhagen. I'll let you go, rest, chill out. Tomorrow, there's going to be yet another play day, our second one to close out this first week of competition. Mr. Globetrotter has just gone and jumped between all the regions. We're going to have you on APL soon. Don't you worry about it. Or even on CNL. Why not?
Too
it's the
early
one
for
place
me.
where you haven't been. Fair enough. Anyways, thank you all at home for watching the show. We hope you had as much fun as we have in this first playdate. Thank you to Des and Ace for the wonderful cast today. And we'll see you tomorrow for some more action live from practically the best region in the world, though don't tell Anne that I said that. Anyways, have a good night. Bye-bye.